to be prepared to gear up for potential evacuations as that fire moves east, and you're seeing a big flare-up right there, Michelle.
Yeah, Jenny making her way out because, you know, this is where it can get dangerous,
Yeah.
and this is why people, you know, the warnings to evacuate. That tree just all of a sudden went up in flames. And,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
just not safe.
we're seeing up to 150-foot flames sometimes. It's not safe. It's not safe. And, you know, it starts off as good intentions, but the efforts might be futile at times. And then you never know when something like this is just going to ignite and explode.
So her husband was on the roof.
But
Where is he now,
a lot
Michelle?
of people are on their own. So they're right here. So they're
Okay.
out. They're out okay. And Mary, you okay?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
All right, Mary's okay. Are you connecting with friends right now? Neighbors
I'm
giving
trying.
updates?
Yes. They're asking. They're seeing this on the news. So.
Can you ask her why she came out running? What did she see in the back?
Oh my goodness, that tree's huge.
So you came out running. What scared you? Was it that tree that fully engulfed?
The tree and all the smoke from the tree just engulfed the whole backyard. It's such a beautiful house.
You know, officials always tell us to evacuate. You evacuated, but you came back home.
Mm-hmm.
Now what's going through your mind? Do you want to leave again? Is it getting a little unsafe for you?
You know, I don't know. I can't even think straight, so.
Watching our neighbors' homes just go up in flames, it's got to just be the worst feeling, and trying to help out what she can. Thank you so much, Mary. You came out running. What scared you? Was it that tree that fully engulfed?
The tree and all the smoke from the tree just
lost for
engulfed the
words
whole.
here, guys. I mean, just utter devastation, and the smoke keeps billowing and getting stronger, and it's hard to breathe. But again, that cell signal is still working as we look at 2285 Sinaloa. This is the street that the tree behind this home is fully engulfed, and then the house next to it looks like it's flattened, it's leveled where Joel's walking to. Just completely flattened here. Who do we have here? Hi, sir.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm about to find out. I live on this street just down the way.
You live on this street on Midwick?
Midwick, yeah.
We're live on NBC4.
Hi.
So did you evacuate last night?
Yeah, we left about 8 o'clock last night and took what little we could and just decided to leave and went up to Santa Clarita to my son's house.
I mean, you see the fires, or you've heard about it in the news right now overnight. What made you come back?
Well, I just wanted to see. I'm going to work, and I just wanted to see what, you know, where we were at with this, and, you know, obviously,
Wow.
that's
That's the tree that's on fire. That's really engulfed. And
Oh, wow.
When you hear that,
yeah.
I think it's worth coming back to the
What is
neighborhood
that? Just to check.
Just to check.
I'm not
Go back
going
to
into
work.
the house. I'm not going in. I literally just want to drive by. There's nothing I can do. I mean, I'm not equipped to do anything. I just want to see where we're at. And
So where's your home?
I'm about 10 houses down on the east side.
All right. So you
So,
haven't seen it yet.
No, I'm about to.
All right. Well, drive on back and let us know.
Okay,
All
I'll
right,
be able
give-
to do that.
Hopefully some good news that you can share with us,
Yeah,
okay?
well, yeah, we'll see.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Take care. What's your name?
I'm Fred Klopping.
Fred
So-
Klopping.
Yeah.
This is your neighborhood. How long have you lived here now?
We've lived here 10 years in Altadena, going on 25. I was on the east side. I don't know if you remember about 15 years ago, there was the Baker fire or something like that. We were a half mile from the fire line and a half block from mandatory evacuations on that side.
Nothing like this.
Oh, no, this is surreal. This is, you know, I don't think you can really imagine this until you see it. So,
Where do you work?
I work in Irvine. I work for a law firm in Irvine. So.
All right. Well, Fred's headed to work, guys. Even despite the fires,
Nothing else to do, you know. So,
you're alive and well.
Got to be, yeah. You know, you got to be thankful for that. You know. Thanks again. Take care.
Thank you. God
Be
bless you,
careful,
Fred.
please.
Thank you. So yeah, you see people like Fred just coming in to check on the status of their homes really quick. We still have Mike fighting the fire from his house, making phone calls. And again, that is the thing that is different here. There's a cell service, which is so important to communicate. So that is still, operable, while these homes just go down in flames.
And we're hearing and seeing people's reactions, Michelle, people who live in this neighborhood, and you can just tell that generally they're in shock. They haven't been able to process the entire situation just yet.
Absolutely.
They don't know if their homes are standing. They're seeing their neighbors' homes burn, or their own homes burn to the ground. And it's going to be a while before any of us can really try to process this and make sense of this, because we're still in the middle of it, and we're expecting things to remain bad in terms of the conditions through at least tonight in terms of the really powerful winds, but we're going to have the dangerous fire conditions through tomorrow night.
Right, right. Michelle, as we've been talking with you for the last several minutes,
Absolutely.
The winds there was a lull and then they picked up again. What are you seeing now? How are the winds at this point, and now that the sun is up?
So you never know if it's the fires that are producing their own weather, because we know that, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just the winds shift, and they're picking up right now. And Joel's, fighting what he can with a water hose right here. We came back to the backyard.
That's Joel with the fire hose and the camera?
Embers that are hitting me. Yeah, that's Joel. So I'm moving out because there's flying embers toward me, so I don't want to be in that gnarly situation. But I'm coming back out to the street, but he's fighting that, or he's trying with the water hose, putting out that tree there. But, when you run into these people, it's just, you have compassion for them, because you put yourself in their situation. Many people evacuated, but some gave it a fighting chance. And
Yeah.
I've seen 2 homeowners who it worked for them because they've kind of been on their own. And they're not getting in the way. They're not getting in the way. Yes, it's dangerous. Yes, a lot of people wouldn't stick around. But you have some who came back just to see or to fight the fire, and because they're on their own.
And Michelle, yeah, you
We're
brought
all
up
on our own this morning.
you bring up being
and
compassionate,
making the best decisions we can.
Yeah, you bring up compassion and empathy, and the reason, I think we always try to be compassionate and sensitive to these people who are losing everything. But in this particular case, this can be any of us, in the sense that we're seeing fires burn where they haven't burned in generations. You spoke with a woman who'd lived in Altadena since, I believe, the 1950s, and she's saying that it never burned in that neighborhood. There have never been fires there. So if it can happen
That's a
there,
great
it could
point.
happen anywhere, and it could be any of us in this situation right now.
Absolutely.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Hi, how's it going, sir?
Hi, I'm media.
Oh, you're with media. Okay, we got a lot of people coming through. I'm curious to hear about Fred, who he drove down to Midwick. Wanted to see if his house was still standing before he went to work. But yeah, compassion is the key here, and hindsight's 20/20. And the scary thing is just not knowing where the next hot spot is going to be. But this is the situation here, guys, from Midwick and Sinaloa, as we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses just from my viewpoint on fire. We'll be checking in throughout the morning.
All right,
Back to you.
Michelle, thank you for your reporting. All right, just about 8 o'clock right now. You are watching Today in LA. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We have been on air nonstop since 11 a.m. yesterday morning, covering this wildfire emergency happening here in Southern California. Again, the first fire that started, the Palisades fire, is the largest at this point. It started about 10:30 yesterday morning. The most preliminary number is 2,900 acres. We are waiting a news conference happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. We're going to listen in.
Transition to a question and answer session that will be moderated for members of the press. Our first speaker is Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. I'm going to make my comments short because I know you want to hear from our fire chief and the people that are really have the information in real time. But let me just say, this is a dynamic situation. We've got fires throughout the entire county, which are spreading our resources very short. One of the things that people ask me is, what do you want to convey to the public? And that is, heed the advice of first responders. When they ask you to evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades Fire in addition to the Eaton Fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades Fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed and also no reported fatalities and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton Fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst Fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 Coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief, Kristen Crowley, to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst Fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these two major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these two major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircraft are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property, and we'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, We want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Palisades Air Tech, LA on V1.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger,
LA,
County and
Palisades
City
Air Tech.
leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders in our great community.
Palisades
for,
Air Tech, LA on V1. What
the
time
very,
do you need
important
the lead
work
plane
you
by?
continue to do
And
to
thank you.
protect our community, protect the assets, and first and
I'd
foremost,
like to get the lead
the
plane
health and
on order
well-being
first,
lives
just
of
to
members
assess
of
the
our
winds,
community.
and I'd like them out here as
Los
soon as
Angeles
possible.
Unified is the second largest school district in the nation.
Palisades Air
representing
Tech, LA
the
copies
interests
immediate
of
need for lead plane to assess the
540,000
wind full
students
tank.
and 75,000 committed employees.
That's a good copy, thank you.
We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families, have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th
Branch
Avenue,
10, 6840 Alpha,
west of
on V1.
I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part
for
of the
Ranch 10.
district, where the air quality met or exceeded
Yeah, Type 1 strike
levels
team assigned to you.
that
Just looking
are
to do it
not
face-to-face
appropriate
or
for
get some correction.
employees or students to be around.
Okay, I'm
or
working my way up with
effectively shut down.
Division
We will be
Yankee
making decisions
to
about what will happen
Malibu
in those
Canyon from
schools
Pepperdine.
going
So if you guys
into
want to just get to
tomorrow, 4 p.m.
Pepperdine,
today,
there,
based
Malibu
on the
Canyon, and
evolution
stage,
conditions.
we're going to go up and
Since we
looking
made the decision
where we
to
can make
shut down
access.
those schools, air quality
that.
conditions
Stage
have
at Pepperdine
improved
down there. See you a little bit.
significantly, despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down.
Branch 1,
However,
strike team
localized
6230 Alpha.
conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and, in fact, may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face
3230 Alpha, go ahead.
conditions or other health issues.
Yeah, we've been assigned to you. We're coming back down PCH right now. So pretty
Additional updates
what are your wishes?
on today regarding conditions.
I copy.
of
I'm trying to
schools
tie in with
going
Night Branch
into
now.
tomorrow.
Meet me at Will Rogers
Recognizing
staging area.
the workforce needs of the parents of our children. Beyond the bill activities,
Yeah, Branch 1 from
care
Task Force,
for children
1054.
in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our
Branch 1
eternal
from
gratitude to
Task
the
Force,
first responders of our
1054.
community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past
1054, go ahead.
hours. Thank you very much.
And to copy the update is regarding to the old ranch.
Good morning.
brush
A
fire.
lot of information to pass on, but please know this.
Negative.
This is
Is this regarding the 20 acres that was
challenging
reported?
situation, but we're surrounded here
That is
by
correct.
people who really care, and we're going to.
And what is the situation?
With all of you as partners in our
Roger, it's the
community.
Canyon.
Our top
We-
priority
it was
continues to be
supposed
the
to
safety and
evacuate again. We
well-being
did
of our
an
impacted
evacuation
residents, first
call
responders,
one time.
and all of the
It's going to be a backing
individuals
down fire
involved.
from the, if you have make access
Understand
of
that this
Old
is
Ranch
a
Road.
very fluid
I got one
situation,
engine there at the
specifically in the
base,
Altadena area.
at the
And a
entrance
lot of
to
our
the canyon.
personnel, our
I'm
deputy
over
personnel, are
on top
involved
here
in
on
life-saving measures
Altamura,
as we
which is
speak
going to be
now.
in Vanderbilt.
We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been
I
in
copy. I'll
constant
get you some resources
communication
up Old
with
Ranch
both
Road
our
shortly.
Fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred sheriff department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings.
6230 Alpha, go ahead.
1,600 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia.
Section 5230 Alpha, go ahead for Branch 1.
And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories.
Division
Foxtrot,
County Task Force
69
command.
who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, And then residents were running up from different locations around there, asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night.
County Task Force, Branch 1, Foxtrot and Charlie have been combined for the day. Go directly to Division Charlie for your needs.
Continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we've made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from
Branch
residents,
1,
I'm going to tell
Strike
you
Team
something.
62, 30 Alpha.
You're going to be arrested and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers.
6230 Alpha, go ahead.
We are at this point unable to clearly determine.
Yeah, I might have some comms issues, but we're assigned to you. What are your wishes?
And the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black.
You're leaving ICP. You'll make your way down to Will Rogers, and we'll get you assigned up in Charlie or Alpha.
Be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altanina Drive.
Branch 1,
from Allen to
5800
New York
Alpha.
Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center, located at 300 East Green
Resource
Street.
trying to get a hold of Branch 1. Can you identify yourself? Go ahead.
We're working with them in unified command and in
Strike Team
partnership as well. For
5800
animals,
Alpha.
there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium
Alpha,
at
go.
1001 Rose Bowl Drive.
We're also
in
assigned to you.
Pasadena.
We're at Zuma,
Small Animal
en route
Shelter,
to you.
Pasadena
Unsure
Humane
if
Society
we can come
at
down
361
the
South Raymond
Highway
Avenue
1, or if we
in
got to go back
Pasadena.
around
I'm going to switch
the
gears
405.
now, to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved
Take
in with our
PCH,
partners.
come down.
Again,
You're going
with,
to come down to
LAPD
Chautauqua
and, LA City Fire
and
everyone else
PCH.
that's up
It's,
there working.
you're going to pass the
As of this
CP
morning, the
down
fire was
here,
still burning in that area,
and
that's
it's going to
impacting
be,
our residents.
you're going to
Evacuations are
go
in effect,
south
continuously in effect for
to
the city
Mescal
of
Canyon,
Calabasas,
and then the
city
next
of Malibu,
will
Los
be
Angeles City,
Chautauqua, and we'll
Pacific
meet,
Palisades,
we'll
and
give you
unincorporated
direction
area
from
of
there.
Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon.
5800 Alpha,
Evacuation
copy.
orders are approximately 37,000
Good
residents.
night, Branch 1.
Under
City Branch 1.
evacuation orders and
Is that your current location?
15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's
I'm heading there shortly. I'm going to swing into the CP, take care of something real quick. Then I'm also going to go down and make some arrangements for food for our members in Branch 1. And then I'm going to be, what I want to do is meet with Foxtrot and with Command 42 up at Chautauqua and Sunset. But just give me a few.
Bear with me. I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound close from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations. Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles. Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there. 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena. And El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank. Large animal shelter, Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. Large animal shelter, Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena. Small animal shelter, Agora Animal Center. And small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We've got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, There is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can, so when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars, so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile-an-hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board, so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. We don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation, and we really, really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times. But we are going to take that also extremely seriously.
Dave Papa, Dave Branch 7 on command.
With that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that.
1054 from operations on command.
The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that.
Operations from
we will
Task Force
continue to
1054.
support our partners in the fire service and our other law enforcement.
Yeah, information only. According to Metro, they have a person at 1835 Old Ranch Road. 1835 Old Ranch Road. But the person is refusing to evacuate. Just information
Now
only.
we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles. But it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hearst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District. But our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families, where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe, they are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hearst fire.
Go for 1054.
Our probation department has evacuation plans in place.
1054,
Should that move to
48
an
Alpha.
evacuation order from a warning, and our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe.
Yeah, we were
Monica
listening to
Malibu
your
Unified
traffic
School
about the
District has
Ranch
closed
Road.
its schools today.
The
And as you heard
2200
from Superintendent
address
Carvalho,
at the back of Ranch Road. We went in
LAUSD
through the
has a
construction
variety
side
of
in the back,
updates. We've
inaccessible
heard from
by
our state
engine.
insurance commissioner as
There
well.
was
And
4
while this
residents
is
back
still
there
quite early
that
in
we
this
advised
emergency,
it was time to
we do
evacuate
have
because
some
they're about
initial guidance from
30,
his
45
office
minutes from being
for
impacted
evacuated
on the back
households
side of that
on
drainage.
reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of
Palisades,
additional
ICLA
living
MV11
expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357.
LA, go for operation.
Palisades Operation LAMV1, be advised, persons trapped. Address 16453 Akron Street. 16453 Akron.
Brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response.
Yeah, LA 16453 Akron, person trapped.
On the front lines fighting this fire.
Palisades.
It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to hear from LA
Branch
City
10,
Council
6840
President
Alpha.
and Mayor Pro Tem
B1.
Marquise Harris.
6840 Alpha, go ahead.
Thank you so
We're
much.
at the
Good
park
morning,
there
everybody.
across from Pepperdine and
On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to
Foxtrot
begin
and
by
Command
thanking
42
and
on
recognizing
command.
and acknowledging the great work
Let's meet
of our first
up
responders,
at
especially the men and women of Los
Chautauqua
Angeles
and
Fire Department.
Sunset.
Who,
Chautauqua and
last
Sunset.
night we all
And
witnessed doing
we'll
heroic
brief there, get you guys
work,
caught up
in
on the
face of
information we
grave
have,
danger.
and we'll get a game
Last
plan
night
for the day.
was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in
Branch
any
1 from
part of our
Operations on
city,
Command.
any part of our history. Fire
Go.
literally jumping roads, taking out
Yeah, we're getting reports
structures,
of person
and
trapped at
our public safety
16453
professionals,
Akron.
created an environment where
16453 Akron.
Fatalities were kept to a minimum.
Operations
and
for
we
Chuck
wake up this
37.
morning
We're
with a
going to get 'em
renewed
right now.
spirit that
We're on
we
the top of
can,
the hill.
defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also
16453 Akron.
acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of
Branch
the 11th
1068,
District, who's
40 Alpha.
probably has about
Did you copy our
90
last?
minutes
We're down
sleep.
here, stage 4.
By my count,
Get in, I was waiting for a break in traffic. If I could have you guys come up Malibu Canyon, turn right on Puma Road, P-U-M-A, and take that all the way up past the LA County Fire Station. Get you up here. There's structures up on top as far as
almost every year.
pushing on them now,
And so
up on top.
is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the
Copy,
council member
route.
from the 7th District,
And
Monica
you also be
Rodriguez.
working for Yankee Zoo on V-Fire 22. Haven't really got the divisions worked out, so we're just going to have to
DWP workers are out there making sure
make homes where we can,
additional
do structure
fire
defense, and
fighting.
these
Power
homes that it's
lines,
starting to push on now up on top.
countless folks, DOT making
Copy,
sure the
Yankee
flow of
Zulu,
traffic
and
stays
V-Fire
so that
22 is
folks
our
who
channel.
want to
En route.
evacuate can do so, are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley.
Branch 5, Division 9
so
on command.
Nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said.
Hey, we're going to need
not
to
only if you're on the
expedite
west side
Edison
or in the valley,
to
anywhere
shore
in
up
the
a
city,
power pole
if
that's
you
about
can
to
stay
fall over
off the roads,
PCH will
please
block
do so.
access for
I live in South
all
LA, a
engines
long
moving
way away
to
from
and
the
through the
fires.
fire.
Visibility is less
be
than
at,
1 block because of the smoke.
Rambla
So
Pacific
if there
Conference
is not a good reason
and
for you
P-
to be on the
Rorschach
roads,
before
we
go.
ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of
Branch
the
1
President
from
of the United
Task
States,
Force
Kip
74,
Denton,
go.
for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific
It'll be
Palisades
Division
last night
9.
and has helped out. And a range
Rambla
of
Pacifica across
municipalities
from PCH.
around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can. And we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come
Branch
to
Unit
the
addressing Task Force
Thank you for the
1054.
introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our
Force 1054, Branch 1, go ahead.
organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of
Repeat your traffic, you were cut off.
painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last
Yeah, you were cut out. Were you trying to get a hold of me?
hours. We still have a long road ahead of us.
I believe there's been some confusion between Night Branch and Day Branch.
With wildland fires, we just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the bridge fire, the post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus in terms of infrastructure, and then we'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated.
All task forces, 1010, 1054 from Battalion 17. We're going to move over to V-Fire 23. Move over to V-Fire 23.
Is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area of the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is
Assistant 5 on your crew.
This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight, and unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoirs, however, county and city
we're up here at Camp 8, and when you're seeing it jump by you, whereabouts, and is it on the, it jumped on to the north side of
as well as
the 101 side?
Helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have numerous, over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already, and we expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children, so we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid being under trees, avoid parking cars under trees, all the things that you can imagine that a tree can do. A tree can be just as devastating to a home and to your personal self as a fire. So please be aware that the wind event is going to continue and the infrastructure is in place to do with that. We are currently preparing to remove that. We are removing trees as they fall where it's safe to do so. There will be a mass debris removal system put together that the county is coordinating, but we would be removing and working with the cities to remove the mass debris that's going to occur not only from the structures that have been damaged, but all of these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted. That covers the entire region by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities have been burned. One in Eaton area, Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We are looking at that and going to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do a review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water Power, the General Manager, Janice Quinones.
Operations, Branch 5. Command.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quinones, CEO
Branch
and Chief
5
Engineer for
from Operations, go.
I want to start by thanking
Got a
everybody on this
Southern Edison request for a power pole into the street just south of Station 70 at Rambla, Pacifica, and
have been working
PCH.
on high winds trying to restore power as fast as possible. And also county, city council, mayor's
copy
office,
that.
the mayor has
Edison
been
to
in
Rambla,
contact with me all
Pacifica,
the
and
time.
PCH.
And also other utilities in California have been
Affirmative.
proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades.
Zulu
We
from
pushed the
operations on
system to the
command.
extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure.
Yeah, Zulu from operations getting reports of a person trapped at 16790 Calle Arbolada.
To really conserve water.
Civilian is blind and cannot get out on their own. Third-party caller, they're trying to get in contact. But if we can have somebody check that out.
We're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging.
Can you give me the numerics again?
What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each.
16790.
We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water on the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line, and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line. So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. And we cannot lower the amount of water
Palisades Air Attack V1, go ahead. Where's the traffic?
in order to supply the tanks because
Checking
we're
on the
balancing
status of that
firefighting with
lead
water.
plane order.
So we have our operations.
Copy.
people
Stand by
in
one
water
line
side
with
at the
Southam.
command post with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks for
1075 Alpha from Zulu on
full
command.
of water to support the fire department. We identified other areas on our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons
And we
of
have
water,
a
and we're
trapped
constantly
person
moving that
at
water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can.
16790 Calle Arbolada.
I would also ask for the people
Person
on,
may be
zip code
blind and needs assistance getting
90272.
out. If you could
Because
check
we're
the
pushing water
addresses of
system
90
so hard,
and 98
our water quality
and
is
make sure that we have all the
so we're
civilians
going
out
to
there.
be issuing a boil water notice this morning, and that will extend for about 48 hours. The water
Can you
quality
repeat the
is
numbers
low.
again, please?
We have a lot of ash in the system, and so please, if you're going to be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boiled waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring.
6798 and 16790
We're also
copy.
managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the #1 primary issue, but the power issues are continue to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage. 32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the outage. That's why we're going to start increasing our mutual aid request to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time. But we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy
Zulu 75 Alpha, we're running a detail. 717 is managing our resources right now. I'm trying to hail them on the radio.
Safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system.
1054, go from
branch
branch 1.
Wire downs, and 6.5% is because
do we have any additional resources going to the old ranch road?
So we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody. And
1054, stand by.
Thank you so much. We want to transition. We're 5 minutes
Company
over.
trying to get
we
hold
do
of
want to give
717. Go ahead.
a little bit of time for question and answer with the press.
17,
please identify
1075 Alpha, did you copy Zulu's traffic about possible person trapped at 16798 or 16790?
This
Kaye,
called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy.
Yeah, we copied the traffic. We're good.
Right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how
right
can
now.
other Angelinos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well, and it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources. But to the public, I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with our Office of Emergency Management, to put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food, and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is the time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control. But make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it.
1054 from Branch 1, are you able to get over to Old Ranch Road?
Doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead in the green shirt.
Yeah, I'm currently up at
the DWP was talking about the problems with the
which is
water
all the
supply,
structures
and I was
above
wondering
it.
if either the DWP
Want me to
or the
relocate?
fire department has any kind of numbers to talk about, like what is the number of hydrants that could not get water because of these pressure issues? What percentage of the system in Pacific Palisades wasn't getting serviced at that point? And given the type of things you're describing this morning, do you think there needs to be an overhaul of the system, given these increasing number of urban fires? And also, when does the mayor return?
And name and media outlet, please.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times.
Division Zulu,
so,
68,
Chief, please correct me if
40
I'm wrong,
Alpha.
We were trying to keep water at all altitudes.
Yeah, 1054 from Branch 1. Stay at your location. We'll get someone over there.
Went dry above the Brentwood area. We are able to push water on that trunk line on the east side of that, and we have some water on the higher elevations, 16 to 18,000. But at 3,000, at 3 a.m. all of the fire hydrants went dry in the Palisades.
Task Force,
to your question of climate resiliency and how do we need to update the system, I would say that is true. We were talking with the county
Division Zulu, 8140 Charlie, V1.
How are we going to change the way we operate our water systems for events like this? This is an unprecedented event.
Sir, we have located one elderly resident, 16790 Arbolada. We'll need a BLS ambulance for transport to evacuate.
The response complexity of this. We had crews trying to mitigate this, and we had to evacuate. We worked with fire department to try to get back in and try to fill the
Zulu, I
tanks
copied that
again.
last
It wasn't safe to do
transmission.
so.
I'll
So
get
you're
you a
managing the
BLS
fires,
rescue
you're
if you
managing
can
the power
give me
outage,
a
you're
point where they
managing
can
the
meet up
water needs
with
because it was
that
an
company
urban wildfire
for
firefighting.
transport.
So yes, we have to look at our system from a climate resiliency as a region, and it's going to be more than just DWP. It's all the water agencies here, including the county.
Thank you. Over here in the burgundy with the mask.
Yeah, branch 1 from Task Force 1054.
Real quick, I can speak on the operational side of the hydrants. We don't have a
1054,
specific number to the hydrants. We do know that it came in phases.
We got no resources at the entrance at Old Ranch Road. You're going to have a backing down fire.
Backup plan, contingency, and emergency plan. So oftentimes, just so that the public is aware,
they're going to be impacted there.
Large brush fires, water supplies are normally limited. So with that, our apparatus do have the ability to draft water if we need to out of pools, ponds, any type of water resource. We also utilize the water tenders, in which we spoke about a little bit earlier. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that. In regard to when the mayor is returning, I spoke to her this morning at 4 o'clock. She's on her way for the last leg of her journey back home from Dallas. So
operations for truck 37. Did you locate the person on Akron Street? We were heading that way.
Ali Santana with
yeah, 37 from operations. You should be tied in with a division. You're not operating independently. Find out what division you're working in and make your communications through them and stay attached to your division.
We will do something in Spanish right after we conclude over here with a couple of Spanish speakers regarding the volunteer.
Division Zulu from 8140 Charlie on V1.
Donations, I know we spoke about that earlier. Just a touch point for the community. We are so grateful for the community's efforts in regard to donations.
Go ahead for Zulu.
Now, what I do want to be mindful about to make sure that we share.
Yeah, Chief, just wondering if we have a unit assigned that's going to be helping with the evac of this one lady.
Either through money and or
EA firm orders in through operations for BLS rescue, and they'll meet you at that address.
If the public starts to just drop things off.
1648 Alpha, branch 1, go.
We
just need assistance out of the house.
We're at the highest level at this point. We're coordinating with the county as well. So stand by for more information. We want to be very purposeful and strategic in how we're going to collect those donations, and they are welcomed.
Right over here with the glasses and the gray, right behind you. Over here with the hand up.
Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. Question for Ms. Horvath. Are there any forecasts or predictions at this point for the economic impact of this?
There are no early numbers of the economic impact, but we are already exploring how we can do, for example, a business interruption fund, as we have done in other states of emergency. We know that there are many businesses that have also been impacted, in addition to the people who are experiencing difficulty in their homes. So we are looking at what resources the county has available to support
operations on command.
But thank you for the question.
Lastly, do you think this will affect insurance companies? And
operations from branch 1, go.
Owners going forward?
Yeah, branch 1, I got engine 37, engine 269, and engine 69 not attached to any division if you have needs for them.
Night Zulu, Day Yankee Zulu on command.
And welcoming phone calls from folks who do have questions about insurance impacts as a result of these fires.
Give me, from branch 1, give me a minute. I'm going to get back to you with what our plan is. I'm meeting with the divs right now, and we're going to come to you with our plan.
There are other states of emergency that will be declared in order to make sure that all residents are able to readily access everything that they need to in response.
Go for Night Zulu.
We need to move on. Right here in the front, young woman with the hand up.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times.
Palisades
I was hoping
Air
one of the
Tech,
fire
LAMV 11
chiefs could talk a little bit about long-range spotting and how far we actually saw embers jumping from one fire to other spot fires.
At Night Zulu, Day Yankee Zulu.
Fire crews
do you have a location? I'm over on Shuren and Saddle Peak Road.
Were you guys prepared enough for this? Did we have enough resources to fight these fires? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start at the end and work back.
Yeah, copy. You're quite a ways away from me. I'm up Palisades.
In our county are not prepared for this type of
That's what we kind of figured.
Disaster.
There are not enough. You aware of any way we can get over to you from this side, or
4 separate fires of this?
Palisades Air Tech, LA on V1 when able.
Prepared. We did get state pre-positioned.
Yes, LA Palisades Air Tech V1.
Northern California.
Mulholland across.
Santa Clarita Valley. We did hire additional
and
firefighters from the LA County Fire Department.
Come down to Panga, and then once you hit PCH, we'll hang a left.
The LA County Fire Department was
Go to
prepared
Palisades.
for one or two major
Palisades Air
brush
Tech,
fires,
you'll
but
have
not
lead plane
four,
Bravo 78,
especially given these sustained
ETD at
winds
0840
and
should
low
be in
humidities.
airspace
Like
within
the Director of
0900.
Emergency Management said, this is not a normal red flag.
Copy. Bravo
alert.
78 is on scene. Thank you.
People
On
were calling
Division
for
Juliet.
help. We tried to get them the help that they needed. LA County right now.
Night Zulu, Day Yankee Zulu. It sounds like you're probably working in like Charlie.
Life safety.
I don't know if you have any contact with those resources.
Also engaging in structure defense, perimeter control, and aerial operations.
According to the
Remember
map I
that
got
the
off
LA
the
County Fire
IAP,
Department has
that's branch
13 aerial
10, which I'm
assets
labeled as
available
branch
to
10.
it. In addition to our agency-owned helicopters, we have our two CL-415 Super Scoopers and our CH-47, which is part of the 3-county QRF. So we're prepared to keep fighting the fight. Like I said earlier, I've requested additional resources, not only from Northern California,
Night operations,
but from out of state.
day operations
We did
on
that
V1.
last night, yesterday. So we're doing the very best we can, but no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of just quick questions.
Operations, incoming operations, D1.
From Sacramento, State Senator Ben Allen and Sasha Perez, as well as our Santa Monica Mayor, Negrete,
Yeah,
who's
go for
also
operations.
present here. And I know that Congressman George Whiteside.
Yeah, I
is
can go ahead and
from
assume.
Washington, DC. He represents
I believe this is Garcia. Thank you for your service last night, and you can call me on my cell if you have anything for me.
Office would like to go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, copy
Good
part of
morning,
that
everybody.
message. Can you repeat?
Cordero, Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Bass. I just wanted to step forward.
Yeah,
and
this
address
is day
the question
operations
about
list
the mayor.
coming in.
The mayor
I'll
will
go
be
ahead
on
and
the
take it
round
from
shortly,
here.
very
Thank you
shortly this
for
morning, and
everything.
engaged.
Give
But
me
I
a
wanna
cell call if
assure
you
the
need anything.
community and the city, our mayor has been
Yeah, let's
actively
from
engaged
Garcia copy that.
100% of the
I'll give you a
time,
call shortly.
The entire last 24 hours.
Copy,
throughout
thank you,
this
and I'll
unfortunate
start answering up
unfortunate
as well.
event and crisis. The mayor has been in constant communication with our chief of police, our fire chief, our council president, our law enforcement partners, our Supervisor Barger, thank you, and our county partners. So I just want to stress she has had 100% access the entire time that she's been traveling and been actively involved in the decision making. So thank you very much to all up here, and the mayor looks forward to meeting you very shortly this morning. Thank you for that. Over here in the green shirt.
Yeah, ops from branch 1.
ABC. You mentioned 4 fires. I'm aware of 3. Could you describe and
Go for
characterize
operations.
the 4th fire? County fire?
Yeah, ops from branch 1.
Yes, I can
we'll go
speak
ahead and
briefly
take
on that 4th fire was a
the
Woodley fire,
Strike Team
which is approximately
5800
a smaller
Alpha
fire. We
and
threw a
the
lot of
Strike Team
resources at it. It is
5210
under
Charlie.
control at this
I want them
point.
to tie
We'll
in
push
what
that
I'm going to be
information
calling
to the media,
Division
so you have the very
Charlie.
specifics, but we're calling it the Woodley fire.
And I'm going to come down to you and give you the division breaks between
It was
Foxtrot
in
and
the
Charlie.
Sepulveda Basin.
And also, I want to form up that strike
Thank you.
team,
Last
that
question,
task
then we'll
force
have
with
one-on-ones.
Engine 88, Engine
Samantha
3,
Norris,
and
San
Engine
Fernando
20.
Valley Sun. I know the Hearst fire is one of the smaller fires here, but can somebody speak
Call
more
them
to
Task
what
Force
resources are being deployed to
1045,
that
and I'll come
fire?
down and reconcile
And
this with you.
for people in the Sylmar area, what are the evacuation?
Yeah, copy that. Are you already in communication with those resources?
And where those people can go in the area?
Yeah, with the 5800, I did have a communication with them, and the night ops was giving me the 5210. I'm heading down to his location right now to reconcile everything. Are you heading to his location?
To the Hanson Dam Equestrian Center.
Negative, we're going to be heading out for a recon mission. Go ahead and take those resources, work one last time with the night ops, make sure they're captured on your 204, then we'll get that from you later.
For firefighters to be able to fight these fires, whether it's in the Palisades or any other part of the county. And so it's critically important that people heed the evacuation orders. In the Sylmar community, Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima is available for the evacuations. Currently, there is 80% vacancies, so there's still capacity for people to evacuate there. Going beyond that, we will continue to open up additional facilities as it's needed. I want to ensure the public that the things that you can do, and I know the question was asked earlier, if you're not in the immediate fire area, there are things that you can do to be of assistance, and it goes to looking at hardening your home from any potential threat of embers. These embers fly. They can go from couple miles. So we want to ensure that they do everything to create the defensible space in their homes if they're in the adjacent areas.
LA
Again,
Palisades
staying
Air
off the
Attack
roads
V1.
to the greatest degree possible. More importantly, reducing your water usage at this time. Because there is no aerial support, all of our water is being heavily demanded upon for these.
Night Zulu to Yankee Zulu. I figured out where you're at. I'm going to start working my way that way, but
to be of assistance
I don't have an ETA for you.
First responders. If you have downed power lines, report those to 911. We can also report all outages to 1-800-DIAL-WP.
Palisades Air Attack on V1.
For trees that are down, because we know we have a lot of road blockages.
Palisades Air Attack V1, go.
For the city of Los Angeles, all of our
I would like to order all available large air
doing
tankers
doing that
to
work as
respond
well,
to
and
the
we are
Palisades
part of
fire.
our first responders. Want to make sure that everyone's reporting
Copy.
those to
Confirming
311
large, or
so
do you
that
want to
we
be
keep
that?
the roads cleared for everyone to have the greatest amount of
Go with
access
what we got for
to,
now. I may order the VLAT as well. There is one available. Let's go ahead and hit that button as well,
for the
please.
adjacent equine areas, because I know
Copy all
in the
available
Hirsch
large
fire,
tankers
we're
and VLAT.
concerned about the spread right now. There's a lull in the wind, but we're concerned about the potential spread to other
Hey, firm,
equine
and if there is a
areas.
VLAT
We wanna
available
make
as well,
sure
take that.
We launched our early evacuation for horse keeping areas in the
Palisades Air Attack LA copies. As of right now, we have 4 Type 1s pending. We'll add the VLAT.
Please be prepared with your bags, with your important documents, to be ready to be prepared to potentially heed the call for evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're over time. We're going to...
Just one clarity as well, so you have some of the statistics. It started at 1010 last night. The latest anchorage we have is 500 acres. We're working closely with our partners, which are the Los
Branch
Angeles
7, Branch
National
5,
Forest.
command.
We have a rep over here behind us, so we can do some one-on-ones if you want more specific, but we are unified with them. Also, the good news is, through the heroic efforts of our crews working through the night last night,
Branch 7, Branch 10 on command when you get a chance.
keep that fire so it did not overpass the 5, did not cross
Branch 10, Branch 7, go ahead.
point. We're able to hold it to that point, but again, the winds are back up. We're working really, really hard there to make sure we maintain that, and we're going to continue to work really, really hard with our partners.
Branch 10, Branch 7, go with your traffic. I'm just getting up on top on Saddle Peak. I came off Pruma Road. Still trying to, we'll get with you later and try to figure out our boundaries, but I'm working on my way across at Topanga. Have you made it up here on top yet?
And that includes ground resources and aircraft, and of course, as mentioned...
Affirmative, I'm coming up Piuma right now and just about up to Saddle Peak. If you pull over, we'll probably be able to face-to-face with you.
Every minute.
Okay, I can wait for you. I had a Alpha that was assigned to me. I sent him up to start working structured defense up here. I believe I'm figuring out where our division break is. That doesn't matter right now, but there's quite a few homes up on top that are impacted immediately with the fire.
Last night, the winds out in the Antelope Valley were just as bad as they were.
Yeah, affirmative. We'll face-to-face here in a few.
So we're still...
Okay, where do you want to face-to-face at?
Yes, sir. Robert Garcia, Fire Chief.
We're on Piuma, coming up right now, so anywhere along there.
Our press conference, we will have one-on-ones.
Okay, I'll come back that way. I'm working my way out Saddle Peak from Piuma.
To city officials update us on
Branch 7, Branch
the
5.
very dangerous situation, the wildfire emergency in Southern California. So we did get some new numbers, and we do want to go over them with you. The Palisades fire, which is the fire that started first yesterday morning at 10:30, has burned 5,000 acres. So it has grown substantially overnight. 1,000 structures have been destroyed. And they tell us that there
Branch
have been
1040 Alpha
a high
on
number
V1.
of significant injuries, but they could not get us a more detailed
Hey, we're heading up.
number on that, just a high number of significant
They're saying
injuries.
up there it gets
So
blocked
certainly
off,
that is where
and you
a
can't really
lot
make
of
it all the way up.
resources are being focused on
So,
in the
and there's no water or anything like that.
So
I'm just trying to tie in with you, get some direction. I can't get a hold of the division at all.
We've learned that 2 people have died as a result of that fire.
Yeah,
Again,
unfortunately,
as you mentioned, with the
I'm not sure we're quite in our division. We're actually, I think, where you're coming up is in Branch 7. We're just trying to get some resources up here on the hill where all these structures are.
At least 100
we were able to make it up
structures and businesses have been
with our
destroyed
vehicles.
And more than 1,000 when it comes to the Palisades fire. The causes of both these fires.
Copy that.
still
Is there any
unknown,
TRAs or
still
anything like that?
under
Because it looks
More
pretty
than 2,000
tight in.
acres have burned in the Eaton fire. The
Yeah,
Hearst
affirmative. There's a
fire,
bunch
which
of
is the fire
turnouts
that
and
started at 10:10 last night.
there's good black. You'll pass it. Did you pass LA County station? I believe it's 67.
More than 500 acres have been
Yeah,
burned,
we're
and
basically
3,000
right below
residents
where the fire
have
starting to
been
hit. Looks like the structures.
evacuated.
And I was just trying to get a hold of the division to get some directions to where we're going to go.
Emergency services have been stretched.
Okay. Yeah, we're still trying to get up here. This is our first time up here, so the division boundaries are not accurate. But we just want to get some engines up here. I'm not quite sure what division it's going to be. We're just trying to get some resources and do structural defense and life safety right now is a priority. So if you have somewhere you can take action and help the structures, we'll get the division aligned later.
We've been told from the White House that he has been briefed on
Operation
the latest
Juliet
developments of the
on command.
Palisades wildfire. He was briefed overnight. Soon the president will receive a briefing
Go
from
for
Cal
operations.
Fire officials on the Palisades wildfire at a Santa Monica
Operation
fire station.
Juliet.
That's where he's
We've got a
headed.
large
And
tree
then the
down.
president and the First
One of them got
Lady
cooling
go to
modules.
Los
It could be
Angeles,
blocking
and
access if
return to
the wind
White
picks
House.
up. We need
So,
to get out of
this is
the area.
a national story. This is being followed all over the country because people are very well aware of the severity of what's happening here.
Something to really keep in mind. We are definitely
Stand by
not
one.
in
We
the
don't have
clear yet.
a
We still have
falling
more
mod,
red
but I'll see
flag
if we can get a
conditions
crew over
today
there to help
and
you.
tomorrow.
What's
So
the location of the
you
tree?
heard from the
All right,
firefighters
just
and
have
law
them go direct
enforcement
with
that
you.
We are not
Stand by.
in the clear. Essentially, everyone in LA County, they said they're in danger right now, and they will be for the rest of the day. In terms of protection of homes, they say they cannot get to every home right now. Their resources are stretched just too thin, because you're talking about, even when you have more than 1,000 firefighters, you're talking about millions of homes in LA County, and they just don't have enough resources for 4 major brush fires burning on top of the ones that you see there on your screen. Again, well, to mention it right there, you do see it on your screen, is also the Woodley fire. Again, that's in the Sepulveda Basin near the 405 and 101 interchange. And again, that's 75 acres in size. So,
and that started this morning.
Air Attack Branch 7. When you get a moment, can I meet you on air to
right, and the issues with the wind is they just cannot get the aircraft up, and that would be a vital resource that would help in these efforts right now. But until those winds die down and subside, we're in for a long, long day and a really tough firefight.
And we have had wall-to-wall coverage. We will continue to stay on top of the story. We are not going off the air. We are here with you. It is 9:12 right now. We're going to send it over to Belen de Leon. Belen, you have been monitoring these winds, and you've been telling us we're in the middle of it. It's not over, and that's the case right now. We have an entire day to deal with these winds.
We need airdrops. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to happen until the afternoon because the winds aren't expected to improve until we get into
do you have any hand crews inside your branch? And if so, see if we can build a falling mod out of one of the paid crews to get down to Division Juliet, have them tie in with them for a down tree, please.
Humidity continues to be low. That's one of the ingredients that's leading to this high fire danger. And also, those winds have not stopped. Right now, gusts in the Altadena area, 20 miles per hour, not far from there, over in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, also seeing similar gusts. So that just
break,
continues to fan
same
the
traffic
flames,
for any
and
branch. If you get any crews out there, let's see if we can figure out a falling mod to shove over to Division Juliet, go direct to Division Juliet to help with the tree down.
Unfortunately, 5,000 acres have burned. You heard that from the latest news conference. These winds haven't backed off. Gusts upwards of 30 miles per hour. Humidity in that area in single digits.
Correction, night branch 10, day branch 10 on command.
Gusts here close to 70 miles per hour with sustained winds out of the north around 50 miles per hour. So those strong winds continue not only to cause fire danger, but also cause wind damage, down trees, power outages, debris on the road, crosswinds for anybody that's getting behind the wheel. And the current winds, you can see those typical Santa Ana wind-prone spots that are just all lit up because of these very strong winds. Sustained winds over in San Bernardino, almost at 30 miles per hour. Those winds blowing out of the northeast straight over into the coastline in Orange County, and then the other area of concern through the I-5 corridor over the LA Ventura County mountains, blowing out towards Oxnard. Oxnard, sustained winds at 43 miles per hour. It is howling out there. Now take a look at the gusts, because these are the occasional stronger bursts that blow through the area. Very, very gusty through the I-5 corridor, through the Inland Empire, and over into Orange County. Now look at the humidity. Humidity right now is in the teens, but the humidity is expected to drop even more today. So yesterday we had critical to elevated fire conditions.
44 Golf, Yankee Zulu, go ahead.
California. Got to be honest, it looks worse because we have the combination now of the strong winds and even lower humidity than yesterday. So we have extreme fire danger over the San Fernando Valley, the LA, Ventura County mountains. We're already starting to see how that combination of dry
44 Golf
vegetation, low
Division
humidity,
Yankee Zulu
and
on
very
command.
strong
Go
winds
ahead.
can quickly spread fires, and they are very hard to contain. So we are going to see those winds back off, diminish somewhat through the afternoon and evening, but they're not completely going away. And with that low humidity staying in place, red flag warnings will continue in place all the way until tomorrow afternoon. So you've been hearing all of our officials,
Branch
and of
1,
course our anchors on the desk say we're
5800 Alpha.
nowhere near the end of this wind event, and we have to continue to take precautions, not use anything that has an ignition source, and please be very safe because this red flag warning covers most of Southern California. We're in that set phase. Make sure you have your ready, set, go plan in action and that you're ready to evacuate if the officials warrant and they tell you to do so. Guys, back to you.
All right,
Night
thank
Branch
you
10,
very much
Day
for
Branch
bringing
10 on
Jennifer
command.
Gonzalez right now. And one thing that I wanted to point out from that news conference, again, LAUSD is shutting down roughly 100 schools, 10% of the school district because of the fires, because of the air quality. And there are a number of entire school districts right now from Santa Monica and Malibu all the way out east, Pasadena, Altadena, that are shut down right now. So we have a full list of the school closures on our website.
Yeah, I thought I heard a night
lot of people
branch
are also
can
going to
answer.
just, essential employees.
This is Day Branch 10 was assigned, just trying to make access in the fire kind of face-to-face.
Universal Hollywood, they are closed. The park is closed. Universal City Walk is closed. So this is impacting people, even if you're not directly, in the threat of the flames.
Branch
this is
7.
impacting a very wide portion of Southern California.
5200
so
Alpha
please make sure that
on
if you are out
command.
and about, if you're going on with your day, make sure that this is not impacting you. It's impacting the planes, flights,
everything.
Burbank Airport, LAX. So it is impacting everything. All you have to do is look outside and you can see it.
Even driving in, it was so staggering because I'm driving in from the West Valley, right, from West Hills, and you see this wall of
Traffic
smoke,
for Branch
and
7,
you
go
can't
ahead.
see the top of that smoke cloud. That's how giant, it
Hey,
almost
Branch
felt like it
7,
was
this
in
is
the valley,
Strike
but when I
Team
was looking, it was
5200
the
Alpha. We're at the
fire
Zuma
smoke cloud,
ICP.
that
We've been
boom.
assigned to you.
And
What are
it's
your
just as
wishes?
high as can be, and then when you continue to scan it, it's just smoke until you see the Palisades fire smoke. So it's just a horizon of dark clouds, and it's just one of the most frightening scenes I've ever experienced. I'm born and raised here in Southern California.
You'll be assigned to
Never seen
Division
anything like
Uniform
this.
Victor V-Fire 26, and that will be off Piuma. Access Malibu Canyon to Piuma and contact the division on command.
Anything can happen. There can be a minor, traffic accident. Everybody is stretched to the limit.
Can you repeat
so
the
last
division,
thing you
please?
want is to have to call 911 for whatever reason. You just want to stay safe wherever you possibly
Division
can.
Uniform
So
Victor.
we're going to bring Jonathan in. Before we do that, we're going to go to NBC4's Lauren Coronado. You are monitoring the Palisades fire.
5200
Lauren,
Alpha, copy, Uniform
tell
Victor.
us what you're seeing in that area.
Lynette, right
Day
now we're on
Branch 10,
Hartzell
strike
Street
9420
and Sunset Boulevard. This is considered the Alphabet Streets neighborhood of Pacific Palisades.
Look for Branch 10.
We've been here the last several hours. You can see here perhaps how strong the gusts of wind still are right now, and the devastation, the destruction is just so bad. We've driven through multiple streets in the Alphabet Streets neighborhood of Pacific
420
Palisades.
Charlie, and what was the other identifier of the other Charlie?
Just how bad it is out here. We're talking
9440 Charlie.
block after block, destroyed, flattened. We actually had some viewers who were watching us while we were on one of the streets down the way, and they asked us, hey, can you check on
Palisades
our
Air Attack
home?
LAV
And
118.
we did. We had some downtime. We were able to check on
Air
at least
Attack, go ahead.
2
Charlie,
of our viewers'
Branch 10,
homes,
stand by. I'm with Division now. We're trying to figure it out right now.
news to them that their homes did not make it.
Palisades Air Attack LA on V1. You will have tanker 41 from Fox, tanker 01 from San Bernardino, tanker 107 from San Bernardino, tanker 122 from NCC, and Orco Copter 76 to follow with an ET.
Really incredible. This was on Isla Street, and it's just incredible to see one home among dozens that still made it. So there are unfortunately, there are fewer homes that are still standing.
Force 21, do you have 17 up? This is engine 38.
There are homes that just didn't make it. We're talking block after block where these homes are gone. The neighborhood is gone, and there are a few people who we saw walking around. Very, very
traffic
few
Rob.
people, they said they came by to check on their neighbors' homes.
Flight
One
21,
man
go
I
to
spoke
14
with
if you
said
can.
that he had been trying to get back into the neighborhood to see if his father's home made it. Unfortunately, his father's home did not. What you're looking at right now,
Air-Attack,
the
operations on
aftermath
command,
of this
V1.
fire that is still burning out of control.
Operations,
The
Air-Attack, go ahead.
Palisades fire still burning just out of control.
Hey, good morning. This is Day Operations. Just making contact with you, looking for a strategy on what your plan is for today.
They said that there was no predicting where
Morning,
the winds were going to push the fire.
For now, we're looking over
And
at
of
the
course, there were
left
those
flank,
embers,
Division
those
Alpha.
really
The
intense
fire is
embers.
backing
This
down
is an image right here. If you
drainage,
look at this
and
driveway,
we've
these
got
burned out cars.
all
Look at
the air
melted
tankers,
metal.
all the
It's
lats in the
terrible
region
to
on
see all
order.
of this.
When they show up, we'll be
And
getting
we talked with
retarded in there to try
firefighters,
to
and they
prevent
said
it from
how
crossing the drainage.
Containment is tough to even think about right now because you're still seeing.
Yeah, copy that. So
so
looking at
much
that
intense
Mandeville Canyon, which is that
activity
alpha
right
side
now
that you're
as
looking
we
at,
drive
like that.
through this
Look, we'll put that as a
Some homes are still up in flames
to structures
too,
and
resources
utilizing
are
rotor
just
wing
spread thin right
point
now.
protection
You'll
assist
see some fire engines
defense
and
mission,
then
which is
we
the
could go blocks
highest
without seeing any fire personnel.
structures.
We know all
Looking on
hands
the
are on
right
deck. We know that the governor sent down resources from
towards that
NorCal
Topanga
yesterday
Canyon,
when
that's going to
this
be
first
the
started,
next.
and now we
Be
know more
getting fixed wings on that
resources are
right
pouring
flank
in,
to
but it's really
keep
a
it out of
devastating
Topanga Canyon
situation
as it
out
comes
here
around to
in the
Saddle
Alphabet Streets neighborhood.
Saddle Peak Road.
Lynette, Adrian?
Like we just heard either a helicopter or a plane. Are you hearing any? Because there
Copy
doesn't
most
seem to
of
be
what
as
you
much
said,
wind
and
when
yes, we
we
do
spoke
have
to
the
you
rotor
before.
wing in
It looks
on
like
that
things
left
are
flank
relatively
point
calm
protection.
right this moment.
Priority
Did
number
you just
2 will
hear
be
that plane?
Topanga
And it looks
Canyon,
like I actually
Saddle
lost
Peak
you
Road
guys. If you guys are asking
for
me
the
a
fixed
question,
wing.
maybe my photographer Renee Luna can step in
Yeah.
here. Do they
Yeah,
still have our
copy
shot
that.
going?
And can you give me a walk around the fire as best of knowledge where you are, where you know where the edges are, please?
Okay. Okay, well, that's a good sign because we haven't heard or seen any planes in the area. So I don't know if you heard that, Lauren, you were talking at the same time, but that would be amazing if there's a chance to have an area assault on this fire.
And 9440 Charlie, Division Yankee Zulu on command.
Having some trouble hearing us right now. Like you said, Lynette, officials talking about they
Renee
can't
is
get
relaying to me that
aircraft
you guys
up.
are asking about aircraft. Certainly didn't.
Yankee Zulu 9440 Charlie, command.
On the call with you guys or back on into the show with you guys.
Hey,
so I
do
can
you got
hear,
20
but,
Charlie with you?
Renee Luna just being so helpful in.
I think we're a little ahead of them. We're heading down 1 now towards Topanga Canyon.
Renee Luna says he did hear aircraft overhead. I have not heard it just yet.
Yeah, copy. We're still trying to get
Obviously,
lay of the
we're
land
in
and stuff.
desperate need of the aerial
We're up
attack.
off of
We know how
Saddle
helpful
Peak
that is,
Road,
and what a huge resource
between
that is,
Topanga,
what a strategy
or I'm
that
sorry,
is
between
in
like
stopping
Tuna
these
Canyon
intense
Road
fires.
and
You know, we talk
Payuma.
about how few fire engines we
Multiple
see.
structures
Here's one,
being
actually, on
impacted.
Sunset Boulevard down that way.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get up here
Fire
through
engines down the way,
Topanga,
but
though. I don't
gosh,
know if the
there's
road's
just
passable.
So much work ahead of them. It's got to be overwhelming.
Copy. We're going to travel down 1.
Adrian?
Try and get to the location you're at.
Lauren, thank you for that update.
Yeah, if you guys can make your way up to like South Peak Road, up in through there.
One house will burn, the next one may be saved. One house will burn, the next one saved. And this
Firefighter and civilian life safety, structure defense where able.
Absolutely devastating.
Just get done what you
We
can.
will check back with Lauren coming up. But right now we're going to go to NBC.
Copy, Saddle Peak Road, and what's the
Michelle,
TAC?
you're in Altadena.
We're on
I
TAC
heard the
22,
wind, so the wind isn't letting down from where you're
but
at.
this could be
and I see
Tango as
flames.
well.
Tell
We're
us
not
what you're
really
seeing.
sure. So I just monitor the other frequencies.
We're at Midwick and
And then command is working the best.
Heck of a firefight. These people just arrived. This
Copy.
is
I'll
the
advise
home
when we get in the area.
We entered the backyard.
You can relay that to the other Charlie as well.
To show this fire that was in the backyard here. And what
Dave
we're
Wren,
witnessing is
striking 9420
neighbors
Charlie.
coming
I copy
together
that last traffic. South Peak
to
Road.
really just keep this home from burning in flames. 2285 Sinaloa here.
Operations Air
This
Attack
home
on
next to it was
P1.
on fire, and they were making gains here. They were making gains, and then all of a sudden the winds picked up, and you can just see how it's fueling the fire next door as these neighbors desperately try to keep their home from catching fire. They have 2 water hose as they just try to water down the roof and the hedges of the home and the soffits and the rafters.
Palisades
It's
Operations
very
Air
scary
Attack
here,
on
but
P1.
we've seen people staying behind here to just save their homes. there's no services here. It's every man for themselves. And we did have a lull just minutes ago. This is just how scary and unpredictable the situation is that 1 minute it looks like you have a fighting chance, and then the next the winds whip up and fuel the flames here. But this is across the street from Mike and Jenny Rogers. Remember, we met them about an hour ago. They were evacuated yesterday.
Operations from LA City Battalion 9.
The home they went to was then evacuated as well. So they came back home early this morning. There they are right here trying to help out their neighbors. They've been trying to douse this home with water. They started early on because their house is okay. So I believe the father and son are on the roof.
Branch 1, Light Force 21 on command.
This fire here, but this is the home next door that is up in flames, and there's really a lot of homes on Sinaloa that just been destroyed, and it's just like I said,
Light Force
they're giving
21
it one heck of a fighting
from
chance.
Command 42. We're going to be known as Division Charlie. Go ahead with your message for Branch 1.
This is what they're choosing to do. Because
Roger. The fire is jumping Sunset at Amalfi. I know that was our line in the sand. We're committed on one side of Sunset. If you got resources that can commit to the other side of Sunset.
In this neighborhood, because we have seen dozens of homes flattened and destroyed, and people are now starting to come into the neighborhood.
Yeah, Light Force 21, I copy that. Do you have engine 88 with you still?
Who are very emotional, who have come home to nothing. That have had these homes for decades.
I have
and so
I
you
think
just
engine 3 and engine 20 are coming up to marry up with engine 88.
Doing probably, you put yourself in their situation.
Just let me know a location to send them, and then maybe
it's
we
really
can
dark, and it's
go on
really
the other side of
fiery here.
Sunset
There's a lot
to
of
assist you.
explosions,
Copy that?
and there's just no help in sight, and you're just wondering when this is all going to end.
Michelle, I know it's so scary for you
on
as
the
you've been out
360
here.
here, you got trees down.
Yeah, I've been out there all night with us, all morning long. I know how scary it is. I do want to ask you, I see that there's a lot of wind in your area, but we've heard from investigative reporter that an air attack an airborne commander and a survey plane in the water. 3 water-dropping helicopters have launched.
Operations from LA City Battalion 9.
Contact for Eric Leonard.
Here we have a fire truck showing up. Maybe they're gonna. Maybe they're gonna come and help. All right.
This is incredible, given Michelle, you said you hadn't seen resources all morning.
We have a water tender here that just arrived. They just drove away.
We know how frustrating that is for everybody who is there. But again, Michelle, we do know that the air attack is launching, and that is a good sign now that the sun is up, and hopefully the winds have died down just enough to get them back in the air. It's just heartbreaking to see these people still on their rooftops.
Yeah, we know
that
that
house
lives
is still
are
standing.
right. Maybe they're whipping around. Maybe they're whipping around. So there's again some hope here that maybe they'll make a stop here to put this fire out. Again, now there's another fighting chance. So this home is still comes on the way. Here we got it. Joel, they're turning around. Riverside County, please stop. Yeah. All right.
Task Force 43 from engine 565.
We're with you, Michelle. We're not going anywhere. So
we
we're
had
gonna just
another
continue to
neighbor
watch.
just wave them down. Okay, guys, stay with us because, oh my goodness.
Well, it may be tough to see these images and see
You
those
gotta
fire
give it to
engines
these
and
folks,
fire
you know?
apparatus driving by. There is a strategy to what they do. They may have looked at this home and thought that's a total loss. But what
Operations
is the house
from
next door,
LA City
where these
Battalion
people are
9.
standing on top of trying to save their own home. Well, the home next door is burning. This is the biggest
Here we
threat to
got
their
him.
home right now. Michelle, go ahead.
Joel, we got the fire coming through. Watch out. We got Riverside County Cal Fire. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Praise the Lord. I mean, they're gonna really douse this fire here.
This is all you could hope for.
Neighbors coming together to help out with what they could.
Come get down, they'll save your house. Come on, Eric.
Ops from
Absolute chaos.
Branch 1 from
No, in the best way, Michelle, because they're there,
It just
right.
came through and absolutely, we got water going everywhere, and God, it's never felt so good to be doused with water right now. God
We're
bless
going to
these
stay
guys.
with you, Michelle. We
You
just want
guys
to
saw
remind
how
our
close-
viewers. We just want to remind our viewers that there's some technical issues. This is breaking news, so you will see the picture maybe freeze here and there. We can hear you, Michelle, but we're going to stand by. We're going to stick with you.
All right, Joel, come back to the front, Joel, if you can.
Branch 1
Come
from
on back.
Juliet
Come up
on
to
command.
the front, Joel. I don't know what visuals. We have the homeowner right here. Sir, what's your name?
Eric Fiedler.
Eric, we were just watching. Is that your son, sir?
Yeah, that's my son Chris.
Oh my goodness, what time did you guys make it back to your house?
Just
40
got
Charlie.
here about 30 minutes
Yankee Zulu.
ago, and I thought everything would be fine, but the two houses to the left and everything to the north of us is just toast, and our neighbors were on our roof helping.
I know, the Rogers, we were here from the
Isn't that
early morning.
great?
They were the first one
Oh
to come
my
in.
God.
Joel even got a water hose too. And
Yeah, I saw him. Thank you. You were awesome. He's on the roof.
He had one hand with the water hose and one hand with the camera.
Thank
and then we saw them pass by. We thought they were going to
Operations from LA City Battalion 9.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, we were
It's
just
just it's a
watching this
tragedy. I've never seen it come down this low before. I mean, we've had fires.
94, this is Alpha, air attack on command, repeat. Command.
Chris, I saw you dousing yourself with water too. Were you getting burned by the embers that were coming?
Oh, it was all the radiant heat coming off
Division
of there.
Alpha,
I
air
felt like
attack
I was
on
catching on
command.
fire a little bit. So I had to keep myself cool. I was freaking out. I didn't want to panic.
You know, I've seen a couple of homeowners give it a fighting chance to save their home here, and it looks like that's what we're seeing. It came so close to being engulfed in flames. Wow, what made you guys come back? Where were you about an hour ago?
We were staying in Laverne with my mom's parents. I woke up about 6:45 this morning. I checked the news and found out it had come down to Brayburn, so my dad and I just jumped in the truck.
9440 Charlie. Yankee Zulu on command.
Yeah.
Just went through.
Yeah.
I saw you guys going up the ladder. I saw your dad, shakily going up the ladder.
Go ahead for 9440 Charlie.
To blow 'em off.
Hey, if you guys are utilizing Tuna Canyon, it's not going to be passable coming from the south up to Saddle Peak Road, just FYI.
Copy. Currently on Highway 1. We were going to come up to Topanga Canyon and try that.
It's not over yet. It's not over.
Yeah, copy. Just make sure you take Tuna Canyon if you end up using it. Just work it south towards Saddle Peak, but north is a no-go.
Our friends, like Glenn said, some of
Copy.
us is just
South
it's
towards
close
Saddle
enough.
Peak.
Thankfully, we have fire insurance. Yeah.
All right. I'm so happy you and your dad are safe. Okay.
Branch 1, striking 20 to 1 Alpha
So
on
yeah,
command.
this is their house right now that's been spared. And over here is Mary and her husband, the Rogers. So okay, so they put the hose up, but now we got this other engine that's spraying the house down. So yeah, we got a double dose from Riverside County. And the scary thing is now, people are trying to get through. This is where it gets gnarly, and this is where you don't want to get in the way of what they're trying to do here. This is just
Branch 7,
incredible work that
Division
LA
Alpha
County
on
Fire. This is LA County Fire. So the other truck was Riverside County. This guy's getting it good, just dousing this home, protecting the home next door of that father and son that we just spoke to.
Well, Michelle, that was an amazing thing to watch in real time after seeing you and Joel do whatever you could. Joel grabbing the fire hose with one hand, as you said, and the camera
Branch
with the
1,
other.
striking 20 to 1
Watching
Alpha
you throughout
on
the
command.
night. We've lost your signal a little bit. Excuse me, but to watch that happen in real time.
Operations, Branch 10.
Absolutely stunning. It was scary at first when we first got to that scene. We have Camilla Rambaldi joining us here now. She'll be joining me on the desk shortly. But yeah, I mean, you had two people on the roof just trying to save their neighbor's house and really trying to protect their own home. And then to watch those fire trucks
Operations,
come up
Branch 10 on command.
right back down the hill. Just an incredible sight there. but just frightening. That's the real situation. The live shot alone is the real situation of what's going on out there. Everything's very dynamic, moving very quickly, and we are going to stay on the air as long as it takes to get you through this. The good news is we did learn within the last 10 minutes or so from our investigative reporter Eric Leonard that there are now firefighting planes back in the air, something that has been a devastating problem with the high winds throughout the last 24 hours. Really, we've almost been on the air 24 hours. And thankfully, this morning, we're now starting to see some of those water-dropping helicopters, some lead planes get up there in the Palisades fire, and hopefully we can start seeing the same thing over the Eaton fire soon.
Absolutely. 24 hours. We've been here. We're not going anywhere. I'm going somewhere. You're going to come in, and then we will be back with you overnight as well to keep you posted on what's happening, because we are still in the middle of all of this.
Still far from over as we continue to monitor these conditions.
We know that we're battling 3 major wildfires right now, technically 4, the Woodley fire, but the ones we're keeping a focus on right now, the Palisades fire burning at 5,000 plus acres. More than 1,000 structures have burned are destroyed in that fire. We anticipate that number to go up as soon as there are specialized aircraft that can go up and measure all the acreage, and then the firefighters as boots on the ground, once they're stopped fighting these
Operations
fires,
Branch 10 on command.
they can start getting a better idea of how many structures have truly been lost. We're also monitoring the Eaton fire, broke out yesterday in the Altadena area, also affecting La Cañada, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, as well as parts of the Angeles National Forest, and that is where we saw Michelle Valles just now, where we've seen at least 2,200 acres burned there. At least 100 buildings there have burned, and again, we're also anticipating that number to rise as well in both the Palisades and Eaton fires, the 2 biggest that we've been following over the last nearly 24
I need to place an order for any type strike teams into Branch 10 when you're ready. I know it'll be a long shot, but need to get what we can.
Within the last 10 to 15 minutes, our investigative reporter Eric Leonard reporting aircraft are finally back in the air, the biggest and best resource that firefighters have to fight these major devastating wildfires. They are now able to slowly launch those planes. Now that
the request would be for 10, and the reporting would be Saddle Peak and Tunica. So access most likely going to have to come from the 101 side up Topanga Canyon.
Just yet. Right now, we want
the west side is going to be roads are going to be impacted with fire and power lines.
Location right now, Alex, are you with us right now?
Yeah, copy that.
Alex.
I'm on La Paz Road on the opposite side of the neighborhood of where Michelle Valles is, and pretty much the same story out here. Neighbors helping neighbors. I've seen some homes get saved. Sure, I want to talk to you real quick.
Affirmative, 10-10.
Saved this home all morning. What happened here?
Yeah, copy that. For about 2 hours trying to use the hose. As soon as I went over here, started helping out, the attic went up in flames. Firefighters come. There's not much you can do, man. You know, where's the resources? You know.
But you live out here, and I saw you actually save some homes with some of the other neighbors.
Division off command. I live 45 minutes away.
And you came out here to try to help?
Yeah.
I've seen you pulling hose out here, helping the fire department.
Go for Division Alpha. I do the best I can. You know, I'm just a simple man.
Thank you, sir, John. And we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing a lot of civilians get involved here. You can look at these 2 guys there. They do live in the neighborhood. They've been pulling fire hose. The fire department isn't advising that they do that. However, they are taking the help. As you can see, this home here is going to be a total loss because the flames are already in the attic. They're trying to do the best they can to try to keep the flames away from the adjacent homes, try to keep it cool. And I've been with the LA County Fire engine number 8 all morning long. I got here about 1 o'clock in the morning. Since I got here, I've seen about 9 homes go up. And these guys, though, have been able to save about 7. And so it's one of those things where, depending on how the wind shifts and how the embers are flying, is determining whether or not they can at least get ahead of it. But right now they can't, because what they're doing is, here's this one on fire now. That one across the street burned, and then the one next to that one actually was saved. Now this homeowner here has a classic car, and he found it a priority to make sure that he got this out. Sir, that's your car, right? Yeah, but you were helping. I saw you pulling some fire hose. It seems like a lot of neighbors are helping each other out now.
That's right.
Tell me about that. What's compelling you guys to all kind of come together out here? Instead of evacuating, you guys are staying and helping.
No, we came back. So we came back in the morning, so just to help, because we heard the kind of like in our group message that there's like we have fire. So we just came back. We started from that area. There was a house there burned out, so now it's this one. So we just helping.
I saw some neighbors using buckets. So you guys are using whatever you can. I saw another neighbor with a fire extinguisher.
Hose around anyone, and then just like use water and whatever we can.
At what point, though, sir, the fire is pretty much surrounding you here. At what point do you say, hey, it's too close, I got to go?
I don't know. That's kind of like, whatever we feel. We try to stay as long as we can, and if it's not possible, we just leave.
But your home is still standing there across the street?
Yes, on the other street.
How many years have you lived here?
Operations
We just moved
from
here like 3 months ago.
Wow. And you never thought something like this was ever going to happen?
Never.
Were you prepared to evacuate if you had to?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. So as you can see, guys, there's a lot of people trying to help each other. Let me change this filter real quick here. There's a lot of neighbors helping each other out. Fire department wants people to evacuate, but these neighbors feel compelled to stay here and help fight the flames. Like I said, I saw a couple homes that were actually saved by the neighbors themselves because the fire departments are spread so thin out here, the resources. So once again, this one here on La Paz is going to be a total loss only because the fire's already in the attic. But the mentality is keep water on it, keep it cool to try to save the one next to it right there. So let me pan one more time before I let you guys go here. Let me walk across the street here. And I saw, Pam, you live there, right?
I live on the street down there.
How is your home right now?
Operations, are you trying to contact Division Alpha?
So many, neighborhood houses are burning. It's so upsetting. It's so heartbreaking.
I saw you out here helping as well.
Yes, I just came to do whatever I can. I mean, I don't know what I can do if there's hoses or anything, but we are just trying to do the best we can.
But you are ready to leave if you have to?
Definitely, yes. We have evacuated. We just came to see how the street is. We are at our friend's house in southern Pasadena. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Jonathan, as you can see, a lot of neighbors are still sticking around here trying to help each other out. This home here was actually saved by a couple neighbors with garden hoses. So, but once again, the fire department doesn't advise you do that, but these homeowners, these residents, these neighbors are refusing to leave. And as you can see, they're watching each other's rooftop. This gentleman doesn't even live here, but he's been going back and forth just making sure that the neighbor's house that actually did burn down, that the embers aren't landing on the rooftop of this one. And as you can see, the fire hoses are the garden hoses are out in every single house, and as embers or little spot fires start, they get on it right away. So that's kind of the latest here on this side of La Paz Road here in Altadena. I'll send it back to you guys.
And Alex, we want to remind our viewers, we can't condone people staying in their neighborhoods, but inevitably in these situations, those who don't heed the warnings, they often, they stay back to try to fight these fires for their neighbors, communities, like you said, Alex, coming together. Before we let you go, Alex, and we see these devastating images of those firefighters trying to put out the flames of this home to hopefully save the ones next to it. Talk about the winds, because we have seen the brunt of it now behind us, but those winds are still whipping where you are, it seems.
Jonathan, they are. I cover the Inland Empire on a daily basis, and I can tell you that I've never seen winds like this in LA County. They've been sustained. I've been out here since a little after midnight, and they have not stopped. You'll have little short times, like the little bursts where maybe they'll let up a little bit, but not for very long. I'm used to covering fires, and at night the fire will lay down, and that's when the firefighters can actually get an advantage. Being here overnight was when they peaked, and these firefighters were on the defense, and watching how they were operating, they had to get water on some houses that were starting to burn and then quickly try to get in front of where the embers were landing. And I actually saw several embers flying about 2-3 blocks away, because you can see them up in the air and they're carrying a long distance. So these winds are definitely playing a major role, and this is a wind-driven fire, and it's going to be a while until these guys can get the upper hand on any of these homes here in the neighborhood.
I think the one consistent thing, Alex, is so many of us, including my colleague Camila Rambaldi in here, we all grew up here in Southern California, and I keep hearing the same thing. This is the worst that we have ever seen in our lives. Alex Vasquez on the ground there, by himself, mind you, manning the camera, interviewing people. Alex, continue to be safe while you're out there covering the Eaton fire that continues to burn in this Altadena neighborhood, also affecting parts of Pasadena and Sierra Madre as well.
Yeah, Jonathan, something else to add here, just how quickly things can change. I was out there yesterday in Pacific Palisades, and firefighters just can't catch a break. They're trying to, control flames in one home, and then they're moving on to another structure. So Alex just gave us a great example of how quickly things can change with those intense winds just engulfing those homes and homeowners. around just doing everything they can to protect their property.
And I haven't been out on this particular fire, but I have experienced this in other fires, and you were out there. So tell me, I mean, the winds are shifting one direction, a minute later they're going the other way. There's no way for firefighters to really get a true sense of where the fires are going to spread to.
Exactly. And yesterday, another example, we were speaking to a homeowner that just arrived to check her home, and the flames on the neighboring house, they were so close to her home, so she ran out there with the hose, but unfortunately those flames were just so intense she had to just pack up and leave because it was obviously putting her life in danger.
Division Uniform Victor,
NBC4
Strike Team 5200 Alpha on command.
We're in Palisades there. Brittany, where are you exactly?
So right now we're standing right on Coastline Drive. It's the first block up from QCH.
5200 Alpha, go for Uniform Victor, command.
I just have to tell you, it's such a privilege.
Sir, we've been assigned to you, and we're at Payuma Road and Malibu Canyon Road. What are your wishes?
About your home being destroyed here on this broadcast. Sorry, I'm holding on to Enrique here. The winds are so powerful, but this is what we're seeing right now on Coastline Drive.
Yeah, I'm going to reassign you to Division Papa. He has all the Alphas working PCH, so you can go and check in with Division Alpha on D-Fire 26 is what they're operating on, but yeah, feel free to go on command if you need to.
Really focusing a lot on this home.
Yeah, I copy. Reassigned to Division Papa. We'll get him on V-Fire 26. Thank you.
Coastline on the block above us, which is Wake Crest. On the block above that, this neighborhood west of the Getty Villa, I would say it's about 50-50.
Branch 5, Division 9. If you come down to the original ICP, I can download with you some more information.
And it's one of those things, you never know why something stands and something doesn't, but we've been watching since this morning all of these embers that have been jumping. Oh, you know what I just found here? You know, you never wanted to make sure it's not hot. Looks like some sort of tea kettle. This is,
Night Division Juliet, Division 9. Yankee Zulu on command.
Of this live on our broadcast, but here on this stretch of coastline, it's just home after home, and a lot of vehicles as well that have burned. Again, the block above us, Wake Crest, we're seeing
Branch 5, Juliet on command.
Homes that are completely destroyed, and then a line of 3 or 4 more homes that aren't. Oh wow, we just got, you know, here I was listening to our broadcast. I'm so glad that there's aircraft over where Lauren is, because I can tell you here
from
west of the Getty
Division
Villa,
Charlie.
it is so windy. We've almost gotten knocked down multiple times. I don't know if there would be any way for them to do that safely here. Another home. So what is this? Home 1, 2, 3. This is the third home in a row. This is 10321. That's the address here with that car in the driveway. And this garbage can, I mean, you never know what's going to survive. I still see wine bottles and cans.
Division Charlie from Night Ops.
But up and down Coastline
We might be able to relay a message to Day Ops.
There's a lot of fire engines, a lot of fire trucks.
Yeah, Night Ops from Division Charlie. Hey, I need a water drop at 1702 Altamira, if possible. Can you see if you can get a hold of Air Ops, see if they can coordinate a water drop?
Now, during that press conference earlier, you were looking at live photos of a massive home that was burning. That was on Wake Crest above us
Yeah,
here.
can you repeat the street so we can validate, and then we'll work on getting you a drop.
And you can see in this driveway.
Drop.
Copy.
Like
Alta, ALTA, Mura.
I believe that's
I think
the
it's
front door here behind this.
MURA.
And then the home next to it as well, with 2 more cars in that
Okay,
driveway.
copy that. We'll verify and let you know, and then we'll have them go direct with you.
And I have to tell you personally,
Copy that.
I
Thanks
spent
for the
a
relay.
lot of time in this neighborhood. One of my best friends lives here.
Division Charlie, operations, Day Ops on V1.
I'm so devastated for everyone who is
Going
going
for Division
through
Charlie
this.
on V1.
This is just the unimaginable. Whether you've lost cars.
Yeah, I heard you needed a request for a drop. Go ahead and go direct with Air Attack and get that road wing over to you.
This is a nightmare. I've never seen like anything like this. Growing up in Los Angeles, the winds
Copy that. I'm having issues getting out.
are so powerful. Okay, it looks like we have another engine.
Okay, stand by. I'll give you. I'll try air attack. Break. Air attack operations on D1.
Who have felt comfortable asking us to check their homes.
Operations air attack. Go ahead.
What we do is truly a public
Air attack
service.
operations. Can you go direct with Division Charlie? They're requesting a water drop from a copter.
If you're just going off your social media feed and things can be so
That's a firm. And can you tell me where geographically Division Charlie is on the fire?
we're able to give you a better
Division Charlie, if you're looking from the northest point, looking towards the, from the heel, looking towards the ocean, it's going to be basically the left shoulder. So east side of the fire moving towards, closer to Santa Monica.
We've been talking about power lines a lot.
East side, left shoulder.
We tried to get to Palisades High from PCH going up to
That's
Mesco.
Division Charlie. You just need one helicopter to come do a drop for you.
All down PCH, there were a lot of power lines.
Yeah, if we can get one helicopter to support our ground resources at 1702 Alta,
In this
Mura,
neighborhood, though, it seems like a lot of those power
ground
lines have been
contact will be Light Force 21.
At least from what we can see, all we see here are street lights.
1702 Altamira, ground contact, Light Force 21.
Can be critical when you're trying to battle a fire.
Copy that,
and
Light Force
may
21.
be the reason why some homes are still standing is because we didn't have power lines collapse here. But it's just, I'm just so sorry for folks. There's also another small block down below us. There, it's kind of an inlet off coastline. And down there as well, it's every other
Branch
home
5,
is standing, is burned,
Division
is
Juliet,
burned.
on command.
So it seems that fire crews
Go ahead for Branch 5.
focus on this block right now.
Hey, where you at,
We're
Rick?
gonna see, we're attached to our AirPods, and I want to make sure.
Just tied in Division Mike and working my way into Juliet.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be rendezvousing with tomorrow's branch
Okay, you still have
at
us. I just wanna
the
make
old
sure
ICP.
because we have
I
our
believe it's
earpieces in, but it's so
John Wayne.
windy. And I want to make sure we're still connected.
Okay, is that at the bottom of Sunset?
Really strong gust of wind, and you can see that this is why we
negative,
say
I
it's
just
not
left
over,
Sunset.
because
Are
this
you back there?
The worst has already happened, but these
Okay, we're at Will Rogers. I'll try and meet you there.
underneath all of that rubble, kicking up those
I
small
copy. I believe
flames.
that's
And with that, we've seen embers
where tomorrow's
travel
branch
up
is gonna
to a
meet me.
few miles with this fire.
Perfect. I'll try and meet you there.
And I just hope that as the afternoon goes on, as the
9420 Charlie, 9440 Charlie on B1.
some water drops in this neighborhood west of the Getty Villa
9420 Charlie.
because it sure needs it up the blocks as well.
Happy take Highway 1 to 27. 27 will be passable. There's a couple spots where it's washed out, but you'll be able to drive through and get up to the top of Saddle Peak where they need to work. We're almost there now.
Right above the Getty Villa.
I copy. We turned off from a different road. I'll go ahead and
Clearly, this firefight
Because of
continues,
these
Brittany.
winds,
Yes.
Highway 20.
Well, Brittany, quickly, I just want to reiterate some information from our Eric.
I copy. 1 to 27, then follow it up. Give me a call.
There are limited helicopter water drops that are now being made in the Mandible Canyon area. They're focused on trying to prevent fire there from spreading eastwards towards the canyon. It's unclear how far that is from your location right now, whether these helicopters will be effective, but this is a big turn in this firefight because of the winds. They haven't been able to fly. That's something that's been extraordinarily frustrating for fire officials and law enforcement, that they haven't been able to get up in the air. But again, the good news is a little bit there in the Palisades fire. They are starting to do water drops in specific areas. 2 more air tankers are inbound to the area now, as well as we continue to see this.
The ground contact is going to be engine 205 on Altamira.
Brittany's vantage point, this neighborhood just truly flattened.
Division
You know,
Charlie,
typically,
attack
you've covered
copy.
fires for
Engine
years now.
205.
We have a thing on our screen that says 1,000 buildings, but when we say that, we
Division
mean mostly
X-ray,
homes.
40.
These are people's homes.
Alpha
This is where people
on
live. You said that
V1.
your own friend lost their own home in this fire and that you had to break the news to them.
I did. And they're up a block from here. And it's certainly the call you don't want to make. It's so personal, and I've covered so many of these. And when people who lose their homes are willing to talk to someone on the news about what's going through their head and what they're feeling and what they've lost, I just give them the utmost respect. Because it's unimaginable. And here in the Palisades, we've seen entire neighborhoods flattened. And I have multiple friends who are evacuated in the Palisades and in the Santa Monica and Brentwood area. One friend confirmed with a home lost. Another friend believes their father-in-law's home up on Sunset may have been lost as well, but I wasn't able to access that again because power lines and service, it's just been a real challenge. But all fires are personal. This is more than 1,000 families who have to figure out what to do next and where to go and who to stay with. And it's going to be a long journey. You know, I had a friend text me, is there any way I can go home over the next few days? And I said, I really don't think so. These winds just aren't stopping. And because there's so many homes that have, oh, wait, Enrique, watch out. There's a police coming. Because so many homes are flattened, there's feet of rubble, and underneath that is still those hot spots, and that's what we're seeing. So it's going to be a long time. You know, this sign, though, I can tell you from spending time in this neighborhood, children and pets at play, and this neighborhood
Operations Branch 5.
there's a ton of families, a lot of young families, and a lot of elderly people as well. Neighbors always out chatting with each other. It's a really beautiful place. You know, up here, Enrique, as well, I want to make sure that you're safe as you step up onto this curb. But this just, it breaks my heart on this home, and I'm not sure where this debris came from. But down here you see a little child's drawing.
Branch 1 from Division Alpha
In a pink
on
dress.
command.
Enrique, can you see that? Right there. And then over here.
Division Alpha, Branch 1, go ahead.
I don't want to touch anyone's property. This is so sensitive, but I see something that says what I like. It's a child's book where they drew out what I like. Over there is a wrapper for a Barbie toothpaste, a Barbie toothbrush. It must have been so scary last night. You know, luckily my friend who was here, she evacuated early. They and their extended family and everyone who is here is safe. But there's been so much that has been lost, not just in this fire, but in Altadena as well. And it's going to be a really long few days. Early this morning, if you were with us on Today in LA, we were on Sunset and PCH, and that's where we watched the Waldorf School, part of that caught on fire.
Branch 7, Division Papa on V1.
The wind just picked up that trash can.
Papa, Branch
and just
7.
blew it all the way across the street.
Yes, sir, I've got a request for ground support if you want me to go direct to the hospital.
At one point, they're so exhausted, they were just sitting on their hose together because there was so much pressure.
Affirm, go direct with your ground support request.
We're going to cross the street here so we can show you some of the homes down below.
Break. Operations Division Papa
So again, we're
on
right
command.
above PCH. The ocean is just a few hundred feet from us. So we'll show you up here. Yeah, this is the case, right? All of these trash cans. But look at this home. The number on this one is 18268. And then I can't tell if 18310 is another home or if that's the home that's still standing. A lot of the signs have been warped. But this is a perfect example. And if Enrique, if you turn the camera to the left, all of those homes are still standing. This is what happens when you have winds like this, and it takes an ember, and it just goes to different homes, and you never know what's going to catch. So again, if you're just joining us live, this is the neighborhood west of the Getty Villa. We're standing right now on Coastline Drive. Above us is Wakecrest Drive. A large amount of homes in this neighborhood are completely ruined.
Branch 1 for Division Charlie.
Heartbreaking, Brittany, to see the images and hearing about
Division Charlie, Branch 1, go ahead.
Evacuating. We're so glad they are okay.
Yeah, we're going to need PD to shut down Mandeville. We've got a lot of civilian vehicles up here, and we just need to make sure that we
yesterday, Brittany,
don't let
so
any
frightening
vehicles
to see
in.
all those
We're going to
cars
work on
stuck
getting everybody
trying
out.
to head down the hill just to get to safety. So many people stuck there. It's just some of the most horrific scenes we've ever seen here in Southern California, and what's those winds? Relentless, continuing still at this hour, even though we were told overnight that would be the worst of it. You can see where Brittany is, at least. They are still whipping as fast
Operations
as
Division Papa on command.
Just flying everywhere, being out there yesterday. You can just, it's nonstop. So.
Well, it is just
Go for
about 10
operations.
o'clock right now. We have been on the air for 23 hours now, nonstop, getting you
Operations
through this
Division
fire,
Papa,
tracking this wildfire emergency
request
happening
for ground
in Southern
support
California. We're
when you're ready
tracking
to
4
copy the
fires
address.
right now. We want to thank you for being with us here at 10 o'clock. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Camilla Rambaldi. There was one fire burning then, and now there are 4. Let's give you a rundown of what we know so far. The Sunset Fire in Pacific Palisades.
Hey, Division Papa, stand by. I'll get a contact number for ground support to help you out so you can go direct.
5,000 acres have burned there. More than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica. There's also the Eaton Fire, which is burning in Altadena. That started at 6 o'clock last night. Tragically, 2 people have been killed there. More than 2,200 acres have been destroyed.
We are also following a fire still burning in Sylmar. This is the one in
the
first fire. This started about 10:30 last night. More than 500 acres there have burned.
I was trying to see where the nearest water, since all the water shut off up here. We're doing some good work up here on the peak and all that stuff.
That one burned 75 acres in the Sepulveda Basin, but it
work on
sounds
that.
like fire.
Sure, the water system's down and may have to go back down Pepperdine. I'm not familiar with the other water source now. Work on that. Putting in requests in for water tenders as well.
Have been working to save their neighbors.
Copy that, and obviously fuel is going to be an issue probably in another hour or two.
Using buckets of water, really doing anything until firefighters arrive to help.
That's been a nonstop firefight. We now want to head over to Stephanie with more of a breakdown of these winds and what that timeline looks like, Stephanie, for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, absolutely, Jonathan, Camilla. I mean, we've been on it. I was here at 11 a.m. when I was here getting ready for my weatherhead, and that's when we started with 2 acres at the Pacific Palisades. So it's just very sad and just heartbreaking to see what has happened in 23 hours. I want to go over and check out, this is the live satellite of view from space. This is what we call the fire temperature. You see the bright colors. You see where we have the Pacific Palisades fire burning.
Hey, all resources in uniform, Victor or Papa today. Comp plan change. Switching over to
Altadena, that has expanded in the past several hours because of those strong winds. I want to go over and just dissect certain areas where we have these fires burning. And we first start things up over in the Palisades fire around this general area and checking out a couple of observation sites nearby. We have Topanga Beach. You see gusts around 40 miles an hour there. They're in the Santa Monica Mountains. It was earlier today. We were experiencing gusts over 80 miles an hour, still gusting pretty good at 60 miles an hour out your way. So the winds have not let up maybe a little bit in some spots, but we're still in the thick of it. We're still in the brunt of it all. And eventually, as we head into later on this afternoon, we start to get the winds start to slightly wind down a little bit, but still gusting pretty good around the areas here. As we go over where the Eaton Fire is burning, I'm talking about gusts around 20 miles an hour in Altadena. Nearby, we're seeing gusts close to 40 miles an hour. So it's still gusting around 30 to 40 miles an hour in this general area where the Hearst Fire is burning in Sylmar. We do have gusts right around the area of Granada Hills, right around 14 miles an hour, 43 mile per hour gusts nearby where we have that fire burning at the Ridgetop site. And lastly, the Woodley Fire that's burning here in the Van Nuys area. We do have gusts in Van Nuys close to 30 miles an hour. So this is what we have going on. And as we zoom out, and you see typically the wind-prone areas here, Santa Clarita down to Van Nuys and LAX, we're looking at gusts anywhere between 25 to 30 miles an hour out this way, and also gusts around 30 to 40, even over 40 miles an hour, continuing in spots like San Bernardino, Riverside, and look down into Santa Ana. Gusts right around 60 miles an hour. So again, we're still dealing with the strongest winds as we continue this morning. And the humidity, that's been very low. It remains pretty low across the area, down into the teens in Ontario. 23% there in West Covina, down into the teens in downtown LA. So this is the issue. It will continue to get drier as we continue throughout the day, as we have the offshore flow continuing to dry things out across the area. And because of the winds, as we continue today, we do have the red flag warning that remains in effect across much of the area here. So the fire threat is still very much ongoing as we continue from Ventura County all the way down into the Inland Empire. Of course, if you live around some of these areas where we have the fires burning, I want to bring in meteorologist Shauna Mendiola because, you know, I live in the Glendale area. You have the Eaton Fire, and the air quality is just horrible.
Everywhere. Right?
Everywhere. Yeah. And then it's not just the smoke. You know, you have some of the chemicals. You don't know what's in these homes, right? You have the chemicals burning. So the air quality is just really bad.
We started off the morning and we had a lot of those live shots and it looked like fog out there, but no, that is all wildfire smoke along with that chemical or whatever was burning up in there. Bad for our lungs, especially for those inland near those fiery spots. I want to show you what the air quality is. This morning we had 2 spots with hazardous air quality. Check out the scale here. Good is in green. You go down to the worst of it all, and that is hazardous. And we have 2 locations today that are indicating that we have hazardous air. That is for downtown LA into the foothills of LA County. So near the Eaton fire, that's where the smoke is the worst. And we are seeing those winds blow towards the southeast. So that is kind of why the smoke is drifting in that direction. If you live in the Inland Empire, you're also seeing very unhealthy air at this time. So today recommended that you wear a P95 mask or N100 mask if you have to head out. We have got really bad air basically everywhere. Although the current readings are at a moderate near the beaches, that smoke is going to drift in your direction. So keep those windows and doors closed today. We are going to be looking at a wildfire smoke advisory till 5 o'clock
Division
this
Papa,
afternoon.
9460
Would not
Charlie.
be surprised if this continues to be expanded into maybe Orange County as that smoke drifts. And we also see this expanded possibly.
What's your location so I can be able to?
Tomorrow. Now, more importantly, when do these winds start to die down? We have had
Go ahead,
really
LPD.
gusty conditions overnight. You could even call them scary winds. I have not experienced winds like this in the 10 years that I've been here in Los Angeles. I have not seen conditions like this, and I have never been so nervous. And to see it affect so many people has just been devastating. We've seen wind again here all morning long, the worst of it, and we're still kind of in the thick of those winds, and we're still waiting for them to die down. And it's not going to be till 3 o'clock where we start to see a little bit of improvement. So a very gradual decline in winds until we get to about 6 o'clock. So we are still about 8 hours away before we see any improvement where we could get some help from these winds to die down. Before that, with the firefighters having really a lot of issues in terms of fighting these fires because of those winds. If you look at the winds here tonight, they start to die down, but I do want to point out that we will have another round of wind possible, Santa Ana winds, as we hit to Thursday into Friday. So there's going to be an additional round of really gusty wind coming in here as we head to the end of the week. So we're not done yet. Although we will see it kind of take a pause here tonight, they could possibly get a grasp and get some help from Mother Nature. But then we get to Thursday night and into Friday and those winds return. We really need that humidity, right? It has been dry, but you can see that we haven't had much of any help from those winds. We're not going to see that till Friday afternoon when we get an onshore direction. So notice how those winds will start to come in from the west and inland. That'll help with the humidity. That'll help firefighters get a little bit more of that ocean air to help bring that humidity up, because right now the air is dry.
40 Charlie Yankee Zulu on command.
Already, and with the wind kind of fanning those flames, it is spreading and it is sending embers miles away to some spots where we've seen in neighborhoods where one house will be on fire and then the next one will be saved, and it's all because the wind kind of navigates these embers, and wherever they fall, that's where those fires spread. So we're going to be monitoring the winds for you. Again, still looking at very gusty conditions right now. A slow decline through the afternoon until we get to about 3 o'clock, and I think by 6 we're really going to notice a change in those winds. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Shauna, I think that's been the thing here is we usually hear about embers flying maybe a mile, maybe a mile and a half, and this particular fire 3 to 5 miles. Wow. Without any direction.
9440 Charlie, Yankee Zulu.
Where these winds are going to go at any given minute, the wind's changing minute to minute. It's just frightening. Shauna, thank you for that update.
Go ahead for 40 Charlie.
Yeah. And right now we want to get
Yeah,
to
9434 Golf is going to have to access up to Panga towards you guys. They'll contact you in the area.
Hey, Jonathan and Camilla, we are inside
copy. Just confirm we're routed to Fire 22.
And as you can see behind me, it is packed with folks who have either had to evacuate or they were given a warning to evacuate. All of these folks came from their homes in and around the Eaton Canyon area. In fact, I was actually affected by the Eaton Canyon fire myself. I just came here after evacuating my daughter and my dog to a safe location at a friend's home, and then joined photographer Christopher Lee here in this center to just show you the impact of what's been happening. It's wide and grand. I'm in the Eagle Rock Highland Park area, so from that Altadena area to there, it's about a 10-minute drive on the 210. It just kind of shows you sort of the distance of where the evacuations are happening at this
unit contact in Yankee Zulu, can you repeat identifier?
You can see here are folks coming in. What we've learned from the Office of Emergency Management of LA County is these folks are evacuated from a senior center here locally nearby. They've been here. You can see folks that are on stretchers, they're in wheelchairs. There's folks that need some special attention and some medical attention. So at this point, they are getting folks from the Department of Mental Health, from Public Health, to come
Are you guys at Zuma?
and assist folks, give assessments on the spot, and see, okay, do we need to take any one of
I
these
copy.
people?
Just go ahead and stage there.
We do know the Red Cross is
I'm
here.
still
People
trying to
have
tie
been,
in with
getting
Knight, Zulu.
water and other assistance, and kind of
I'll
just
get back to
waiting
you.
it out. And I want to talk to a friend of mine here that I just met. Do you mind if I sit with you real quick? You guys are from the Pasadena area, right?
Yeah.
What's your name, sweetheart?
My name is Jasmine.
Jasmine. So you're
Branch
here with
one
your family.
from
Tell me a little bit about
Division
like when you
Alpha
got here and why you
Command.
got here.
Yeah, so I woke up around 4 in the morning.
Division Alpha, Branch 1, go ahead.
Text on my phone, everyone checking in if I was okay, friends and family. And I Googled and I saw what was happening. And I ran to the closet and
Branch 1,
I
Division
jumped out of
Alpha.
bed to my husband here.
Just be advised, we
as
have
soon as I jumped out of bed,
ANF resources
he
that
was
are
asking me
on
like, what are you
12-hour.
doing? And I told him, well, I'm going to start packing in case we have to evacuate.
We have some type
And
of,
just from
relief
there,
plan.
as soon as we were done with that, we drove a couple blocks over and visited my mom and my
Yeah,
sister.
affirmative. We're getting some resources moved back around, and I'll push them up to you.
What did you see at that time when you were driving? Was it smoky? Was there fire nearby?
Yeah, so the wind was blowing really hard at that point, and there was just smoke everywhere. And yeah, I think when we were at their house, that was when I could like see into the night sky, and there was just red in the background, like I could see it. So yeah, that was pretty scary. And that was when I told them we should go to the Civic Center.
Yeah, and then be here safe. What have they given you, and have they treated you since you've arrived here?
There was a guy.
Branch 10, Branch 7, come in.
Gatorades, water bottles. I think they have trucks out
10.
there for food. I haven't gotten any food yet. Just
Here in some of your resources, shuffle around Topanga Canyon. Are you handling Station 69 west towards the fire?
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, your house is okay that you know of?
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, I started putting resources there, kind of what's showing on the branch break in that community off of Topanga. I'm not sure the LA County station was there. I believe it's 69.
Here too, he seems pretty calm compared to some of the other ones that are
Affirm.
around. But yeah, animals are actually allowed
All right,
here too.
if you're going to handle that, just let me know what you need, and I'll try and shuffle you some resources from Victor if you need it.
People needing to evacuate, but having to do.
Okay, yeah, I requested 10 type throughout that community, not Topanga Canyon, where it's impacting.
Show people where we're going here as we're coming through.
Branch
You
7.
can see folks here with some.
I just got two Charlie Silva that are just getting up in there now.
What it is. You can see that there's a sign there that says folks with families can leave and go to a different location. Thanks everyone for bearing with us.
Branch
We're just
10,
trying to
Yankee
show
Zulu,
you
come in.
things as it actively are happening. So you have folks sort of waiting around. Again, we've learned that a
Average
lot
Branch
of
10.
people here might need
Branch
some
10,
extra
Yankee Zulu.
medical attention. So
Pushing a Golf up to Topanga Canyon to assist the two Charlies, and then we have one additional Golf in staging.
to really help and see if any one of these folks need.
Do you have any immediate identified needs for them, or
another location that's not just
still
here.
trying to tie in with Night Zulu?
It's patient, as you can tell from Jasmine and
No,
others. that we
unless
just
they want to go
talked
up there
since
with
we
all those
arrived
structures and just help the two Charlies,
It's still a really tense
that community. They're off Topanga, and then once we get back together later, we'll look at the other side of Topanga, work into the south, possibly work at some of the fire roads with cruising dozers.
in bright red and knowing that they
Yeah,
didn't know what to expect when they got back home. Jonathan, Camila?
And Lolita, you just talked
And
about some of those
1143
challenges that people face, but what
Uniform
was it
Victor
like
on
for
command.
you getting to that evacuation shelter? Can you talk to us more about what you saw and just the scene?
Unit calling Night Zulu. Go.
You know, it's
I'm
nothing
coming up
like for those
Palisades.
who have lost their homes, and I will say
Finally.
that right away.
Where can I
The
tie in with
fire
you?
wasn't impending on ours. I live near the foothills, so topography-wise, I'm at the foot of foothills and quite in the area of where the fire could have
I'm all the way.
come.
I'm at Palisades and
Nerve-wracking is one of
Chastain
it. I
Parkway
mean, there
West.
wasn't much sleep throughout the night. I knew that I had to rest up to come into work, and that's a priority. But obviously, family is a priority, and you know, NBC and Telemundo totally understands that. So, getting my family to where they needed to go was very, very important. And so, I had everything already packed. I had done some stories. If you guys remember, I like my little show and tell stories, and I had done
Yankee
some stories
Zulu,
about packing a
Branch
go bag
10.
and remembering to do that. So, it actually was quite easy for me because
Any chance on the map,
I had a list taped up.
potential for dozer line coming off of Topanga would be that Santa Ynez Canyon Trail, and that takes you into the backside of Palisades there, into the community. We might want to look at that in the future. Start start working some dozers, opening that up.
The other thing too is linking up with neighbors. One of the things that I learned yesterday as we were preparing for this, and I was in the area of the 2011 windstorm. I don't know if you guys remember it, but that was a destructive and almost apocalyptic, some say, windstorm that caused a lot of damage way back 13 years ago. When those folks and I were talking about being in community and helping each other. So
was I meeting up with you?
We're talking to each other and giving each other helpful hints and where to go and who needed what. So that was also very comforting in terms of doing that. So now that I have my daughter and my dog in a good and safe location, I feel very much at ease to sort of see what we can do here. But that's how it's been. You know, I often say this. We go out to report in our communities, and a lot of this is something that we take, you know, personally, because it does affect us as you know, when we're out here talking to folks. So it really is close to the heart in this one and close to the vest. I actually know two people who lost their homes that I personally know, that I coach with in the Altadena area, and so it is very devastating to have that kind of closeness to it, but it's where we live. These are our neighborhoods, and so we're happy to bring you the information as we see it to make sure that we are all as well informed as we can be, including ourselves.
Absolutely, Lolita, and I'm sorry that your friends lost their homes. I'm staggered by how many people are behind you
elderly individuals that are trapped in their homes.
You talked about 2011.
Their addresses are adjacent to each other with fire nearby. Let me know when you're ready for these addresses.
Fires on top of that. Lolita, just briefly, this just feels different. Just feels like something we haven't seen before, and that's kind of been the consistent theme among people I've spoken with over the last 24 hours.
Code and Senate also
Absolutely,
advised
Jonathan, and
Palisades
that's
off.
one of the things that we have seen and heard consistently from people that have lived in that neighborhood that I talked about yesterday
two addresses
for 40 years.
is 1543
12 or 13 years. As
North
you can see,
Michael Lane and 1547 North Michael Lane. Again, that's 1543 North Michael Lane and 1547 North Michael Lane.
Because those fires just happened so rapidly, and there was no, there's nothing that we can pinpoint, right, or kind of track in terms of things. I've been in hurricanes before. We can track those early.
Charlie, go ahead.
But this fire just felt different in the sense of how
just
quickly
check in
it
on the
moved
status. I can't
and
get
how
them on
quickly everyone had to adjust.
G523.
You know, I've been
We had
friends
strike
with folks
team
who said you just have to,
58
like,
and
I think
5210
the learning
Alpha
lesson
coming up
was
to
as
us.
soon as an evacuation
Do we have any
warning
idea
came out,
if
a
they've
lot of
been,
folks immediately moved,
dispatched
right? You
yet?
just heard from Jasmine, there was no
That's
real
affirmative.
danger
They were at the coming up Chicago Boulevard to Green Tree to come to you.
I'll tell you, I woke up to a red sky. You
Copy.
could
I'll
not
keep
see
trying to
the
get 'em on
sunlight. Now we're
B523.
seeing a little bit of sky, and it is, you know, still nerve-wracking to see it. The smoke is really heavy in the air. Being outside, windows open is you can't even do that. So this is one of the safest places to be. This is one of the folks. I'm just letting somebody in here. You're welcome. I'm letting somebody in through this door right here as we get more people coming in. Again, we have folks coming in from facilities that were either too close to the Altadena area, that there was some damage, or any, you know, they're in a situation where they could be in peril if they stayed any longer. So this is what's happening right now as people are coming in, getting assessed here, and then seeing where they go next. But it really is just a case-by-case basis, and we're trying to make sure that, you know, we find out how these people are. And of course, a lot of them need to get back to their homes, but some of them, as you see with this, have a little bit more of a difficult plan. So they need some attention that is extra, and so that's the kind of thing that they're getting here. Give me a second, Jonathan. Let me let these people in. I got you. Here you go. Yeah. So, you know, this is a fluid moment. Things are happening with the city of Pasadena as well as the county is here. And so the more we get with folks, we'll let you know. And but this is here on Green Street. It is a safe place for folks
Operations
to come
from
if they feel
1880
they
Charlie,
cannot be safe where they're at.
Old Division Zulu.
So thankful that's such
We
a
will handle those
huge resource
addresses
and
of
help. Now, Lolita,
1543
thank you,
Michael
stand
Lane
by.
and
We'll come back to you
1547
shortly.
Michael Lane.
We do want to bring
Those are
some
near our
updates before we go
resources.
to our next live shot. The Eaton Fire acreage now an update.
Copy, thank you.
10,600 acres that's being reported by the Angeles National Forest on their X Twitter page. Again, the Eaton Fire now up to 10,600 acres. The last update we had received was 2,000, so much more accurate. Huge development there. And as we do
Palisades Air
update a
attack,
couple
air
things here
operations
as well,
on V1.
The Getty Villa is intact per a statement that they released today. They did say there was some vegetation and some trees on their property.
Air operations, Palisades Air
that did burn, but that the main structures there.
2 items. One, when able, can you try to get us an updated perimeter that we can capture from you when you land? And 2, is the current TFR suffice or do you need expanded?
Future. Right now, we want to get to our Alex Vasquez. He's been live at the Eaton Fire in Altadena. You know, Alex, we were just talking to Lolita. We see all these people.
I have a perimeter map that I can pass along to you when I land, and the TFR, I requested it to be expanded 5 miles to the west, and it is not reflecting that so far.
I have, Jonathan.
Copy, 5 miles to the west. We'll get that updated.
Actually, now are helping the neighbor by the name of Carmen, and she's a little older. She can't man the hose, so they took her garden hose and they're wetting down a home here that already burned to the ground. But the smoldering embers are carrying under her rooftop, and just moments ago, her roof started to slowly start to burn on one of the corners, but they were able to extinguish it. Now I'm going to take you back around over here and show you something. The streets here are starting to get a little bit more crowded, and that is concerning to law enforcement. A lot of people are starting to return back home, even though they're not supposed to be. I've seen a lot of homeowners come home, they went around the barricades, they're driving up here, and law enforcement is pushing them out. So once again, if you are thinking about coming up here, do not come up here. It's just congesting the roads, making it very difficult for firefighters to get around. Now let me go around this way here and see if I can talk to the homeowner here whose home was saved. Carmen, ma'am, this is your home, right?
Yes.
But your home was saved by those 2 gentlemen, right?
Yes.
But what is it you guys are doing now?
We're just trying to water the roof.
Yeah.
And we're watering the back because there's a fire in the back as well.
1880 Charlie, operations.
From the backyard, but you guys
V1.
I guess flag down some firefighters?
Yes, that's correct.
Go for 80 Charlie.
We directed them to the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, just a little cleanup. Just confirming you had that 17785 Calle de Palermo and 1574 North Calle de Estrebo for those people trapped you're handling, correct?
I was really surprised that there was no
I did not hear those addresses. I only heard the 1543 Michael Lane and 1547 Michael Lane.
Yes, but I'm also determined to save my home.
All right. Copy that. I'm getting. Is that Calle de Palermo and Calle de Estrebo? Is that in your area?
To do this to our home, to save our home. Yes, because I've seen it.
I'm going to assume by the name. Give me the actual address and the name again, and I'll pull it up.
Very grateful.
Copy. I was just getting word that that is in the area you're in. So we have 17785 Calle de Palermo, Palermo, and 1574 North Calle de Estrebo, Estrebo. And lastly, we have a nozzle member activated E-trigger on 8137. If you can confirm if that was accidental, please.
Whatever they can to put the flames out. I saw several residents here with buckets going into pools.
Copy. And you were covered a little bit on the Palermo address? 17785.
Doing whatever they can just to keep things wet. But right now,
that is correct.
Are still pretty steady. I'm not sure the exact on gusts, but the gusts do pick up from time to time, and then you'll see the flames just flare right up.
Palisades IC from Metro.
I know you've been talking to a number of homeowners there. It's been incredible to see,
go for Palisades operations.
Homes. How many have you been seeing out there that stayed behind?
Palisades operations. We have a homeowner with their house on fire who's refused to leave their home. Let me know when you're ready.
Left and came back, and they are refusing to leave now. And they're determined to save the neighborhood as much as they can. But that's Jimmy there. He's the one. We can't probably make him out with the smoke here, but he's the one responsible for saving at least 2
North Green Tree Road. Again, that's 700. North Green Tree Road, across the dead end of Ranch Lane.
Sir, you took it upon yourself to just take a stand here with your friends and
got it at 700 North Green Tree, cross of dead end and Ranch Lane. And it's a home on fire with homeowner refusing to leave.
Has flames just feet from it, but yet you're over here at your neighbor's house helping them.
Palisades command, yes, that's affirmative.
Trying to do whatever we can. That's all we can do.
And you've got
Division
chainsaws now,
Papa,
and you're cutting line.
operations
I mean, you're doing
on
whatever it takes
command.
to try to stop this.
Yeah, whatever we can do.
That's it. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate it. And this is that's kind of the mentality out here, guys. Is
Operations
they're not
Division
gonna
Papa, go ahead.
down without a fight. And again,
Hey, ground support phone number. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
But at this point, these residents are determined to stay here and
ready.
keep their homes standing as if they can help the cause.
209-419-4430. Name of True Lock.
Going to help their neighbors in the way that they are, but inevitably there will always be people who stay behind to help people like Carmen, that homeowner there.
Division
save
Papa
homes
copies
like theirs.
209-419-4430
for decades. And what you're seeing here is truly a community coming together at a time where we're seeing
Correct.
firefighter shortages, equipment shortages, really shortages of everything
Operations
right now during this
1880
intense
Charlie.
firefight. Alex, thank you. We're going to stick with your images.
Go, Brock.
Right now, we want to bring in Dr. Salima Tabani. She's
Operations
an allergist
1880
with
Charlie.
Kaiser
Emergency trigger
Permanente.
activation
Doctor,
for
are you with us right now?
8137 is a
Yes,
false.
I am. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you
Copy,
for joining
thank
us
you.
here on the NBC4 News. It is almost 10:30. We've been on the air for nearly 24 hours covering these fires, and for those who aren't impacted by the fires maybe directly, many of them still have to go to work today. We've seen plenty of people go to school despite many of the school district closures that we've seen. Talk about ways to prepare to go outside on a day where really anywhere you turn, seemingly there's smoke in the air.
Oh, absolutely.
Branch
this morning,
1
my
for
kids
Division
say
Charlie.
the school was actually opened, and I actually had some leftover KN95 masks, and I, gave it to them. They looked at me like, "Mom, what are you talking about?" And I said, "Go outside, and you can smell the smoke."
Yeah, I don't know if you guys
And
have
so,
anything available, but I could
ideally,
use a couple
number
type
one, if you can
6s,
stay indoors,
maybe 2 or 3
keep your
type
stay
6s
indoors, keep
or
windows
brush
and
patrols
doors closed.
to get up
If
here.
you
We got
have
some
air
tight streets on
purifiers,
Old Ranch Road
keep them
to
on.
kind of assist.
If you have to go outside, you do want to be wearing an N95 mask, which can filter out the fine smoke particles. Monitor
I'm actually
the air
located
quality,
in the
right?
neighborhood
That's
off
the
West
AQI.
Ridge.
Levels from
Your
this
contact
morning were in
over
the
off Old
250s,
Ranch
and
Road
now
will be
over 400,
Task Force
which
1054,
means it is
which is
hazardous
Battalion
for all
17,
of us,
operating
not
on
just
V-Fire
people with
23.
respiratory health issues. And then, if you have underlying health issues, respiratory issues, make sure you have your inhalers and inhalation.
Stops from 80 Charlie.
And
He does.
as
I'm
you
going to
just
move
mentioned, for those with
5800
potentially,
Alpha up to this
respiratory
neighborhood.
concerns,
We got about a
in the
30-minute
middle of
impact time to
having
the homes up here.
evacuate and be outdoors,
It's going to
what
be
additional
spotting across
steps
these homes if it does
should
get up
they
into this
be
neighborhood.
taking,
Helco's trying to
especially
move
these
the
moments
back
notice
down
after evacuating and be outside for a
before it starts to
long period of time?
step this way.
Yeah, and so, like I said, making sure you pack your medications. Folks that have
9440 Charlie, 9420 Charlie.
that they use when the air quality gets like this, so take them with you.
20 Charlie, 40 Charlie, go ahead.
Outside where
I just want to confirm you came up Highway 27. You were able to pass that off of the Highway 1?
the smoke.
Affirmative. There is some washouts, but it's fast fall over the top.
2.5 microns or smaller. So trying to have a N95 or a
I
K95
copy.
would be probably the most helpful.
You get up 80 Charlie Panga. You'll turn left at the fire station and fall Topanga Canyon Road all the way up. Give me a call on V-Fire 22.
When we talk about wildfires, these are not just brush
20
fires.
Charlie,
We're
copy.
talking about thousands of buildings that have burned.
1880 Charlie, operations on command
We're
V1.
not just dealing with like dust from the hillside. We're talking about chemicals in these homes.
1543 and 47 Michael Lane. No one home. I'm going to need those addresses again for the other two that you wanted us to look at. Unable to find. I need to make sure I have it right.
Particulate matter with volatile organic compounds. With
Copy that. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
the airways. And they're so small
Ready to
that
copy.
you cannot see them with the naked eye.
17785 Calle de Palermo, Palermo, and 1574 North Calle de Estrebo,
And
Estrebo.
those metals and just being outside for that extended period
Copy,
of
I'll
time,
look those up.
breathing this air in. What are some of those?
Copy. Also, that
long-term
information was from
impacts
Metro.
that someone can,
If you want to
experience
go
when you're
direct
dealing
and
with
get
children as
clarification,
well?
that was a text I got.
Yeah, so short, both short-term and long-term, you're talking about symptoms like wheezing, coughing, shortness of breath, nasal congestion, sneezing. People can also get fatigue and headaches because we're dealing with not just like irritants like dust. We're dealing with chemicals that
Branch 5.
sort of a longer-term impact.
Operations on V1.
Populations that we have to be thinking about are the elderly and pregnant patients as well, who, you know, have fetuses that are growing. And so, you know, long-term exposure to wildfire and smoke can increase the risk of developing chronic respiratory.
Branch 1, operations, V1, command.
Be safe out there.
Absolutely.
And try to stay indoors if you can.
And Doctor, lastly, before we let you go, how long after these fires are over, and you know, keep in mind that's a timeline we do not have right now.
Branch 1, operations, V1, how do you read?
Still a concern.
Oh, it's going to be a concern for a while. Like, you know, the problem is these fires, there's no overnight, right? There's nothing that's going to, these are going to be burning for a while. And so my biggest recommendation is following the AQI, the Air Quality Index. I love, you know, we all have on the weather app right now. If you put it on, you will see air quality and they'll give you a number. I'm looking at it right now. It was 450 earlier. It's now 382. So we're, you know, that's the biggest sort of recommendation is follow the AQI every day.
All right, Dr. Tabani with Kaiser Permanente, thank you so much for that very valuable information. Of course, our meteorologists will continue to keep us all updated on the air quality here, not only today.
Hey, in your travels today, I was looking at changing our branch break. If you concur to Topanga Canyon Road, let me know if that'll work for you for tomorrow's plan.
Yesterday at 11, we've been tracking this wildfire emergency across.
Yeah, that'll work. I'll take everything north of Topanga Canyon and give you Gettys.
Jonathan Gonzalez.
And I'm Camilla Rambaldi. It's been
firm. Just use that Topanga Canyon Road as the break. It goes all the way up to the fire's edge.
Flames and the fire in Pacific Palisades, the largest one that we've been tracking, started yesterday morning.
Break ops, Branch 7. You copy the traffic?
Have burned there, and more than 30,000 people.
Yeah, copy. Just get with Sid to make sure that's good. I'm good with the where you guys put that.
Santa Monica. We're also tracking the Eaton fire burning near Altadena. That started at
Operations, Branch 1, operations. V1. You get a chance, can you place a phone call to me?
Acreage, more than 2,200
unit identified.
Acres, yeah, 10,600.
2605, Cowan.
That's right, yeah, over 10,000.
Yeah, copy that. Stand by 1. Break, Branch 1.
To wait on those updates from
operations
Cal
on V1
Fire,
command.
Again, those winds just continue to be the big concern, Jonathan.
And you got to keep in mind, as fire crews are just trying to put out flames and make sure people are safe, these numbers are going to shift. That is just a natural part of the process. As soon as we get some confirmation on acreage, we will bring it along to you. But to me right now, acreage is less important than the number of structures. And when we say structures and buildings, we mean mostly homes,
Branch 5,
people's homes,
operations
people who had
V1.
to get out at a moment's notice as we continue to follow these fires. The biggest here, Palisades and Eaton.
Hey, do me a favor, can you check out this address reported on fire? Let me know when you're ready to copy the address.
The basin, we believe that was knocked down. That one was just about 75 acres. Now,
700 North Green Tree.
You know, we've been talking about and hearing from officials who were not able to launch the aircraft necessary to truly fight these fires. These are incredible tools that were grounded for hours on end as these fires continue to grow.
700
continue
North
to get worse.
Green
but now
Tree.
it sounds like they're finally able to get some aircraft in the air.
Correct, 700 North Green Tree.
Yeah, hi, Jonathan.
Branch 5 division.
Do you have a division that it's in?
The ability to use all of those fixed-wing air tankers.
I was unable to reach Branch 1, but that'll be just above your division or your branch break up Chautauqua.
Is really amplified the magnitude of the disaster that firefighters were faced with over the last 24 hours or so, because they're so dependent.
Branch 5, Division 4304, command.
Minutes of one of these large fires that begins to spread quickly.
Yeah, I'm almost over that 700 address to Brookside and Sunset. I'll be over there in 2 minutes.
We heard a number of stunning
copy. What was your designator again?
Today about all of the things.
Division 4304.
Their efforts to try to slow both of the two biggest fires.
Copy. Advise your needs when you get there. Thanks.
The two smaller fires, among them, that they are running out of water in certain places. There were rumors of this last night. Residents had overheard firefighters out in the Palisades area mentioning that they were out of water. Some officials pushed back when we were trying to check this out last night, but today we heard definitive information about what exactly happened, and sure enough, They say, yes, they ran out of pressurized
Division Papa, Branch 7 on command.
The distinction there. They said in the Palisades fire, there were 3 large water reservoir tanks.
Branch 7, Papa.
Both
Go ahead.
the water and the water pressure. The pressure is
Not enough service to get your call. Go ahead.
All of the water system out in the Palisades. And
Yeah, I'm just trying to ascertain if power shut off to the Big Rock community.
By some estimates, 4 times the amount of water that the system is designed to produce. Each of those tanks were drained, the last of them at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, it doesn't mean they're out of water, because the water supply is still there, but the ability to use that water effectively...
Division Papa, Branch 7, affirmative. Be aware of the high-power generators in some of these structures. They could be backfeeding.
Confirming today that they lost pressure in that system, the last of those tanks at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Also, hearing from the...
And Papa, just to ensure you got the communication, your division now starts at Topanga Canyon Road and works north along the PCH.
Among all of the agencies in Los Angeles County to be prepared to tackle 2 large wildfires simultaneously.
Copy, Topanga Canyon north on the PCH.
When we saw 1 and then 2 and then 3 and to a lesser degree this 4th smallest fire, it pushed them beyond what any kind of disaster planning had prepared them for. That's why we were hearing those calls both from the city and the county fire department to all of their off-duty firefighters to call in and try to report in, because they could use every single person they could get.
Operations from
Chief Maloney
1041.
talked today about reaching out through the mutual aid system to fire departments up and down the state of California.
Go for operations.
Even out of state, I should say, rolling
I'm
towards
unable to reach Juliet.
Just to add to the
Our leader.
but to give
We need to get some
relief to
water
the
tenders to
local
500 North
Some of,
Almar.
those folks have
Multiple
been
homes
on the
threatened.
lines now for
I need
nearly
about 2 or 3 water
24
tenders, and there were some injured. Got
and
dry
they have to
hydrants.
be able to rest in order to be effective. Like we mentioned, some of those air tankers and water dropping helicopters are getting back on the scene, and so hopefully we'll see them being able to make
Copy, 3 water tenders to 500 Almar. We don't have any in staging. Let's see if we can horse trace them over to break. All branches on the fire, we're having a need for water tenders in Division Juliet. Do we have any ability to free up some water tenders?
Factors that go into that, and then the lack of resources here. We now want to get
Recess
to
on Juliet,
NBC4's
requesting
Brittany
water
Hope
tenders,
continues
Branch
to follow
5.
the latest for us in Palisades. Brittany, where are you now? Earlier we saw you were walking through a number of
5, this is 1041. I'm unable to get in contact with Juliet. We need a water tenders to 500 North Almar in this little community here.
Well, Camilla, they just continue to be devastating. So we're right.
Copy. We just had a Alpha Strike team come in. See if I can get them heading that way. They got some water on board.
3917 Spray Lane. That is the address there. We just saw the garage door.
1806. I'm still looking for you. I'm on Old Ranch. Where you at?
It doesn't seem like there's any vehicles. Oh, wow. We can see something. We can hear something certainly catching. It doesn't seem like there's any vehicles inside of that garage, but we are keeping a very safe distance because we did hear some pops. Oftentimes garages, right, are where you keep things that would be more flammable.
Hey, Kevin, you up on contact?
Things like that. So we're keeping our distance at this point. But we've seen this home.
Yeah, Branch 5, Division 4304.
Burning for a few hours. It's just been in the past 10-15 minutes where
Go ahead, 4304.
inside of this home, the front entrance would
Yeah,
seem to be
700
the
Green
living
Tree.
room. Now the garage.
No structure involved.
We have a
Crews
really
are working on
powerful
next here.
gas right now
We're
that's
good.
not helping here. But now this is totally engulfed.
Copy,
So
thanks
this
for the
is a
intel.
cul-de-sac just right
Break,
off Lake
operations,
Crest
copy.
Drive. And inside the garage, that's where you
repeat
can see
one, please.
stacks of what looked to be maybe
The reported threatened structure at 700 North Green Tree, non-issue. Crews are working in the area.
Engine that is here right now, and we saw them for a
Perfect,
long
thank you.
time spraying that roof with fire. But at this point, it seems that they're trying to look at the integrity of these 2 homes just across because of how
Division Juliet, Branch 5.
these winds are just blowing
Correction,
up all
command.
of this ash. So it seems that now, I mean, this home is going to be a total
Go ahead for
loss.
Juliet.
At least from this side, we don't see any more structure protection.
Yeah, you have a task
happening
force
because
1041
the home
requesting
is
water
fully
tenders.
engulfed.
I'm not sure if you ever received any. If not, let's send 2802 Alpha
And I want to let you know I just
to their location at 500 North.
as we show you this live picture.
Amari
what we're able to
Court.
see
I'll
at
get a
this point.
correction on that address.
But this is just horrible. We're going to wrap around this way.
500 North Almar, ALMAR.
I just want to make sure that if you have any questions.
Yeah, it's
Perfect.
just.
I think we may have you. All right,
Copy,
so as we
Almar.
walk This way.
Break,
We're going to bring you toward Wake Crest
Juliet, copy.
Drive. This is where
Stay
Wake
firm,
Crest
Almar.
turns into Surfwood.
Affirmative, 500
So
North
Spray Lane,
Almar.
This is where that home is burning.
Contact will be
The
task
winds are really
force
picking up here.
1041.
Wake Crest Drive on the left. Right now, you're looking at Surf Road. And multiple homes here on Surf Road have burned. These homes have been burned since about 8, 9 o'clock this morning. The winds are really powerful. Although they are burned, there's multiple hotspots that are still smoldering on the inside, which is why fire crews are still here. In fact, look at that. Look at that little flame in that hole over there. This is the exact concern. Now, I want to draw your attention. There's a big, tall brick chimney just behind us. You'll see it sticking up there between that tree and that street light. That was at least a 2-story home that we saw this morning that firefighters were trying to protect.
The operations, Ventura County Crew 13.
Now. So that's what we're seeing here
Go
on
for
the
ops.
Surfwood side. But we'll bring
Yeah,
you back
service
in
call
again.
at
Sorry,
1574
Nother,
Kaye
Enrique, do you have
Del
anything
Estribo.
that we
Homeowner
can
unwilling to
foster at this
leave,
point?
but no problem.
Oh, you know what? Let's actually go back to the home. It looks like the foundation of the
Yeah,
home
copy.
now
Thanks, buddy.
officially is catching. That front entranceway totally engulfed. At this point, though, what's interesting is that its neighbor to the left is still standing. And I'm so sorry to folks who are tuning in and
Ops
watching
from
this
Battalion
again. The home that
717.
you're looking at is 3917 Spray Lane.
Go
This
for
is just
operation.
off Surfwood Road and Wake Crest Road
Yeah, ops.
to the west
Address
of the
of
Gay Villa.
17785 Kaye de Palermo.
Again, one more time.
There
I just
was
want to
nobody
make sure we
home
have connection.
and no
and that
fire
you're able to
involvement
connect
anywhere
with us
near the
as
structure.
well.
All right, our
But this
Brittany
is just the
Hope
issue
there
we're
reporting
Copy, thank
from
you.
Palisades, showing us the very latest there in the destruction, home after home, as you're watching here live. This home burning down in Pacific Palisades, just absolutely devastating, Jonathan, to continue to see these images of just the dozens of homes that have been destroyed in this fire.
And how the winds just stay relentless. They have not stopped, and they're still gusting as strong as we've seen them overnight. Still at this hour. Right now, we want to go to our meteorologist, Stephanie Omo, tracking more on these fire conditions. Stephanie, it's just devastating to see how hard it is and how difficult it is for those firefighters, and it just continues. There doesn't seem to be any
Let's hold up right there.
As we were leading to this day, even yesterday, we were talking about it here the past several days, and unfortunately, look what we're seeing happening right now.
LA,
The winds are still
Palisades air attack on
continuing,
V1.
as you mentioned, Jonathan, relentless.
Palisades air attack V1, go ahead, sir.
Right now, I want to go over the fire weather.
Were we
outlook,
able to
and
get
we'll
a
see
fill on
that
release
it
air
is
attack at
extreme
1100?
across portions of Ventura County, Santa Clarita, around the
Stand by,
San
one
Fernando
checking that,
Valley.
C106.
Again, we have some of the fires burning out where we have the extreme section. Because of the strong gusty winds, we know how dry the conditions have been. Any spark could cause a big fire. We are seeing that. We're seeing long-range spotting. So you have the embers flying. They are igniting one house.
Palisades air attack, LA V1.
And it's just becoming a
LA,
big
Palisades
mess.
air
It looks
attack.
like a war zone, unfortunately, as we check out some of the
Air
scenes.
attack
As you see the
310
scene right to
should
the
be on station
to the
at
side of me
1100.
there. It looks like, honestly, like a movie scene.
copy, thank
As
you.
we go over here, the current weather conditions in some of these areas here where we have the fires burning, we first start things up where we have the Palisades fire burning, and the current observation site nearby, Santa Monica Mountains, we're looking at gusts around 60 miles an hour out your way. A few hours ago, we're reporting gusts over 80 miles an hour. So the gusts have come down a little bit, but it's still very, very strong. Gusts over 60 miles an hour, still strong enough to still uproot trees and things like that. So it's still damaging as we continue. Topanga Beach, for example, we're looking at gusts around 40 miles an hour. So checking out some other observation sites. And this is for the Eaton fire that has exploded here in the past several hours. Altadena, Gusts close to 20 miles an hour. Also in La Cañada, Flint Ridge, we're looking at gusts right around 20 miles an hour. So we have seen stronger gusts here earlier today, but we're seeing the gusts vary a bit. So coming down a little bit and then they increase again. So that will be the situation as we continue throughout the rest of this morning and even as we head into the afternoon. However, heading into the afternoon, and I'm going to show you this in just a little bit, the winds start to come down a little bit, but still going to be very gusty across the area. All right, we head over to the Hearst Fire in Sylmar, where we do have gusts around 50 miles an hour nearby as we check out a couple of op sites nearby there. Ridgetop site reporting gusts right around 48 miles an hour out your way. And further down, just to the south of that, we do have gusts around 15 miles an hour. And lastly, around the Whitley fire, we do have gusts around 25, 26 miles an hour there being reported in the op site there in Van Nuys. As we go over the wind gusts currently in some other spots, so just generally looking at portions of Ventura and LA County, so we're looking at gusts around 25 to even close to 40 miles an hour in some spots. You look at the scale off to the side, you see some of the magentas there. So we're reporting gusts around 40 to 50 miles an hour in some other areas nearby where we have Santa Clarita and also right around the Inland Empire down into Orange County. Look at Orange County and Santa Ana. We're getting gusts right around 60 miles an hour in areas nearby a lot higher than that. Let's go over the futurecast and what's in store as we continue throughout the rest of this morning and into the afternoon hour. So we hone in this particular area. This is Ventura County, a portion of LA County around Porter Ranch, Woodland Hills, for example. We head into the next few hours and we're still reporting gusts in the 40s in some spots. Coming down a little bit just around 1 p.m., but still gusting pretty strong here. Porter Ranch coming down to the 30s, 37 there in Thousand Oaks, for example. Really, as we head into the late afternoon hours, it starts to come down even more with gusts right around 20 miles an hour in some areas like Porter Ranch and Woodland Hills. So we just have to wait again as we head into the late afternoon hours, but it doesn't mean we're in the clear because we're still reporting some gusts in the area. They won't be as strong as what we're looking at right now, but it is very dry. We have a lot of fires that are burning again. And we have the issue with long-range spotting as we continue here. So even a little bit of gusts later on today, there's still that concern across the area here. And as we head into later on tonight, again, the gusts down into the 20s, and hopefully this continues to pan out. However, we head into Thursday, it starts to pick up a little bit, not expected to be as strong as what we experienced here earlier this morning across the area. Another area that I want to hone in on is actually the San Gabriel Valley, for example. Back in
Operation 2605.
Into the late morning hours, we're looking at gusts.
Go for operation.
As we head into the afternoon around 2, 3 o'clock.
Do you have my phone number? I can give it to you if you don't have it.
Fires like we are experiencing right now, sometimes it creates wind systems and it sort of deters the winds one way to another. So that's something, of course, that we have to watch out for as we continue into this.
I will call you. I am out of cell signal.
Weather systems as we continue into the next
I copy.
Thursday. Again, the winds will continue to wind down.
Is that urgent message?
We have a smoke advisory that remains in place around the basin. Again, we have.
I think it can wait a little bit, but I'd like to get when you get a chance, give me a call.
The Eden fire. So smoke's still a big issue. It's creating very poor air quality. The smoke, the ash, but not only that, some of the chemicals from the home. So it is very important to stay inside. If you live nearby, if you are told to evacuate, you want to make sure to do so. Guys?
Thank you, Stephanie. We want to let our viewers know we are on standby right now for a news conference featuring President Biden, who had a scheduled visit to California for the birth of his great-granddaughter. He will be joined by Governor Newsom as well as Senator Padilla, who's no stranger to this area. He born and raised in the Pacoima area, not far from where the Hearst fire burned overnight.
Yeah, so we will have much more on that coming up. But right now we want to get to Conan Nolan joining us live in Altadena right now on El Molino and Sacramento. Conan, there's flames burning behind you. Where are you exactly?
That intersection in Altadena, we are west of Eaton Canyon. This is a section of this neighborhood that in the lottery of natural disasters, they lost. There's some homes still without fire and are past, are upwind from this fire. This house is, unfortunately, obviously embers got into it, as well as a few others. This is, we see, this is the first sheriff's response we've seen. There are other fire units and structure protection in the neighborhood, but as soon as this passes, we'll give you a sense as to how bad it is, not just with this house behind me, but with several others that have also caught on fire. Clearly, this is one of those cases where the embers have made their way as a result of propulsion from this fire. This, another house behind me, as you can see, apparently a homeowner there. I talked with one of them, desperate to try to get whatever water he could out of the hose. It's a very small stream. Of course, there's the argument that they shouldn't try that because it reduces the amount of water pressure for the fire hydrants in the area where they are. Fire crews are with Glendale, Pasadena, and Mutual Aid are desperate to get as much water as they possibly can on some of these homes. This is another house, again, and just as I was saying, they were trying to use a hose to try to do whatever they can.
Branch 1 for Division Charlie.
So let me ask you real quick. This is the homeowner here. I'm seeing it. Is it in your attic?
No, it's on my neighbor's house.
This is your neighbor's house.
It's in the attic right now. Looks like it's progressing from the living room area towards the back rooms. We're trying to maintain it in that living room area so it doesn't jump.
Your house is up there.
That's their house.
Yeah, but where's your house?
Huh? It's a couple blocks down.
Okay. So as you can see, as difficult as it is to fight any kind of fire once it's made its way into the eaves and into the attic, this is probably a loss. The next question is whether or not they can keep it from making its way, advancing it to the neighbor's house, and that is that's what we've been seeing all morning here
from
in this neighborhood of Altadena. As you can see,
go for operation.
To the right,
I'm trying to reach
obviously as a result of the incineration of that neighbor's house. That's
gonna hold me on
how it
23.
progresses. And as we come back here,
Hey, you were broken on that traffic. Can you repeat?
Amelino Street, 1, 2, 3 homes. Of course, you've been seeing this all day over the past 24 hours in the Pacific Palisades, now here in Altadena and near Eaton.
You heard that traffic. You need to repeat your traffic.
Problems and an evacuation has been ordered for much of that area, particularly the Chevy Chase area. Went through there a tremendous amount of smoke as the fire is advancing towards the hills and the canyons of Glendale and some of the areas below the Brand Wilderness. That has been an evacuation order has been given for them as well. Obviously,
Operations Branch 7.
Wind, once the wind velocity drops, firefighters
Go for operations.
have a much better chance at the structure protection.
Do you have a new number for ground support? Our last was not valid, and we got engines starting to run out of fuel.
Just really no way to keep these embers from making their way.
Number I have, and let me know if this is the one you're talking about. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
In his demonstration just the other day,
Affirm, go.
it doesn't take much.
209 419 4430. Name Trulock.
Everything they can. Oh, here we go over here. They're still trying to put this address.
Affirm, that is the number we're rolling with, but it's the wrong Trulock. It's the wrong brother.
Residents doing what they can with the tools they have.
Copy.
Is it recommended? No. But
I'll work on a number, or if you can go through him and get his brother's number, that'd be great.
They're doing everything they can to keep the fire from completely engulfing buildings. Even some neighbors
1054 for Division Charlie.
If
Go.
they're somehow able to extinguish the blaze here, that could save their homes right next door.
Yeah, Branch 7. Operations. V1 again.
Where do you live? Are you nearby?
No, I'm not. I'm a friend over here just trying to help him out.
Branch 7. Operations. V1.
Listen, it's like a war zone out here. Seems to be everywhere you look. There's additional fire that's set ablaze. There's blasts that are taking place from what it sounds like, maybe some canisters or gas or propane.
So the engine companies are stretched
Branch 7.
all over the place. You don't see any
Operations on V1.
I've seen battalion chiefs pass through. There's a lot of trucks and things, but for the most part, it seems like they're trying to gather down below and come up with a plan to be able to come up here. But
9349 Golf, Yankee Zulu on command.
Outside of, just individuals like this trying to fight the fires.
Are you doing okay?
Yeah, doing as best we can.
So do you think you can save most of this fire?
Branch
you don't have
10,
much water pressure
6840 Alpha.
It looks like a loss.
10.
It is. We're trying to save our houses.
So we're sending guys down to get water, and we're just going to search for some fuel because it sounds like there's no fuel kind of anywhere near. Does that sound like the plan?
This house caught fire.
And FYI, I think you're going to be working right now. You're in branch 7, so for your side of the fire, you're in branch 7 for geographical area where you guys were working from.
Over here, never got the evacuation.
Yeah, I got that. Do you want me to keep talking to you or call branch 7? We're just looking to get the fuel direction. We're going to start rotating engines down for water. And then they need you. We can horse trade you, and you can stay in branch 7. Depends on the workload you guys have. But if you can make it all the way over to Topanga at some point, we definitely could use the help.
Good luck to you, James. Thank you.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of work. There's a lot of stuff. Connecting dots and cleaning stuff around houses, putting out garages and stuff.
Combat, quite frankly.
Just let branch 7 know you're working in his branch and what division you'll be assigned to.
So many fires and
Copy that. Sounds good.
intersections like this. There's another explosion. Goodness knows what that was.
Branch 7 from 6840.
That they're just not enough.
Repeat identifier and go 7.
Even with the
6840 Alpha.
pass through, that was from
We've been assigned to you now.
County, which
Kind of
is,
horse trade action.
East of Sacramento.
We're up
So
off of
they have
Loma
asked
Mesilla
for and received
and off
help
of what is
from all over
it,
the
Horse Creek
state.
and all that stuff up here, doing some stuff. We're just looking for some direction for some fuel, getting engines down to get water and fuel.
Challenge just because you have so many.
I'm working on that right now.
So many fire companies
Copy, thank you.
responding who don't know the area. They're from out.
Do you want me to contact a division now, or have I got a division out here to talk to?
And be dispatched by the incident commander.
It'll be Division Pop on
So
26.
many of those, not just here, but of course, as I mentioned, now in La Cañada and Glendale.
For
if you don't
information,
smell
there's
smoke, that's
fuel.
A good thing. It's a good thing for you, a bad thing for somebody else. It means you are
the old
upwind from the
ICP.
fire, and the fire
Across the
is,
street
of
from the
course,
Shell
the
station.
propulsion of it.
Or
That
Chevron.
that is the problem. That is the fear. If you do see smoke and it's not going up, that means it's the
40 Alpha
going
copy,
up.
thank
If
you.
you smell smoke, that means you're in the path of that fire, and you need to get out of the way as soon as possible.
9349 Golf.
This is not going to. This is
Yankee
not
Zulu.
Gonna work. This
Command.
is going to be a total loss. But they're doing what they can to keep this from making its way to the rest of the homes in the
Yankee
neighborhood.
Zulu, Branch 10. You now have 9348 Golf assigned to our division. I sent him up to the Topanga area where we left off. Fire Station 69.
You're with someone
County
who
Fire.
says they lost their home.
Hey, copy. I thought I had a 9349 Golf as well, checking the stages at Pepperdine. But
Just take me through.
all I show is 44 Golf and 48 Golf, along with 9420 Charlie and 9440. 6840 that Alpha, we reassigned them to Division Papa in Branch 7.
Then the evacuations.
I copy.
We were grabbing. This is literally.
Topanga area is going to be the priority for us on your division right now with the structure threat.
The sides as much as he could.
I copy. And talking to 80 Charlie, it sounds like that dozer line you were talking about, it's already past that.
At the house until 4:30 in the
Okay, yeah, I'm working my way up there now to look at that, but thanks for the info. Yeah, hopefully we get those fills on those additional resources.
So he got in the car and he left. And an hour later, received a phone call from my lieutenant telling me that the adjacent street was on fire. It was an inferno, and we needed to be out. And I said, we're already gone.
And Lieutenant, because you also work, she's the utility player here for the City of Pasadena's Police Department. You've been here for a long time. When you were leaving,
Division Alpha, Heavy Equipment 1 on command.
Coming back, like what were your thoughts?
I did. I thought it was just precautionary because, you know, it was so far up. The winds started to shift. Everything was going towards Sierra Madre and Monrovia. So I was hopeful, and I just thought we'd be back. It was
Branch
just
1.
Precautionary to be out of the way for the
Heavy
trucks
Equipment
and
1
everyone to
on
get
command.
the help they needed, and turns out it didn't pan out that way.
I know you took some things with you, but what's in your heart right now in terms of the things that aren't with you?
All 23, 97 units going to have to turn around. The only exit out of this place is to the south.
Where it was Dia de los Reyes. So I had about 50 people in my house, and we all just had the best time. It was one of the best parties, and I was sharing the memories of why I do it, and the decorations that were over 70 years old from my mom, and those are gone, perished. But at least I have
the memory from Saturday night. So that's what I'm going to take with me, is all the good times. Lots of families have stayed in my house when they met bad times, rough times on the floor. I had a revolving door at my house. It was always open. So that's the one thing I'm going to miss. But I'm getting a lot of phone calls, so I guess it's being paid forward and back to me right now.
You gave home, they give home back. In terms of resources, is that why you're here? And tell me.
I am. Thankfully, we already.
You know what traffic for operations. Repeat your identifier and go ahead.
Situation. We already canceled our
Task Force
utilities,
1054.
so gas is off, electricity is
Confirming
off,
Task Force
and
754.
to the insurance, so it's already rolling. And they were really kind and very gracious.
Hey, copy. Go ahead.
Just kind of taking a break. I'm not working today, but I'm
over here in
helping out as much as I can.
Old Ranch Road. We're expecting this to get really bad in here as far as more conditions. We're requesting that we make this an evacuation, at least a mandatory evacuation. We got too many people that are not leaving and are getting away.
A little kiss from heaven from my mom, from my parents. So what that will be, I don't know, but that's what I'm hoping to find.
Copy,
You were saying that her wedding dress was there, your wedding dress.
Yes, and pictures. Pictures.
But you're safe, and you're here, and your husband's safe?
Yes, my husband's safe. My daughter is safe back in New York. She was able to she was in Malibu filming, and she was able to get out as the fire was happening. So she's just.
Task Force 1054, Operation Z1.
So I'm blessed.
Yeah. This has been circulating around you all day, so these fires really affecting you. Susanna, thank you so much for talking to us and for sharing your story. I know that it hasn't been easy, and I really appreciate you very much. Thank you. That you had support. Okay.
Division
this
Alpha,
is just one of the stories that we're hearing
Heavy Equipment
here,
1 on command.
from folks that aren't just evacuating because of, they're needing to maybe be in the path of some danger or just in case. These are folks that literally have had their whole lives and homes taken away from them, and they are coming together in community.
Heavy Equipment 1, Branch 1, go ahead.
Susanna's, walking around.
Yes, sir. Hey, I wanted to kind of give you a heads up on what we're doing over here so that I can make sure that we're both on the same plan. If you got a minute.
That they're getting, we'll bring you much more on that when we
Yeah, what's your location?
Absolutely, Lolita.
Yeah, I'm on
Thank you for bringing us that
Sullivan
story.
Fire
It really
Road,
just shows
about
you
at
again,
Camp
I'll sound like a
Giuseppe.
broken record when we talk about, thousands of buildings that have now burned.
Copy,
We really talk
confirming
about
you're running
thousands of
dozers on that?
people's homes. In many cases, this is all they
Yeah,
have.
right
And
now I'm
so,
going to bring in 2 dozers to the bottom where you're supporting that FOS check. Get in there and try to help you guys hold that thing up. And then I'm bringing the rest of the 3 dozers down the ridge towards Camp Giuseppe.
Wildfires in our area. I'm Camilla.
Branch 1 copies all export plan.
We are going to stay with you as long as it takes.
Yeah, also I have some SoCal gas representatives in here because they have high pressure gas lines in the bottom of this canyon, and then they run along the ridge up to the top of Mulholland, so you're aware.
Yesterday morning at 11 o'clock. Again, we've now been on the air non-stop for 24 hours. We know there more than 5,000 acres have burned and more than 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate in Pacific Palisades as well as Santa Monica next door. We're also
Go for operations.
1,000 buildings have burned there
Requesting,
in the Palisades fire. We're continuing
5
to
water
wait for an
tenders to
update
Branch
on that
10
number. We
along with
anticipate that number, sadly,
2
will go
Limas.
up. Meanwhile, we are also
if
keeping
possible.
close watch on the
Now reporting
Eagle fire
location
that is
Topanga
literally
Canyon
burning
and
Altadena. It
LA
started
County
at
Fire
6
Station
o'clock
69.
last night. It's now spread to areas in Pasadena, threatening areas in Sierra Madre and La Cañada Flint Ridge. We also learned today, sadly, 2 people have been killed.
Branch 10 operations, 10 water tenders, 2 Limas,
Those
2
deaths, officials would
where?
only say there were 2 civilians. So
5 water tenders to Topanga Canyon and LA County Fire Station 69.
More than 10,000 acres. That is the
Copy, LA County Fire Station 69. Is that Fernwood being impacted?
It's called the Hearst Fire. It started
If it's community of Topanga, that'll be impacted along with the
bird there. The latest fire is
engine strike teams I requested earlier. Additionally, the 2 Limas will be to start proposed dozer line across the top through Topanga State Park to the south.
We're going to continue to monitor these.
Yeah, copy that. As resource comes in, we will be pushing out to you. You just got to prioritize your targets. Resources are slow coming in, competing with other fires.
So challenging, Jonathan.
Yeah,
It really is,
understood.
Camilla.
Thanks.
And what's so staggering
Yeah,
is that the winds have just
Branch
died down,
7
especially in the
operations
Palisades
on
area. We
V1.
want to get to our Hetty Chang. She
Branch
just
7.
arrived there on scene in the Palisades.
Hey, we're sitting up here on Payuma looking at it. It's now crusted the ridge of Payuma and is backing down towards Montanito. Are you where the fire's edge is?
Again, burning there behind you. Where are you? And tell us more about your situation.
Affirmative. I have a Division Victor trainee en route to do a structure defense plan for Montanito. I was just up there about an hour ago and saw that. Perfect, thank you.
1237 Lockman Lane. We're on the corner of Lockman and Tellum Drive, and for the past 7
also,
so,
branch 7, you might have structures being impacted up there as well if you have engines in the area.
We've been hearing those popping sounds, perhaps from some chemicals. Or
up around Saddle Peak. Is that correct? Yeah, we're looking cross canyon.
Certainly the gusty winds that we've been talking about for the past 4 months.
Yeah, I did have Alpha Strike teams up in Loma Montees and Saddle Peak Road for structure defense.
Tellum Drive and Lockman, and just
copy that, thank you.
Moments before you guys taking our live shot, we had to move our truck because the winds were shifting towards that direction, and we didn't want to lose the truck in this as well. But to see just the devastation, it's just row after row, house after house.
Branch 7 from Nice Victor on command.
And I got to tell you, we were trying to establish
Branch 7.
signal. What street was that? Jacon, Way, and
I'm still up here at Camp 8, still trying to work my way down. I just want to confirm we have a total of 5 civilians still housed.
We ran into a Long Beach fire engine, and we talk about the connectivity.
Night Victor, day, Branch 7, I copy. 5 civilians housed at Camp 8. Are you unable to take them out? Do you need SO?
Just because, as we've been talking about, they have to discuss, can we save this home?
You stepped on me. What'd you say?
Is it just too late? And,
are you unable to evacuate the civilians? Do we need SO to escort out?
Yeah, one of the vehicles is out of service.
Part of the house.
All right, this is the situation there in the Palisades.
I copy break operations from Branch 7.
We're having some signal issues.
Go for operations.
Our viewers will understand that, cell signal on a good
A law
day
enforcement request for evacuations from Camp 8, 5 civilians.
Cell towers can be down, power poles can be down. There on the right, that frozen signal heading.
Copy that.
Right
are they on foot or they have vehicles?
We believe this is the shot from our other reporter there.
It sounds like they're broken down. They've been housed at Camp 8 for some time.
She was showing us earlier that caught fire within the last hour or so. And there on your right, has seen so many Southern Californians.
Operations Division pop-up priority
traffic. Just a wall of smoke from 2 major wildfires.
Go for operations.
And the Palisades fire.
Night Victor on V1.
I was driving in from the West Valley. That
all traffic hold for emergency traffic. Division pop-up operations. Go ahead.
Driving. I couldn't see the top of that smoke cloud. And it shows you just how devastating these fires really are.
Operations Division Papa with a line emergency.
Connecting to the Eden fire, connecting to the Palisades fire. In everyone's view, the air quality is horrible today.
And it's just, patient,
in some way
captain off of engine 65.
Yeah, if you step outside,
he located
you
at fire station 70.
You just described, just
like
driving in, you can
ALS
see that plume
squad,
of smoke
as well as an ALS
so many people,
ambulance started to fire station 70.
With the air quality there. And
ground contact for now will be
the
captain off of engine 88.
But now we want to get to our Christian Caceres live in Pacific.
Copy that. So we have Chastain up for the captain off of engine 65, and I want to confirm that's LA County 65. They will be at fire station 70 requesting ALS transport. Contact will be captain off at 88.
A mask and goggles, you can still feel, you can still
That's
smell.
affirmative. I'm making my way there right now. When I get there, I'll get you a better timeline.
Everything on to protect ourselves.
Better location will be on the tailboard of LA County engine 88. Will be directly across the street from fire station 70.
For those of you who know this area,
I'll be on location in about 2 minutes.
Gladstones, and it really is quite a scene out here. You can see a thick
copy
layer
all, thank you.
of
Break.
smoke here just going from the
Bed
fire
unit leader
over towards
operations.
the
Are you
ocean.
up on V1?
We can also see a couple of power lines that are down, and
This is
just a
Carbon
handful of
Medical
first
Group
responders
Leader.
that have really
We have
been
Squad
going up
88,
and down this
McCormick
area, but
291
it
on
really is,
scene.
a very
You're
intense,
handling the chest pain
situation out here.
off of
I do
engine
want to show you
65.
also, this is the reason why we stopped here. We're at the Palisades of Bull,
Copy all, thank you.
16321, because this is really a heartbreaking situation that when we were driving around, this is what we found, and it really stood out to us just to see this entire community just completely wiped out. Up above on the hill, you can see some of that smoke that is still coming down. The air is pushing it towards the ocean, and we have seen a couple of flames that have been popping up from up above, but you can just see basically everything here is gone. There are a few cars here. There are a couple of other journalists that are here on the scene, but on the other side here, I want to show you that there is one car that just completely just got destroyed here by the fire, and you can just see that all this neighborhood here, this entire section, completely wiped out. Just all the homes in ashes. I talked to one homeowner. She just stepped in a few minutes ago. She said she wanted to check in on her property. She tells me this used to be a mobile home community, a very small community. She's been here for about 2 decades, and I'm going to see if I can find her. She was here in the area, but she said that she came here. She was in tears because she was hoping to find something still standing here from her home. She talked a little bit about the evacuation process, that she really didn't have much time. This is the property that she came and she was looking around, and I can see that these are some of the items that she was able to save. I'm going to see if we can talk to her. She's up here above, just in front of us. But very emotional, as you can imagine, here from some of these families, that some of them have not been able to have this opportunity to come back and see what's left of their community, of their neighborhoods, of their homes. This woman here, she came with her friend, and she really, did want to see if there was anything that she could save. She was looking for some family pictures, anything, some of those items that are very personal, very, basically irreplaceable. And I believe those are some of the items that she was able to save from her unit there. Let me see if we can chat with her for a second. Hi there. I saw that you
Operations Yankee Zulu, command.
Found outside of your property. Yeah. Give me your first and last name.
Beverly.
Yankee Zulu, go ahead.
Talk to me a little bit.
Pretty sure I know the answer to this, but any available resources in the staging?
What have you been able to recover?
Negative.
Some bowls that my grandmother had given me.
Branch 10, operations on V1.
That I had for my girls.
Branch 10.
Daughters.
Hey, we're getting reports that there is fire in Old Topanga. Can you confirm that?
Things are very cold, so I don't know when the fire went out.
Yeah, I'm in the area now. In that area, but it is 20 or...
You said that this was a very small community, a mobile home community.
So it's on coming up Topanga, but not yet into Old Topanga, confirmed?
A couple of years with just water and things like that.
Yeah, that's affirmative. It is coming up Topanga from the coast, but it is not up Old Topanga yet.
And on the group, people were...
Copy that, thank you.
You guys, are you safe?
Operations Division 2704 Litz. I'm on Old Topanga, and it's just about to the lumber
that is set to begin with President Biden, who is scheduled to be in town for the birth of his great-granddaughter. You also see Governor Newsom there.
Okay, lumber station. How far is this?
We do know that President Biden has been briefed, and we want to go to that.
Quarter mile before a little less structures, and it's coming up canyon. Spread with the...
This is not something that's a surprise to us in Southern California, and it was something that we will...
copy that. Quarter mile. You say time of impact. Give me an...
Up to 100 miles an hour east, pushing offshore.
And probably an hour.
Local, state, and federal agencies. Hundreds of firefighters
copy.
Moving on Sunday afternoon from Northern California into Southern
Situational awareness Litz. There's still
staffing their own fire stations, helicopters, fire engines, to be prepared for an incident like this.
You were broken up. Confirming situational awareness was that there's still residents
throughout Southern California
for an event.
Affirmative. A lot of residents still in the area.
The Palisades fire began. I'd now like
Yeah,
to
copy that. Thank
to
you.
Chief Crowley, who can touch on the Palisades fire. Chief.
Thank you.
LA Air Attack 5-2 on B1.
Mr. President, I'm here just to provide you a brief on 3 significant fires that have occurred within the city of Los Angeles. With that, I'm going to be focusing on
Air Attack 5-2 V1, go ahead.
That fire broke out yesterday morning.
Air Attack 5-2 is released from the Palisades. Air Attack 310 has assumed Palisades Air Attack. And we're looking at an ETA back to the Fox 11:30.
To our constituents due to the weather event.
Lake copy ETA 11:30 to Fox.
25-year career. So we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that,
Operations Yankee Zulu. Go for operations.
The fire has grown.
Had to close the loop at 1574 Calle del Estribo. One elderly civilian. He's okay, but refusing to leave. Just close the loop on that address, and I think we have all of them.
Interesting enough, because
Copy
of
that,
the
thank
winds
you.
and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire. which
Branch
was
10
just
Yankee
north
Zulu,
of that
come in.
area. Again, this was close to.
Go ahead, I was just looking for you.
acres. This is close to.
Yeah, Travis, so from Palisades, fire's well north of Palisades. Looking at the map, I mean, maybe bumping out to Topanga Fire Road, Rogers Fire Road, well north of there, of Palisades, though.
We're actively engaged in that firefight.
Yeah, right now the priority is going to be structure defense, life safety in the Topanga, Tuna Canyon area, probably about 45 minutes. Still waiting for resources to get in. Are you close back to this area, Station 69, County Fire? Yeah, I can head up that way. Down structure. But I can start. Branch 7 operations on V1. Branch 7.
Division Sierra from Quint 110 on V1 command.
Operations, or check. Branch 7 operations on V1. Branch 7. Branch 7 operations, yeah, we're coming up Piuma. We're not running into any engines, however, road conditions are poor with power lines down and rock and debris in the road. Hi, copy. I'm assuming you're just past Saddle Peak Road then? Yeah, we were still on Piuma. We're going to turn around and come back down Piuma. Affirm. I had to turn around just past Saddle Peak Road, so past there out to Camp 8 was unpassable for me just due to power lines. And I'll work with Victor training some engines up in there for structure defense. Yeah, copy. We're on the same page. Thank you, buddy. Yankee Zulu, Branch 10, you broke off earlier. Did you copy that traffic? The priority right now for the branch in your division is the community here, Topanga. Affirmative. Do you want me to meet you up by 69? Yeah, affirmative. I'm trying to work my way back there right now. Copy. Branch 7, your training on command. Branch 7. Go to through traffic. I can see about halfway up Piuma Road. Can you go take a look at Saddle Peak Road for structure defense? See if we still have engines in there. Ops is up in there reporting we don't have anything, and maybe you can grab some of your Type 3s from down low and bring them up.
Copy. I've got 2 Charlie strike teams en route and total of 3 and 1 Foxtrot to start plugging them in. Just confirming we don't have any resources up there now at Saddle Peak.
There were 2 alphas when I was up there about an hour and a half ago. I don't know now. But the Type 3s are going to be much more beneficial. And then confirming you see that subdivision I'm talking about off to your north. That will be threatened as that chunks down the road, down the hill.
Affirmative.
resource on command, 9440 Charlie.
Branch 7, 6840 Alpha, V1.
6840 Alpha, Branch 7.
Couldn't get a hold of Division Papa. We kind of did the majority of the work we can probably do up here. We got units rotating, getting fuel and water. Do you need us to relocate anywhere? I hear there's some priority traffic on Topanga, but it's not passable on Payuma. Got to go around.
Yeah, to my knowledge, Topanga is not passable coming up from the PCH yet. I'm going to assign you Division Papa. He does have a need. Division Papa, V-Fire 26, Fire Station 70. He's handling a line emergency there.
Copy that. Then we'll get our units fueled up and we'll just hold until we talk to them.
Yeah, Branch 7, 2605.
Division 2605, Branch 7.
Yeah, I came down Topanga Canyon from station, I think that was 69, and it's drivable through the fire. One of the Charlies in a Golf went up that way also, and just a little rocky.
I copy. Topanga is now open. Thank you.
Yankee Zulu, Strike Team 9420 Charlie.
And 2605 from Branch 7, can you place a call to myself?
Affirmative. Yankee Zulu, 9420 Charlie.
Operations air attack on command. Go for operations.
Operations air attack. Air attack 310 has just transitioned as a Palisades air attack. And just confirming I can go direct to LA with all the ordering and release.
A-firm, you can go direct for all ordering needs. Just to confirm my priorities, I just got word that fire is about a quarter mile, or 3/4 mile, sorry, to Old Topanga area there. So let's get a good look on that for me. That's the north end of Topanga, and see what we can do for point protection on their structures. Also on the east end, moving towards the, basically if you're looking from the heel of the fire south towards the ocean, be your left shoulder point protection, but that priority might be the Topanga Canyon area.
Okay, right now they're working, button up a gap on the left shoulder, left flank as the priority. As soon as they're done with that, I'll move the fixed wing over to Topanga Canyon. And is that in that Saddle Peak area you were talking about where it looked like it was burning up towards the helm?
We have two, well, the Saddle Peak is backing down, so Payuma and Saddle Peak is backing down towards Montanito. However, Old Topanga, which will be probably if you take Topanga Canyon, the farthest north side, we're going into Old Topanga in that structure area. We need to make sure that we definitely get some point protection with rotor wing over there, and if we can do some work with retardant and fixed wing, it'd be great.
Okay, not totally familiar with where Old Topanga is. I'm working on it now.
Yeah, copy that.
Operations Division Papa on command.
Go for operations.
Operations Division Papa, information only. Patients being transported by ambulance.
As they continue to try to battle the flames, they're taking advantage of a little bit
St.
of
John's,
a
thank you for the info.
the wind earlier today. This
McCormick
area was getting
Squad,
hit by
172.
100 mile per
An
hour
operation
winds.
from air attack.
Now they're trying to
Is
battle
it
back the
possible?
flames.
406 from around 6. The
Hurricane force winds fueling wildfires in Southern California.
Air attack operations V1, you're stepped on repeat, please.
Every minute. California now
yes,
under
sir,
a state
from air
of
attack.
emergency
If you
as
could reach out to your
firefighters
branches
battle
and
the
divisions
flames
and have them
around Los
monitor
Angeles.
the air-to-ground command
The
on
fire's
TDF
so
air-to-ground
intense, you can
6.
hear the howling winds and crackling embers. You can see the embers
406
flying
from
right
40
at
Alpha
the
Training
camera.
on
The wind allowing the embers to jump
LFG,
from structure
air
to
to ground.
structure, igniting anything and everything it can. Over
Yeah,
50,000
copy.
people
LFD,
are under
it's the
mandatory
tactical air to
evacuation
ground
orders,
that
but
the
it's been
coppers will be
difficult
working
getting
direct
to
with the
safety.
resources on the ground,
On
and then
Sunset
the
Boulevard,
air to ground
drivers
command is
abandoned
on
their
CDF
cars after
air to
getting
ground
stuck
6.
in traffic, trying to get out of the fire zone.
CDF air to ground 6, copy.
And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad.
That also made it so firefighters could not get in. They used a bulldozer to move abandoned cars. ABC's Matt Gutman was there.
And all of these cars, including us at one point, were stuck in this gridlock. And in order for firefighters to actually get to the fires, they had to carve a path.
The flames reaching an assisted living center in the hills above Pasadena. Workers rushing to get people out of the building using wheelchairs and rolling beds.
I was running up to the third story, second story, carrying people down.
9440 Charlie.
Because we do have a lot of wheelchair people on here.
Yeah, we tried
Workers
making
were
it
able
up
to
back
evacuate
south
all
of
of the
Canyon
residents
Boulevard,
safely
and,
before
we
it
were
went up in
unsuccessful with the
flames.
fire
Please
activity.
prioritize
We have to
your
find
safety
another way up there too.
as well as the well-being of those around you.
Copy. Yeah, we're up on Saddleback. It's kind of bumping around. It's going to make a good run through some of the bowls. We're just going to kind of wait for it to do its thing and then come up with another plan.
All right, sounds like we lost Alex there, but that was Alex Stone reporting live from Altadena. And Los Angeles Fire Departments were
LA
forced to reach
Palisades air
out to
attack on command.
off-duty firefighters from other areas asking for help to battle these fires. And ahead in our next half hour, ABC 10's Candice Red explains how Sacramento firefighters are helping in the firefight in Southern California. That's coming up at 11:30. And for more on the fires happening in the Los Angeles area, head over to our ABC 10 Plus app. We'll be tracking it all day long.
20 Charlie Yankee Zulu 1 command, you have traffic.
Weather and more. By the way, ABC 10 Plus is free to download.
That's affirmative. We were trying to make our way up.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the damage from the Eaton fire this morning. Carly, it's just devastating. We've been seeing photos. I know you and I both know people. I'm sure lots of people have connections in the Southern California area in LA and
Branch 5, Division Juliet, on command.
Branch 5.
Hey, Branch 5, need to get an ambulance to Will Rogers for a minor medical.
Copy. Go ahead and work through the A line and go direct to operations.
Operations, Division Juliet, on command.
Go for operations.
I'd like to request a ground ambulance to Will Rogers, State Beach. This is just for a minor green medical, small burn to the hand, firefighter.
Copy. What's the unit designator that they're off of?
Point of contact will be Task Force 1041.
Copy that, and they're I'm assuming they are from Task Force 1041, so green, small burn to hand.
That's affirmative, and they'll be down there shortly.
Copy, Will Rogers.
Operations for Metro.
Go for operations.
Operations, we're getting reports that there's possibly 2 elderly people in a home on Latimer. Let me know when you're ready for the address.
Go ahead.
Operations, the address is going to be 28 North Latimer Road. That's 28 North Latimer Road for 2 elderly people.
Copy. 28 North Latimer Road for 2 elderly people.
LA City, Palisades air attack on command.
Air to attack, go ahead.
LA City, Palisades air attack. I'd like to request 2 additional Type 3 multi-engineer tankers and looking for relief air attack at over the fire at 1400.
LA County copies air attack request. Reconfirm the tankers and how many?
Requesting 2 Type 3 multi-engineer tankers.
2 Type 3 and relief at 1400.
Confirm. Medical unit leader, operations V1. Planning operations, V1 command.
Operations from safety. Did you have traffic for Med-Al?
Hey, firm, we have a IWI in Division Juliet, a green small burn of the hand from Task Force 1041. They just need a RA to respond to Will Rogers State Beach Park. They're headed that way.
Operation safety copy, standby.
City, Palisades air attack on command.
Palisades air attack on V1, go ahead for LA.
LA City, Palisades air attack, just checking on the status for the relief for the Bravo.
Palisades air attack, LA copies also. You'll be talking to LA County.
Branch 10, Branch 7. Branch 7 operations, V1. Branch 7. Yeah, I can't get through to you on cell. I copy. Just talking to the guys at Camp 8 and trying to close the loop that law enforcement's been dispatched up there for the evacs of total of 5. We made contact with planning ops, affirmative. Copy, thank you. Hey, well, I got you, Nolan. I got one other little sidebar project for you. Copy. Yeah, so there's a water treatment facility near the intersection of Payuma and Las Virgenes, and we're trying to assess whether there's structure defense in place and or needed at this time. And then if not needed at this time, let me know, but put that on your radar. If it's going to be threatened, we need to make sure we protect that place. I copy. Payuma, and what's across for the water treatment plant? Las Virgenes.
Palisades air attack, LA on V1, unable.
Operation at Branch 7 at radio below. Go one more time with west side of Malibu Canyon near the intersection of Payuma. So no threat right now. I copy. Water treatment plant, Payuma, and Malibu Canyon, not threatened right now. Affirm.
Palisades air attack, LA on V1. Palisades air attack, LA on V1.
Division Foxtrot, LA County Task Force 69, command. Operation safety on command.
Go ahead for operations.
Do you have a unit number that the burn patient was on so we can meet him up?
Contact will be Task Force 1041, 1041.
Copy, break. Task Force 1041, safety on command.
Branch 7, Division Papa on command.
Branch 7.
Yeah, what's the word on feeding for these guys?
Have not heard.
Copy.
Break operations, Branch 7.
Go for operations.
Do we have work sack lunches are in yet?
Stand by. I will confirm. Break. Planning operations on B1. Yeah, Branch 7 operations. I'll get that information for you.
I copy. We do have them, I'm placing an order for 300 with waters to Fire Station 70. I just haven't heard on it in a while.
So 300 sack lunches with waters to Fire Station 70.
Affirmative.
Branch 10, 9440 Charlie on command.
Area who do not have insurance. There's been a rash of fire insurance policies that have
Division
been canceled.
Foxtrot, LA County Task Force 69,
have the money
command.
to rebuild, to rebuy, to repurchase their homes and build them up. And I want to pan over there because we're seeing plumes of dark black smoke continue to come from the different neighborhoods that are on the ridge there. And we've been focusing a lot this morning, and understandably so, on the homes that have been lost. But we've also seen businesses burning. Just a short while ago, we were on Sunset Boulevard, just off Pacific Coast Highway.
Go for
There was a
operation.
dry cleaners and a Thai restaurant in one small little strip mall, and they
Operations,
were both on
we have
fire.
a
Firefighters were doing their best to
relative
save
who,
them, but
or
unclear
an
if they
individual who
were
called about their
saved or
relative
not,
that is
because that
bedridden
fire was
at an
absolutely
address
raging
in
right
the
there
area.
on
Let me
Sunset
know when you're
Boulevard.
ready
So
for this
there
address.
will be a lot of businesses that are also
Go ahead.
affected. That is the latest. The Palisades fire continues to burn out of control. This
Operations,
mobile
that
home
address
park
is going to be
has been absolutely decimated. Again, we don't see
1653
a
North
single
Michael Lane. That's 1653 North Michael Lane for an elderly female who is bedridden at that address.
But from what we're seeing, we just don't see. It's just one destroyed house.
That's 1653 North Michael
We've
Lane.
seen this all morning
Elderly
long.
female.
Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette on the Palisades fire. We'll send it back to you.
Operations, that's correct.
It does look like a bomb went off in that neighborhood. Gigi, thank you for your coverage all morning long. And so, you know, no matter where you are right now, all of Los Angeles, we're experiencing pretty hazardous air quality because
Operations
of all
from
these
80
fires.
Charlie,
If
we'll
you're
take that
wondering
address.
How you can protect yourself and your family from the smoke and the
Yeah, copy.
toxins that are in the smoke. Let's bring
1653
in
North
Dr.
Michael.
Salima Tobani Gavani with some crucial
copy.
tips. Doctor, I hope I did not butcher your name.
80 Charlie, 8140 from 80 Charlie.
So, Doctor, you say you've never seen numbers like this before.
Go for 8140 on V1.
I mean, so the AQI is something that I've followed.
Okay, we need to do a check at 1653 Michael Lane. 1653 Michael Lane. Bedridden person unable to get out of their house.
Conditions that are being impacted.
Copy that. 1653 Michael Lane. We're approaching that now.
We have particulate matter from the smoke.
You've got 75 Alpha right behind you.
We have homes that are burning, plastic, vehicles, and you know, a lot of volatile organic compounds in the air that are entering into the airwaves. And so it is just a dire situation for everybody who is out there right now.
And even if you're not directly in the evacuation zones or in the path of the direct fire and all the smoke that's in the area, your lungs can still take a beating from this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have winds that are there, right? And these particulate matters are so small you cannot see them with the naked eye. But, you know, I'm out in Rancho Palos Verdes in the South Bay, and we can smell the smoke out here. This morning, my kids were on their way to school because their school was still open, and I handed everyone a KN95 mask that I had laying around. And they looked at me like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, go outside, guys, and you can immediately smell the smoke. And so that is one thing I am recommending is, you know, if you have to be outside, make sure you are wearing proper masks. So N95 or KN95 preferred. Surgical mask or cloth masks are not going to do it because of how small these particles are.
I mean, we did see in, I believe it was Coco's
Operations Air Attack on command.
She was interviewing a man who was not using a mask. He was just using what I believe was a cloth with water on top of it. Can you talk about how dangerous that can be?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you're still going to be inhaling everything. That's not going to be
1880
helpful.
Charlie from 8140 on V1.
So the particles are so small that they're entering the nose.
Air Attack Operations. Go ahead on V1.
Penetrating deep into the lungs because of how fine the particles are. And so what can happen is
1880 Charlie, 8140. Rush Patrol 74 is going to be checking on our Michael Lane resident.
Sneezing, runny nose, irritated eyes. I'm also telling
Copy.
you
Rush Patrol 74.
wearing protective eye gear like goggles will be helpful. You know,
Air Attack Operations V1 command.
Being outside, any activity if possible.
Operations Air Attack on command. Just looking to make contact with a division or branch on the left shoulder, confirming that's Division Charlie.
That you protect your skin from all the...
Yeah, that's correct. You'll either get Division Charlie or Foxtrot over there, branch. It'll be Ranch 1. We'll probably be in those structures if you're looking up Chautauqua.
Okay, copy that. Looking to get the ground cleared. Tankers are coming on scene. They have a critical gap in the return. They need to get buttoned up, but we got to get the line cleared before that can happen.
Unit calling Division Papa on command. Go ahead.
Because this is going to be a multi-day event, as we know. These Santa Ana winds just won't die down just yet. But how many days
Division
of exposure
Charlie
to
Air
this
Attack
poor
on
air
command.
quality is unsafe? Is there a limit on that?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's a complex question because it's all about, where you're...
Branch 1, air attack, all command.
...dealing at this time as well, right? So long-term exposure to any sort of wildfire smoke...
I go for Branch 1.
...developing chronic
Branch 1 from air attacks. Looking to put tankers to work on your branch, left flank, left shoulder. Unable to raise any of the Division 2s. Got to get the line cleared to get the tankers working. If you can let me know when the line is clear.
And one more question. If people...
Copy and confirming that's in the Division Alpha area.
I believe it was in the Division Charlie area where the tankers and the copters have been working. There's a little gap in the retard. We got to get buttoned up so it doesn't squirt out.
Copy. It's in the Old Ranch Road area. All advisor resources.
If you can let me know when it's clear, I'll let the Bravo know and they'll start going to work.
Branch 1 operations, V1.
Operations, Branch 1, go ahead.
Hey, get ready to copy this address. We're going to do a wellness check on 2 elderly people.
Hey, copy, go.
28 North Latimer Road. That is Latimer Road. It's by Chautauqua and Sunset in that area.
I copied the first one, 28 North. What was the second one?
28 North Latimer Road. Latimer. Latimer Road.
Have evacuated this area, but you do have some people like James
who are still
behind.
Certainly you want to leave that kind of work to the professionals.
Unit calling for the wellness check at Latimer Road. This is 2801 Alpha. I have a unit in that area. What's the need?
To be able to get in there and protect people in that neighborhood. Thank you, Coco, for those images.
Branch 1, it's a welfare check at that address.
For the Eaton fire. This is reported by the Angeles National Forest just before 4 o'clock this morning.
2801 Alpha copies that. I can have 376 OES 376 check on that. Is this for a wellness check for the structure or for the citizens?
51 structures are now under those warnings. So the Angeles National Forest also put out this update just after 3 o'clock this morning that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL Laboratories are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway and east of Angeles Crest to the JPL. They note an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center there. And finally, there's new road closures
Contingency
for
operation.
the fire. This was announced just after 6:30 this morning. So, Angeles Crest Highway 2 is now closed from La Cañada Flintridge to Angeles Forest Highway. Also, Angeles Forest Highway is closed at Big Tahunga Road.
All right, we're going to go back out to Santa Monica where Alex is covering that news conference with President Biden and Governor Newsom. Alex?
Operations Division Juliet on command.
Go for Juliet.
We will.
Sorry, break. Go for ops.
Palisades him momentarily. Covering the Palisades fire. Gigi?
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, operations. I'm with Task Force 1041, south end of Will Rogers. We're just waiting for that RA.
Good morning, everyone. Not a good morning.
Copy. If you want to get ETA, you can go direct with safety, but he's in motion to get that RA to you.
Can you hear that wind that is just kicking up? The wind gusts have been extremely
1041 safety. What's your engine identifier?
Continues to fan the flames of the Palisades fire. Just a moment ago, before
this is
going
me,
on,
engine
a
37,
lady came up to me. She had
and they're
tears
parked
in
in
her
the
eyes.
south
She
parking
asked me
lot
if anyone was
of Will
injured
Rogers
here at the mobile home
at
park.
Baywatch
And she went
headquarters
on to
here.
explain she has a good friend that lives here, and she
Copy,
doesn't know
we're
where
on
she
scene now.
is. She doesn't know where they evacuated to. She doesn't know if she's all right. And she was crying and asking, do you know? Do you know? And no, we don't know. We know that multiple people in the fire area, in the 3 fire areas, have been taken to the hospital. Some some with burns, some for smoke inhalation. But when it comes to medical issues, those are kept extremely private, and understandably so. She was in tears. And she left. She'd come here, and when she saw the devastation, she went to her friend's house, and she saw that it had burned to the ground. You can just imagine the pain that she felt for her friend, that she doesn't know where her friend is. I cannot see a single mobile home. There may be some way in the back that has survived this fire. This is very reminiscent of the Sayre fire back in 2008, the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, where almost 500 homes burnt to the ground. We were there. We met for days, for weeks, with the homeowners who lost everything. And I'll never forget meeting one woman, and she was sifting through the ashes, and she was looking for the urn that had the ashes of her late husband.
Only,
and she said,
25-year-old male with an eye injury off of
of
42 Foxtrot.
home. And she was so heartbroken.
Already
because
been
that was all she felt she had left
transported
of
off
her
the
husband.
scene en
And
route
it was
to
devastating.
West
And the
Hills.
folks here, they'll be returning, and most likely they would have lost things that can't be replaced. Homes can be rebuilt. You can buy another mobile home, surely, and hopefully.
Copy, 25-year-old male with eye injury. What's the identifier of his resource?
In this area who do not have insurance. There's been a rash of fire insurance policies that have been canceled. So
He'll be
not
off of
everyone will have the money
Patrol
to rebuild,
72
to
from,
rebuy, to repurchase their homes and build
Strike
them up.
Team
And I wanna
1142
pan over there because
Foxtrot.
we're seeing plumes of dark black smoke continue to come from the different neighborhoods.
Copy that,
that
Patrol
are on
72,
the
1142
ridge there.
Foxtrot,
We've been
and
focusing a lot
designation again.
this morning, and understandably so, on the homes that have been lost. But we've
West
also
Hill.
seen businesses burning. Just a short while ago, we were on Sunset Boulevard, just off Pacific Coast
Copy, all,
Highway.
thank you.
There is a dry cleaners and a Thai restaurant in one small little strip mall, and they were both on fire. Firefighters were doing their best to save them, but unclear if they were saved or not, because that fire was absolutely raging right there on Sunset Boulevard. So there will be a lot of businesses that are also affected. That is the latest. The Palisades fire continues to burn out of control. This mobile home park has been absolutely decimated. Again, we don't see a single mobile home here on the 16,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway that is still standing. There may be some way in the back, but from what we're seeing, we just don't see. It's just one destroyed house, mobile home after another, and we've seen this all morning long. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette on the Palisades fire. We'll send it back to you.
It's surreal. It truly does look like a bomb went off in that neighborhood. Gigi, thank you for your coverage all morning long. And so, no matter where you are right now, all of Los Angeles, we're experiencing pretty hazardous air quality because of all of these fires. If you're wondering how you can protect yourself and your family from the smoke and the toxins
40
that are
Alpha,
in
40
the
Alpha
smoke,
training.
let's bring in Dr.
Contact.
Salima Tobani-Gavani with some crucial tips. Doctor, I hope I did not butcher your name.
No, you didn't.
Thank you so much.
We may need SO or law enforcement up here to help with unruly neighbors keep pulling their car up, preventing us from making our way out and another engine in.
I'm an allergist. I have patients who have respiratory issues, and the numbers into the 400s. We're talking hazardous. And so this is not just people who have underlying health conditions that are being impacted. This is everyday healthy people, because we have particulate matter from the smoke, from not just vegetation burning, right? We have homes that are burning, plastic, vehicles, and a lot of volatile organic compounds in the air that are entering into the airways. And so it is just a dire situation for everybody who is out there right now.
And even if you're not directly in the evacuation zones or in the path of the direct fire and all the smoke that's in the area, your lungs can still take a beating from this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have winds that are there, right? And these particulate matters are so small you cannot see them with the naked eye. But, I'm out in Rancho Palos Verdes in the South Bay, and we can smell the smoke out here. This morning, my kids were on their way to school because their school was still open. And I handed everyone a KN95 N95 masks that I had laying around. And they looked at me like, what are you talking about? I'm like,
oh, yes, 336. You're going to lose pressure on the rail line real quick.
so that is one thing I am recommending. You know, if you have to be outside, make sure you are wearing proper masks. So N95 or KN95 preferred. Surgical masks or cloth masks are not going to do it because of how small these particles are.
I mean, we did see in, I believe,
just shocking to me was how many people were being evacuated close to the 210 freeway.
Oh yeah, 336, Captain from Engineer. An engine's looking to pass by the rail line.
From the base of these hills where this fire is burning, and when we talked to Lolita earlier, as we see the house there collapsing on your left, the roof collapsing as we speak, Lolita spoke with someone
Branch 7, Uniform Victor training on.
Just a block or two north of the 210
Branch 7.
But still miles away from the flames. It just shows you how widespread
request for law enforcement when you're clear to copy
We're
location.
seeing it in real time.
Yeah, and how Lolita talked about earlier, just how the moment's notice to evacuate, because there's just no time. You have to grab your belongings, get out, get to safety, and that is what we're hearing from different homeowners. Even when I was out there in Pacific Palisades,
Branch 5, go ahead for Juliet.
There's just not enough time. I mean, these winds are whipping through so quickly. With those embers flying across the streets there, so there is no
Branch 5, go ahead for Juliet.
To get out, and we saw that traffic gridlock yesterday, Jonathan, on Sunset Boulevard with this car, people leaving their cars because there was no other
Union
choice.
Victor training from 7, go with your LE info.
Heartbreaking as we're seeing this live picture here of this
24, Branch 1, 8, Uniform Bravo 78. Request for law enforcement. Parties blocking access for emergency equipment. The address will be 24564 Payuma.
Your time now is noon, and we have been on the air nonstop for more than
24 24564 Payuma for residents blocking egress to emergency traffic break operation. Branch 7.
We were talking about the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Those
copy direct. 24564 Payuma, resident blocking traffic. Branch 7.
It is blackened by the Palisades fire, but it continues to burn strong. Probably the only thing that survived here, along with a lime tree, I'm told. The only two things that survived in this mobile home park here on Pacific Coast Highway.
Gigi, if you have Andy Rocker with you still, could you...
Union Victor trainee from Branch 7. When you have it, do you have a resource order for that structure defense plan?
People to get out, and then how he got back in.
Branch 7, Uniform Victor trainee, I'll get back to you with that shortly.
So our anchors are asking, were you here when the fire broke out?
I copy. Uniform Victor actual from Branch 7, your location to face-to-face.
We were somewhere else. Our kids were in the neighborhood, like I said, nearby. But
did they evacuate? Because there was a mandatory evacuation. They chose to stay behind. And what was their reasoning?
Their reasoning was... yeah,
this is Mrs. Andy Rocker. Is it Suzanne?
Rosanna. What happened was we all follow each other on a WhatsApp, this whole community, the Pacific Palisades Bowl, and we heard about the fire at about 11:30. We were all on it. And then management did a great job. Around 1 o'clock, they said, we need to evacuate. And through the WhatsApp, that's how we've been staying in communication through this whole entire process. People coming in, taking photos, letting us know what they're seeing, what we're all hearing.
And as far as you know, Rosanna, everyone got out safely.
Yes, that is correct. There's a few people in here that do not have cars.
Palisades Operations, LAV-11 Able.
Came together, picked them up, helped their children come in and get them.
Go for operations.
That we could do. It really is
Palisades Operation. Still on call to Fire Station 70 for rescue. 20526 Pacific Coast Highway. 20526 Pacific Coast Highway.
Pulled up, you said, did you see the American flag? And what does that symbolize to you? Because I think it symbolizes the same thing it did to me. I had the same
Repeat
exact
the
thoughts
nature of the call.
You know, we are a nation of survivors, and
elderly resident requires rescue at that address.
Look at this, and there's actually
Copy, repeat address,
that survived the
20526 Pacific Coast Highway.
We're just so proud to be Americans, and we're going to come
20526 Pacific
people that live in this community to rebuild that didn't have insurance, because there's a lot of people in here that didn't. We happen to have, but it's we just know that this is like the best nation. You know,
there's one thing Southern Californians is that they're very resilient. We're very resilient. Yes, we are. Rosanna, thank you so much for talking to us, Andy.
Hi to Alex and Marla.
Okay. Thank you.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you still have a smile on your face. Andy and Rosanna Rocker, they've lost a home there in the distance, and you can see they're trying to make the most of it. They're thankful they got out with their pets, that everybody is safe, happy, and healthy. But again, it's the little thing. And just talking to Andy and talking to Rosanna, we shared so many thoughts, and they actually vocalize so many things that I've heard from fire victims before. It's the pieces of people's lives. It's those little things that are lost that you cannot rebuy or rebuild. That is what hurts the most.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And a lot of loss here. And you heard, Andy, a lot of folks don't have insurance, and a lot of them are seniors.
Division Sierra
to hear these
operations on
stories and communities that have come together and are sharing in this collective grief now. It's interesting that they did not evacuate that area, and they're riding their bikes around, but we should say that those evacuation orders are still in effect. We don't want people coming back to their neighborhoods as of yet until they get the orders that it's okay. So right now it's a very active scene still. Please stay out of the area. Don't try to go back to your homes to see if they're standing.
Residents, we have 2 elderly people, possible need extraction at 20526 Pacific Coast Highway. Can you send a rig to investigate?
What do you want to show us, Gigi?
And you can see that dark smoke coming over the ridge there.
Operations
you can see that dark smoke. You might be able to make it out on the camera. Tony Martino behind the lens right there. We've been watching that smoke. And when you see black thick smoke, that means it's picked up a pocket of fresh fuel, whether it's vegetation or sadly a home or structure. We don't know, but that is
correct. Please send a rig to investigate for 2 elderly patients
in
need
of extraction. Of just total devastation and destruction.
All right, from the Pacific Palisades there, we're going to check in on the Eaton fire, which has doubled in size as of overnight, forcing thousands of people to have to leave their homes near Pasadena. Coco there, all suited up, protecting her lungs as best as she can. Coco, I see the home burning behind you still.
Good morning. The Eaton fire is now at 10,000 acres, and it continues to grow. We are actually on Calaveras and El Molino, and this is a church that is burning behind us, the Altadena Baptist Church. And fire crews from the LA County Fire Department have just arrived. They're going to try to battle these flames, but as we go down the street here at Calaveras Street, you can see that there's a home that's also on fire. So again, this is a very devastating situation for the residents here that had to evacuate. And I actually ran into Ian here, who lives on Santa Rosa, which is known as Christmas Tree Lane. It's beautiful during Christmas.
Ian, for 100 years, it's a very historic street. They light it up for 100 years, and if one of those trees catches on in flames, I think the entire street is gone. It's so sad, but obviously the structures need to be protected and the lives need to be protected first. But if they could, if some of the fire trucks,
1880 Charlie from 8140 on B1
burning on that street, it would be awesome. I know you guys have a lot of goodwill in the community, and hopefully you can convince some of the firefighters to go over there.
Sir,
absolutely.
1039 Foxtrot, check that residence on Michael Lane. It is all clear.
Like this before.
No victims, no persons needing
extrication. For 30 years, we've never seen this kind of wind, never seen this fire spread so fast, and some houses burn.
Opposite, you copy.
It's just random acts of nature. It's very unfortunate.
Copy, Michael Lane, clear. Thank you.
Transformers start blowing up also. That doesn't help.
And Ian, are you and your family evacuated?
We are evacuated. We just came back to get the pills and medication. And see if we could convince firefighters to come closer to our house. I mean, they have to do what they have to do, so.
Right, because we were driving down Christmas Tree Lane. What does it look like right now as you just left?
There are two houses on fire on that lane. The problem is, again, those massive deodora trees that have been there for 100 years, and if one of them catches on fire, I think the entire street's going to go. So it would be it'd be awesome if they could save that street.
Absolutely. Ian, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I'll let you get back in your cars. You can get back to safety. But as Ian was talking about, and as we drove through Santa Rosa, that is known as Christmas Tree Lane here in Altadena. It's very famous, has been for decades, because of the fact that the entire street gets decorated for Christmas and the holidays. But right now, obviously, that is a situation where there are a couple of homes on fire. And as Ian was saying, he's concerned that the entire street could go up in flames. And now you can see that the LA County Sheriff's Department is here, as well as LA County Fire Department. They are just trying to make sure that everyone is evacuated and safe. And the LA County Fire Department will shortly be trying to battle the flames here at the Altadena Baptist Church. But you can imagine how difficult this is for the parishioners of this church. So many memories happen within churches as well as these homes that are on fire. I'll send it back to you.
And one of the points, Coco, he was making is that he had to go back to try to get his pills. So thank you so much. This is a situation that a lot of people are probably dealing with at this point, but it's best not to go back, to return to these areas that there are mandatory evacuation orders in place. So the damage, of course, and personal safety are top priorities for many people, but the factor of medications is another one. We do have Jeff Gross, the owner of Mickey Fine Pharmacy and Grill, and he's helping people who lost their medications or can't get back to get them, and he's joining us on the phone right now. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So what's the situation like right now? Are you getting a lot of people calling about medications they perhaps don't have at this point?
Absolutely. We have our regular clients. So we're in Beverly Hills, but we do have clients that are on the other side of the 405. Some of them fled without their medications. This morning on the they were saying the importance of getting your papers and then your medications, but at least have a list of your medications. A lot of people don't know what medications they're actually taking, so make sure to have that. And then we're getting a lot of calls. We had one
Uniform Victor Actual from Ranch 7.
Actually from being evacuated from Altadena Fire, and she needed medication for her dog. And unfortunately, the chain stores would not fill the medication because it was faxed from the doctor's office. They wanted it sent electronically. So this poor woman and her dog are trying to get medications filled, and they were having trouble. So that's the importance of community pharmacy. We are here for the community. Actually, this morning, we actually had some of Beverly Hills Fire Department come in, and we gave them breakfast on their way probably to go fight some of these fires.
So what do you recommend people do? How do they get in touch with you, and what is the best way to go about this?
Well, the best thing is to have a relationship with your local community pharmacy. I'm not just about us. It's about the community pharmacies across the entire city, state.
Operation Safety on Command.
We have been under pressure for many years with the insurance company.
Go for operations.
Dictating how much we can get paid.
Do you have a staging area manager at Will Rogers, by chance?
Because of under reimbursements. We have been here for the pandemic.
There was an LA City staging manager yesterday at Will Rogers. We probably have to reestablish one.
For the community. So what the
Copy. Just asking, there's a Department of Water and Power representative here with about 4 or 5 tractor-drawn water tenders, and they're looking for an assignment.
They'll contact your doctor and make sure that you're taken care of.
Yeah, copy that. Can we go ahead and tie them in with planning operations? And we need to confirm that they have able to make communications with the incident. If not, we have to work through that process.
To have that bag packed.
Copy and planning ops at the breaking location area that we did this morning.
That is affirmative. Also, get ready to copy traffic for you specifically for an line emergency already transported, but information only so you can post it and notify.
Listening there to the coverage of
Copy, go ahead.
Los Angeles will continue.
We have a 25-year-old male with an eye injury from Patrol 72, which is off of 1142 Foxtrot, LA County. They've been transported to West Hills Hospital.
Already gone as well. So
Copy that. Thank you.
On this here for you all day long on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. We'll be back in just moments. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, continuing to showcase the multiple wildfires that are continuing out in Southern California. I'm your host, Mike Bache. Thanks again for joining us as always. Let's go back out now to more of the coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles as they continue with their teams to bring you the very latest.
Coco is, along with her crew. This is a church there in Altadena burning right now, along with several homes in this very neighborhood. Not much can be done about it. There it is. And she said it was over 10,000 acres at this point. All right, we are going to try to check back in with Alex. We spoke to him. He is in Santa Monica right now. There was that news conference with President Biden and Governor Newsom. It was a bit hard to hear them, but why don't you tell us what was said and what questions you actually got to ask, if any. Good morning, Alex, or good afternoon at this point.
Well, yeah, exactly. News conference is a bit generous. Photo op might be better because both the president and the governor did not answer any questions after this briefing today. We'll show you some video of what we're talking about. President Biden came in with the governor, with Senator Alex Padilla. They met with the lead fire agencies that are talking about this fire. And the president basically said to Governor Newsom, I'm giving you everything that you want, right? And the governor was appreciative of what Biden has done. But one of the questions that I had that we didn't get to ask about was about insurance and potential changes to the insurance market in California. A lot of people are not insured. I was able to ask that question to State Senator Ben Allen, who represents the region that's affected by this. Here's some of what he had to say.
Yeah, Water Tender 77 from 1880 Charlie. I can help relay.
Take into account fire risk. It's going to take into account not just historical data, but also projections, because climate change is so real. I mean, I was just talking to the fire chief about this. He says this is nothing like they've ever seen before. The wind, the combination of dryness. There are changing conditions that we're going to have to take into account when we let people figure out insurance plans. But in return, we're going to have to ask more.
Water Tender 7 from 1880 Charlie.
Some changes to the
Palisades Operation LAMV 118.
Ensuring that consumers are at the heart of whatever changes we make.
So that's going to be something going forward.
Traffic for operations.
Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Palisades Operations, LA V1. Reported 2 elderly trapped at an address. Advise when ready.
They're very concerned about that they need to do a new water plan.
Nope.
Sure something like that.
19512 Lookout Trail. 19512 Lookout Trail. Advising surrounding properties on fire.
Has now called in the National Guard to help with the efforts.
Copy, 19512 Lookout Trail.
Trying to get more specifics from him about exactly what they're going to do, but that call coming in this morning, so you should start to see members of the National Guard in the west side of Los Angeles in the days to come.
Operations
right now,
Division
the governor,
Papa.
the senator, and others moved to check
Go
out
for
some
operations.
of the damage for themselves. Some of the
Operations
officials that
Division
I talked
Papa.
to off camera,
The address of 20526 Pacific Coast Highway.
calling this
The crew,
the worst fire that they've seen.
is advising that the house is burned to the foundation.
Yeah, it
Is there any
certainly
way
was
we can
remarkable, the
possibly
update
get
and the
a
briefing that the president got, and just the scope of this catastrophic situation that we're dealing with as we continue to look at live pictures of the fire, homes just up in flames.
Copy that. 20526 PCH was burned to the ground.
And the damage is looked at.
Copy.
So clearly this is going to take days to assess and figure out in terms of total cost and devastation.
Alex, thank you. We appreciate you being there this morning.
Metro
and into this
Palisades
afternoon.
operations
We're
on
going to go
V1.
back out to Gigi Graciette live in Pacific Palisades. This shot you're looking at is in the Eden Fire, burned 10,600 acres, and plus that car, it looks like possibly a civilian moving out of the way, and what you're looking at is not a home. Actually, that is a church in Altadena that Coco has been providing information on throughout the morning. All right, so let's go to Gigi from Altadena.
Division Papa Operations.
There she is. Hi, Gigi.
Operations Division Papa, go ahead.
Roxy, you were talking about getting
If I get a new address, I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Lost and damage assessment teams. That's what they're usually referred to as. They physically walk the different neighborhoods and assess the damage. This is a damaged home. This was a damaged outbuilding. This is a total loss. This was somebody's home. Those damage assessment teams haven't even begun their work. That's because so many houses continue to burn today. Now, we're the Mobile Estate Park here on Pacific Coast Highway. We believe, because it's hard to tell, that this was the office of the Pacific Palisades Mobile Estates, and we believe that because there are rows of filing cabinets right there. You can see paper sorters, different office supply items, and just look at the damage done. And we were talking to a resident here. He told us there were about 187 mobile homes here, and they all appear to be excuse me, the air is thick with smoke and ash. They all appear to be a total loss here. I'm going to have photographer Tony Butita just pan around. I'll try to get out of the way here. It's just overwhelming. And, you know, the folks that live here, they basically pay a rental fee. Andy Rocker, who has a house here, was telling us that it's under rent control and they pay a fee. Not everyone has insurance. A lot of these folks were senior citizens. A lot of the folks just working class people. There is a misconception that if you live by the beach or you live in Pacific Palisades, then you're automatically extremely wealthy, as if that would change the pain of losing your home and all of your belongings, and a lot of those belongings that cannot be replaced. So these folks hit extremely hard. This mobile home park has been here for decades, we believe. It's just part of the fixture right across the street from the beach, from Pacific Coast Highway. The damage here is extensive, and this is just one area you're talking about. Possibly, we heard thousands of structures. We have no idea. We've seen 50, well, there's 187 here, plus the 50 to 75 that we've seen in the Palisades area. Just block after block of total devastation.
Hey, having trouble getting text out back to you, but I'm at Fire Station 70. Do you want to meet somewhere else?
Christi Catholic Church in the Palisades.
Negative, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
For the Catholic community of the Palisades is extensive. They were trying to get confirmation that the fire did spread into the sanctuary. We know they lost at at least one building. The Ralph's Supermarket on Sunset Boulevard, a total loss. We've never seen an entire supermarket where basically just the walls were standing. There was nothing in between the walls. We have never seen such devastation, and we've covered horrible fires. The Sayre fire that had so much loss.
Branch 10 operations
where so
on
many
V1.
homes were also lost.
Branch
And
10.
today we're just seeing home
I
after
got an
home.
address that they're saying their fires impacting their home with elderly people. Let me know when you're ready to copy address.
11. We've been listening to Maria Quibon talk about her brother-in-law's home. We went to it.
Okay, ready.
Complete loss. Just one of so
19512 Lookout Trail. That's 19512 Lookout Trail. That's on the north side of Fernwood.
To this because a lot of folks here have been hospitalized, including a firefighter.
Okay, copy. 19512 Lookout Trail. Send someone over to take that out.
Well, what's left of a car, the wheels just melted right off, just melted into the ground there, and nothing, absolutely nothing.
LA City Palisades air attack on command.
We did see two ladies, and they were sifting through the dirt, and we see this a lot. People come back, they try to identify where the room was, where maybe
traffic for operations on V1.
a lot to them that may not have been burned, that may have
Palisades air attack, go for LA County.
And they sift through the dirt. They bring in sifters to look for any valuables. Maybe we interviewed a couple at one huge fire. I think it was the Woolsey fire. They were able to find
LA City Palisades air attack on command.
when she had to evacuate, and the wedding ring was a family heirloom that had been passed down, and it meant the world.
Palisades air attack, go for LA.
She was actually sifting through the dirt.
LA Palisades air attack, looking to see the status on the fill for the two Type 3 multi-engineer tankers.
To return home. And Maria Quibon has been talking about
Copy,
the
stand by.
we were interviewing a gentleman earlier, and
Division Victor training from 40 Alpha.
by wind gusts
V1.
that continue here. It's usually windy at the beach, windier than maybe on the flatland, but the wind gusts.
Traffic for Victor training on command. Go ahead.
Of the Palisades fire. So no estimate on how many homes, structures, businesses. A lot of businesses lost. We saw cleaners that was on fire. So that toll is going to continue to grow. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that wind, we see you getting tossed around, and Star's joining us here as well right now to talk about the winds and the situation. And it really depends where, right? What part of town we're talking about. Where GG's in Pacific Palisades, and then where we're going to take the shot where Coco's in the Eden Fire in Altadena.
Yeah, we have not just our sustained winds that are gusting up, and I'll be talking about that in a second, but also our wind gusts. Those are going double the mile per hour range there in some of the area. You know, we have tons of weather impacts to get through today, and then I do want to break down a little bit of traffic. We do have some closures across a lot of the area this morning, or this afternoon. Our fire dangers are going to continue to be those strong Santa Ana winds, where we are seeing things kick up or could go anywhere from 20 to over 40 miles per hour.
Go for air attack.
Upwards of 80 or plus across some of the area. Bringing you in on one of those closures. This is going to be in the Pacific Palisades area. This is going to be because of that Palisades fire. We do continue with PCH being closed in both directions. So from that McClure tunnel in Santa Monica all the way through the Las Flores Canyon Road in Malibu.
Okay, you're talking about just north of the fire?
From Mulholland Drive all the way down through a PCH. So again, you are wanting to avoid this area. The closures are expected to continue past this afternoon. We do have a reopening.
Okay, is that little camp community with the community pool?
Fire closures. This is going to be on the 210 west from Yarnell Street.
Okay, the plan is to start working retardant all the way around and button that up. Unfortunately, it's going to only work so well without any ground resources backing it up.
I checked in, and we do still show some slow-moving speed across this area, where we are looking at delays backed up past an hour. So in addition to that, over in the 210 west area, this is going to be at the 15 where those two highways do intersect there. We have the overturned big
yeah, copy that, sir. The plan is to start working the tankers up and around that corner.
Some backflow in traffic there. We do show stop and go speeds, and it'll be very interesting to see, when they, are going to be able to get this this mess cleaned up in the area. And again, it just goes to show you with these gusty, windy conditions on any day, without these alerts being put out, we talk about how our wind gusts do have the potential to overturn, big profile vehicles. And, this is the classic case of that. We had it happen today, not just with this one vehicle. It's looking like there's multiple out there. And I want to bring you in on a live camera here. This is the 210 West at Vernon Avenue. While traffic is moving well in both directions, we do still see that plume of just smoke out. And this is going to be from the Eaton Canyon fire there where, things are just not looking good out there, guys.
Yeah, speaking of Eaton Canyon and the Eaton fire, let's go to Coco right now.
Oh. Good morning. We are at El Molino and Calaveras, and you just see the firefighters working so hard out here to try to salvage what they can of the Altadena Baptist Church. But you can see that it is completely engulfed in flames. It has gotten even worse since I last spoke with you. But firefighters from the LA County Fire Department did arrive here on scene because they're trying to save the home, the building that's next door to this church, because what happened was the church continued to go up in flames, and then the trees and the bushes next to it started to ignite.
Branch 10, LA County Field Comp.
Where a firefighter is standing right now to try to put out the flames, try to put out the hot spots. But there's also embers flying everywhere, and we've noticed that those embers have been starting more fires throughout this neighborhood here on El Molino and Calaveras. So obviously a very serious situation here. Firefighters using all the possible resources they can. They did tap this fire hydrant here to try to get more water, as much water as they can. That is the bright news here, if you can say there's some bright news, is the fact that firefighters do have water here that they've been able to utilize. The problem is there just simply are not enough firefighters. So a lot of homes have been burned.
Branch 10, LA County Field Comp.
Firefighters are doing the very best they can, but they just don't have enough people to get to and
Traffic for Branch 10.
neighborhoods as much as they would like to.
Branch 10, this is LA County Field Com. We have a mission for our ISD technicians to take a generator to a radio repeater site in the area of Topanga and Entrada. Is that something we can accomplish if we come from the north side?
Affirmative, if you come from the 101 side, the access is able to get to that area without any blockage.
Immediately and evacuate because the fire was coming their way, and then they realized that they didn't have some of those important items, those important documents, all of the things that are really important when you have a plan and do the ready, set, go, to make sure you have all of those things with you if you can. But for some of these people, like they said, it just happened so quickly they needed to leave and save themselves. So some of them are coming back. Some are unfortunately finding that their homes are burned, and others are finding that their homes are still threatened. So they're getting as much as they can, but the firefight still continues very strong here at the Altadena Baptist Church. I'll send it back to you.
Well, that certainly is a nice sight to see that you have a firefighter there doing his or her best, right? But as you mentioned, there simply aren't enough firefighters to get the job done. In this case, there is water, but not enough firefighters, specifically where you are and what you're talking about. Coco, thank you.
The coverage will continue on Fox 11 here in just moments. On Live Now from Fox, we are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as our coverage will continue out in Southern California.
Division Papa, Task Force 23 on command.
Unit calling Division Papa, go ahead.
Division Papa, Task Force 23 on command. Just looking for some logistical support for some food and water. What's the status of?
Stand by, let me go direct branch real quick. Branch 7, Division Papa on command.
Branch 7.
Yeah, I'm getting more resources inquiring about logistical needs such as food and water. Any idea?
I just heard food was delivered to Duke with water still outstanding on the fuel.
Yeah, I copy. I just got off the phone with ground support not too long ago. They're waiting for a driver to drive the fuel truck out here. But Dukes has food and water. Copy that.
Branch 7.
And welcome back, everyone. Here to live now from Fox. Our coverage continues of the massive wildfires going on right now in Southern California. We know at least 2 people have died, many others
Task
injured,
Force 23,
including
Division
several
Papa on
firefighters. So we are definitely keeping an eye on that for you here on
Go ahead,
Now
Papa.
from Fox. We are now going to go back out to
I don't know if
Fox
you caught
11
that on
Los
direct,
Angeles
but
as they continue their coverage
sounds
of
like
this breaking news.
food and water's been delivered to Duke.
It's hard to put into words what we're experiencing out here.
Oh, yeah, and this is going to be the situation, Matthew.
You were a little
for
broken,
days and weeks to
confirming
come,
food
people
and
coming
water
out
was
and
delivered
assessing
to
the damage and then
the
figuring out
ICP
what
at
to do
Zuma.
next. But again, we should remind people
Negative.
as
It's
you
going to be
show
at the
us
Duke's
some of the
restaurant on
destruction from
DC.
this fire that it is not okay to come back and repopulate these
Okay,
areas
copy
here.
that,
I know
Duke.
as
Thank
much
you.
as people want to get back to see what's left of their homes and their belongings, that it is not advised as of yet. You have to listen to the orders right now because it is still an active situation. So thank you, Matthew. We'll check back in with you later on. But let's go to this now because the wildfires are forcing families to evacuate their homes, obviously, and many pets need a safe place to stay.
A group of doggy hotels offering for shelter for these pets displaced by the wildfires. On the phone with us right now is Annie Demirjan. Annie, actually, thank you for sending me a message there on Instagram. I was able to check my DM, and I'm so glad we connected with you and we were able to get in contact with you so you can share this information with our viewers.
Likewise, I really wanted to get the word out for those families who do not have places to leave their dogs. When my mom messaged me, I'm like, oh my God, this is perfect because I know you're amazing and wanted to put the word out and let families know that they do have a place to leave their dogs if they don't have anywhere else to leave them.
How many dogs can you accommodate at this point?
Well, we could accommodate about 300 dogs at the moment.
And how many do you have right now?
Right now, we have about 20 dogs.
Okay.
So any size dogs, small or large, I mean, this is a big, big help for people because as they get displaced and they want to care for their furry friends, you're looking at the website right here of these doggy hotels in the North Hollywood area and Glendale as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct. We do have a location.
Water Tender 77 from 8140 Charlie, V1, go to V-Fire 22.
20,000 square feet. And we do have a location in Glendale as well, which we just recently opened. It is safe for both locations. We are indoor facility with temperature controls.
What type of services and amenities do you guys provide there to ensure the safety and comfort for these dogs?
I'm right behind you.
It is called Resort. They can visit our website. It's called resort4dogs.com, and it will show you the type of rooms we do accommodate for our dogs. And what we would require is their vaccines. So we would need their Bordetella shots.
Around and Star is joining us here as well right now to talk about the winds and the situation. And it really depends where, right? What part of town we're talking about.
Hold up.
GG's in Pacific Palisades, and then we're going to take the shot where Coco's in the Eden Fire in Altadena. Yeah, we have not just our sustained winds that are gusting up, and I'll be talking about that in a second, but also our wind gusts. Those are going double the mile per hour range there in some of the area. You know, we have tons of weather impacts to get through today, and then I do want to break down a little bit of traffic. We do have some closures across a lot of the area this morning, or this afternoon. Our fire dangers are going to continue to be those strong Santa Ana winds, where we are seeing things kick up, could go anywhere from 20 to over 40 miles per hour, and those gusts upwards of 80 or plus.
Division Papa, uniform Victor training. Go ahead.
On one of those closures, this is going to be in the Pacific.
Yes, sir. I heard you're using
area.
some of my Type 1s up, that were in your area.
We do continue with PCH being closed in both directions. So from that McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica all the way through the Las Flores Canyon Road in Malibu.
Yeah, affirmative. I have 6840 Alpha. 6840 Alpha.
All the way down through a PCH. So again, you are wanting to avoid this area. The closures are expected to continue past this afternoon. We do have a reopening of some areas here across the Hearst fire closures. This is going to be on the 210 west from Yarnell Street to Roxford Street. We did have those closures, and then also at the 210 connector, we had the truck lanes that were closed here, but I do see things have been reopened, but I checked in and we do still show some slow moving speed across this area where we are looking at delays backed up past an hour. So in addition to that, over in the 210 west area, this is going to be at the 15 where those two highways do intersect there. We have the overturned big rig, and I'm getting reports that this is more than just one big rig, and it again is causing some backflow in traffic there. We do show stop and go speeds, and it'll be very interesting to see, you know, when they, you know, are going to be able to get this this mess cleaned up in the area. And again, it just goes to show you with these gusty, windy conditions on any day, you know, without
Branch 23, Branch 1 up from Place Force 21.
Do have the potential to overturn, you know, big profile vehicles, and you know, this is the classic case of that. We had it happen today, not just with this one vehicle. It's looking like there's multiple out there, and I want to bring you in on a live camera here. This is the 210 west at Vernon Avenue. While traffic is moving well in both directions, we do still see that plume of just smoke out, and this is going to be from the Eaton Canyon fire there, where, you know, things are just not looking good out there, guys.
Yeah, speaking of Eaton Canyon and the Eaton fire, let's go to Coco right now.
Oh. Good morning. We are at El Molino and Calaveras, and you just see the firefighters working so hard out here to try to salvage what they can of the Altadena Baptist Church. But you can see that it is completely engulfed in flames. It has gotten even worse since I last spoke with you. But firefighters from the LA County Fire Department did arrive here on scene because they're trying to save the home, the building that's next door to this church, because what happened was the church continued to go up in flames, and then the trees and the bushes next to it started to ignite. So that's currently where a firefighter is standing right now to try to put out the flames, try to put out the hot spots. But there's also embers flying everywhere, and we've noticed that those embers have been starting more fires throughout this neighborhood here on El Molino and Calaveras. So obviously a very serious situation here. Firefighters using all the possible resources they can. They did tap this fire hydrant here to try to get more water, as much water as they can. That is the bright news here, if you can say there's some bright news, is the fact that firefighters do have water here that they've been able to utilize. The problem is there just simply are not enough firefighters. So a lot of homes have been burning to the ground because the firefighters are doing the very best they can, but they just don't have enough people to get to and respond to these neighborhoods as much as they would like to. We've spoken to a lot of residents, some who have chosen to stay despite the evacuation warnings, and some people like James, who you heard from in the last hour, said he didn't want to leave because he'd been working on his home for a couple of months and he just felt like he couldn't leave it behind. I also spoke to another man who came back for his medications, because a lot of people are also telling me that they had to leave immediately and evacuate because the fire was coming their way, and then they realized that they didn't have some of those important items, those important documents, all of the things that are really important when you have a plan and do the ready, set, go to make sure you have all of those things with you if you can. But for some of these people, like they said, it just happened so quickly they needed to leave and save themselves. So some of them are coming back. Some are unfortunately finding that their homes are burned, and others are finding that their homes are still threatened. So they're getting as much as they can, but the firefight
Division
still
Mike
continues
from
very
1065
strong
Alpha
here at
on
the Altadena
B1.
Baptist Church. I'll send it back to you.
Well, that certainly is a nice sight to see that you have a firefighter there doing his or her best, right? But as you mentioned, there's simply aren't enough firefighters to get the job done. In this case, there is water, but not enough firefighters, specifically where you are and what you're talking about. Coco, thank you. Before we go back out to Pacific Palisades to Matthew, I do want to mention that over 135,000 LADWP customers do not have power. Also, a boil water notice has been issued for Pacific Palisades. So that's the area code 90272 and the adjacent area. So just 2 bits of information that just came out. Also, Pasadena schools closed throughout the week, and Arcadia schools closed today and tomorrow, but that could change as well. All right, let's go back out to Matthew right now, joining our coverage right now from Pacific Palisades. Matthew.
Contingency group operations on V1.
Put into words the destruction that we're seeing all the way down to the ocean. Just look at this. These are just
operations. Heavy equipment 1. Go ahead with your message.
Absolutely destroyed from the
contingency operations. Just looking for a plan up in branch 10 area around the Topanga, old Topanga area. Are we pushing any ridges or anything up here? Just trying to get a feel for your plan.
Look at this home. I mean, all that's left of this house is a chimney. Even the cars out front.
Yeah, you're coming in broken, but it sounds like you want me to come up with a plan on the East Topanga Fire Road. Is that correct?
PCH, and then Al, if you want to flip it.
I'm just, we're coming into Fernwood here on the north side of Fernwood, heading south on Topanga, just looking to see what kind of work we're doing around the Topanga State Park area and pushing dozer where we can.
And you can see the beach, and you just...
Yeah, right now the only dozers I'm aware of that are even on scene are the 5 that I have, 2 LA County and 3 LA City.
It's hard to imagine what was happening.
Yeah, copy that. Do you have a plan over here, or are you still pushing that east end?
Yeah, right now we're getting more direct. We're working hand in hand with the air attack, working with, I'm pretty sure we're in Division Alpha at this point, but working with trying to tie some stuff in, get closer to the black.
The destruction and the devastation.
Yeah, copy that. Are you moving north or south?
Yesterday, in comparison from yesterday.
Yeah, we're moving to the currently, and then we want to transition across the north end of this thing at Dirt Mulholland and start making our way back into State Park.
We saw the destruction and the flames last night.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. So coming around, moving north up on that east end there, Alpha, coming around the horn there, and moving towards State Park. That's what we want to get to, because this thing's going to come into Fernwood.
Businesses, people's lives.
Okay, can we confirm if there's any other dozers that we can start kind of moving that direction?
Are no longer here.
Besides these 5.
Remarkable, and again, just hard to put into words what we're
as of right now, I don't believe any dozers have checked in, and you have what you have.
People coming out and assessing the damage.
Okay, we'll try to tighten this up on this end and then make our way over there, but I don't think it's going to be by the end of the day today for sure.
That it is not okay to come back and repopulate these areas yet. I know as much as
yeah,
people want to get back to
see
what's left of their homes and their belongings, that it is not advised.
Okay, the only good part about that is we have like a 4-year-old burn scar in there from the old Palisades, so it may be pretty receptive to some fog check. I just don't know what the weather looks like over there.
Homes, obviously, and many pets.
Yeah, I actually think it's in heavier fuels right now, coming out that Topanga Canyon area. But looking up, I don't even know if you guys can even push that ridges with the rocks and the steepness of it.
Thank you for sending me a message there on Instagram. I was able to check
I copy that. Right now, just so you know, the lower end of this thing is making its way to Camp Giuseppe, so I'm going to stand by in here. Going to work with Air Attack to do some pre-treating on the structures, and wait till this thing kind of moves past, and then I'll start bouncing that direction.
When my mom messaged me, I'm like, oh my God, this is
Yeah, copy that.
This is perfect.
Branch 10, operations on V1.
Yeah, operations, Branch 10. I copied all that traffic. Yeah, I had put a request in for 3 Limas. I have a plan that looking at that we could push the end of Entrada to Topanga Scar, but obviously that's getting the iron in here. I agree with what you're looking at. Or concur.
Palisades operation, Ventura County, Battalion 26, V1.
So any size dogs,
Go for operations.
small or large, I mean, this is a big
Christian,
help
we're
for
getting
people
responded to a
because
new
as
start,
they get displaced
PCH
and they want to
and
care for their
Mulholland.
furry friends. You're
About a
looking
half
at
acre. We're getting
the
reports
website
of moderate
right
rate of
here.
spread. Just giving you the
There's
heads up.
doggy hotels in the North Hollywood area and Glendale as well.
Yeah, copy that. Thank you.
Yes, that's
You
correct.
get on scene, give me a size up. I'm up in Topanga Canyon right now. Take me a bit to get back over there.
It's the largest in LA. It's about 20,000 square feet.
Okay, but just confirming the Palisades has not moved its way towards Mulholland just yet, correct? This would be a new start.
For boat location, we are indoor facility with
Confirming. Let me look. Where on Mulholland and what's the crossroad? Where it's at? PCH.
To ensure, obviously, the safety and the comfort.
Yeah,
for these
PCH
dogs.
and Mulholland.
Well, you can visit our website. It is called Resort. They can visit our website. It's called resort4dogs.com.
Yeah, copy that. Are we looking at around Malibu Canyon or Mulholland? Just looking at the earth. It is not to the west of the Franklin burn scar. Our fire.
Work on getting additional info, and I'll get back with you. If you have cell service, I'll line you.
We are open Monday through Saturday.
Yeah, no, I'm deep in Topanga Canyon, no cell service. Just hit me up on B1. I'll be up on listening to you.
Specific supplies or
copy.
resources that your hotels currently
requesting
need
additional
in order
information,
to
go for
support
LA.
the work that you're doing?
Nope, we do have all supplies. We do have beds, blankets, everything that we need to supply for the amount of dogs that we could occupy.
So you have everything you need. What about volunteers? People are
VNC Battalion 24 from
like
Branch
this. Do
7.
you need any people to come and help you out?
No, we do have enough staff that could accommodate that many dogs, basically.
Wow.
What motivated you to do this dog resort hotels type of service?
My own dog. I have a golden retriever, which we got in 2015, and we needed a place for him, just like evacuating the same way. And we took a look at a couple of different places, and we were like, okay, you know what? We didn't feel comfortable. At the time, we had a huge facility, which in 2015 we had to let go, but we had the lease for 5 years, and then we decided, you know what, we're going to turn this facility into a dog hotel because we felt like we needed to build something that was catered and it could
Yep. Branch 10 operations, V1.
locations are, so we can accommodate more people, basically.
So the two locations that are open.
Yeah,
you've got the
are you in the area of
and
Topanga
Glendale
Canyon?
location, correct? Let's put that
From
information out
up above Station 69, up on on the hill.
So we have
going up to Tuna Canyon.
11 Voss Street, North Hollywood.
Yeah, copy that. So you got good eyes on the fire's edge here, and you're working on that plan for that structure defense. We'll see if we can get you some more resources, and that's just going to be chunking north because the wind's going to help you, but it's still coming to fix stuff, yeah?
You can go on our website as well.
Yeah, A-firm. We got one road operation, no fixed wing. Got 2 Charlies and 2 Golfs that we're working with right now, and if we get more orders, we have a plan to put them in place. But right now it's backing in our favor.
Thank you. Take care. Stay safe.
Yeah. Copy that, buddy. Thank you.
She's like, I got it. I got the space. I got the facility. I got the supplies. Everything you need for your dog.
Yeah, and I, myself I'm a dog owner, and so in this situation, to just know that you do, in this case, have a place to, take your pet, so thankful to her, for helping out the community there.
Operations from Division Mike
and
on
I
command.
feel like the most common question has been, how
operations.
often does this happen?
I'd like
I'm talking about
to order
the
some
fire
law enforcement
situations that we're
assistance.
under here in the Los Angeles
We
area.
have an engine, engine 151 from Ventura County, with some civilians disrupting some operations just south of Topanga Canyon
right there on your screen
on the PCH.
Extreme events, and this fire season right now that we're in, we've already
Copy law enforcement on PCH.
since yesterday. This does
by VNC 151.
The last time we had this
for
issue was ahead of the fire that we not just saw, last month in December, but before that in November.
That, thank you.
So 3 months here where we've had these PDSs put out by the National Weather Service, and before that, the last season that we saw this happen was back in 2020. So
hey, Division Mike, Operations, we passed a message on to Sheriff. They're going to send somebody to investigate that.
Northeast winds, we call them the Santa Ana winds, and they're expecting to continue to kick up about 20 to 40 miles per hour, and those gusts in some areas going higher than that, where we'll see them get anywhere from 60 to 80 plus.
Operations from Division Mike, can you repeat last, please?
In place through today and into portions.
Just letting you know, message has been passed to Sheriff. They'll get somebody down there to Topanga PCH and looking for VNC 151 to help out.
That potential not just creates fire damage, but also the potential for down trees and power lines. I've seen
Palisades Air Attack LAMV1
where the lights are out. I've had multiple family members share with me, that they've had to return home because their work locations have no power there. So with that, we have had the classic setup. This is a high pressure system as well as a low pressure system, and what happens is we have these two systems that really are just duking it out there, and through the middle of these systems we have the winds passing through, and so it puts us in that PDS, which causes not just the dangerous fire conditions
Palisades Air Attack LAMV1
as well as the vegetation levels here. That red flag warning is again expected to continue through portions of tomorrow, and it's not just going to be for the Pacific Palisade area, the Sylmar region, but also down into portions of Eaton Canyon or Altadena. We are talking all of this highlighted area here, stretching as far north as our high desert, Santa Clarita included in this red flag warning, Lancaster there, through our low deserts, into our mountains, along our coast there, Long Beach, Irvine, Los Angeles Basin, we're all included in this. Again, this does stretch past today and into tomorrow. Our high winds, we're getting a little bit of a break from that peak, but things still gusting across the area, and we're expecting to continue as long as we are under this alert to see those winds potentially get anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour and gusts going upwards of 60 to 80.
40 Charlie Yankee Zulu on command.
Higher. We take our winds and we take our dry conditions out there. You're taking a look at our humidity levels, and they are in single digits across some of the area.
Yankee Zulu, 40 Charlie on command. Go ahead.
And this is close to our coastline there.
40 Charlie's 8.
Primarily desert dry
Affirmative.
that
Go
we're
ahead.
talking about, and it stretches past.
I have a Ventura County Type 1 rotor. Are you guys actively engaged in structure defense? Could you use them?
Improvement there, but still very minimal. And our gusts. This is our.
We are engaged in structure defense, however. I think we'll be all right. We're at without them for now. We got water sources, all the structures.
This is what our numbers are looking at. So in the Santa Clarita area, pushing at about 39 miles per hour there. Burbank, upwards of 46, stretching all the way into the inland.
All right, I'll advise them. If you need them, they're in there.
As high, but still 29 miles per hour. We are talking a fairly dangerous winds gusting across the area. And again, these winds are likely to stretch over into tomorrow as well.
All right, Star. Yes, absolutely. Those winds, the erratic winds, right? This is why we are where we are with this situation. And just moments ago, President Biden did receive a briefing on the situation regarding what's happening with the different fires in LA County. Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, she actually told the president that this situation is unprecedented.
I've never seen the winds in my
Branch 1, Branch 10 on command.
career. So we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing
Branch 10, Branch 1, go ahead.
our people within this area.
I want to check in with you. All the few resources I have in Branch 10 in Yankee and Zulu are committed to the Topanga Canyon structure defense. So that part that is showing on the map at the branch break up the top of Palisades, up there in Palisades Drive, I don't have any way to get resources, just information for you or a geographical way to get over to that part of the branch, the way it's set up right now.
the preparedness wasn't at the level that it should have been, perhaps.
Yeah, I understand. I'm currently
questions that political leaders and city leaders are going to be grappling with in the weeks to come. But clearly now is the time where we have to get through this and really make sure that we tackle the blazes that are impacting our communities and residents out there. That is first and foremost. And Councilmember Tracy Park did not mince words when Bob DeCastro asked her about the lack of resources that we were talking about, needed to fight these fires overnight. So this is going to be another issue moving forward.
This is representative of the chronic underinvestment in critical infrastructure that is necessary to support our city and indicative of the investments that need to be made. These circumstances are not unforeseeable. This was just a matter of time until this happened in the Pacific Palisades. And so this is just a tragic and devastating reminder of the significant amount of work that we have to do. And as we think about preparing for the World Cup in 2026 and the Olympics in 2028, what we have seen and learned over the last 24 hours is that the city and the county of Los Angeles are not yet ready.
So the finger pointing already starting in all this, but still you just right now kind of focus on the families who are displaced and the devastation and the loss in so many of these communities.
Yeah, we're in reactive mode, right? Reacting to what's happening, and then we can start to analyze all of these things.
Branch 1, heavy equipment 1.
Gigi earlier actually spoke with a man who lost his home in the Palisades fire. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
The Palisades is not just the wealthy, it's the people, the everyday people like this. My neighbor fixed surfboards. That's what he did. He was a surfboard
Yeah, Branch
fixer.
1 on command.
You know,
yeah, I think you're talking about the same thing down there in the bottom, the riparian zone, in where the
correct. Yes,
Sullivan.
Citizens, just a lot of good
We do have a
people.
dozer that's working down
Good
any way to get some kind of a patrol or a tank him to keep that thing
It's just
they can
so
transition
hard
up the
to
canyon.
hear about these
We're trying to
communities that are so tight-knit,
together, and then we're going to have to put in some handline with a crew once we get a little
loss altogether as well. But they had a good spirit. They were talking about how the American
Heavy equipment 1, Branch 1. I copied about every third, but I understand what you're talking about, and we're trying to get that plan engaged right now.
Have to piece together what's next.
Okay, good copy. Dozer 5 is the one in the bottom. Construction 17, Dozer 5.
Mentioning right there in the Palisades.
That is a beautiful image, though, I will say.
Yeah.
It's good for the soul.
Branch 1 copies.
And the spirit. Let's go to Matthew. He is in Palisades right now and standing among what looks like just a bomb blew up in this neighborhood, right? It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to describe it. We're by Las Flores and PCH, and just look around. I mean, everything is burned, basically. You look at these houses, you think about the holidays that we just experienced, New Year's, and now just this. I was also just reflecting, just 24 hours ago, we were coming out here to cover this fire and thinking back to the evacuations, the gridlock, the traffic, the rush to get out. And no one knew that this was what we were going to be experiencing, what we'd be looking at just 24 hours later. It's hard to describe, and we'll try to show you what we're looking at out
from
here.
80 Charlie.
These homes burned to the ground. Essentially, all that's left is anything that was brick or concrete, like we're looking at chimneys. And clearly firefighters tried their best to put it out. You can see water all over the ground. And then the extreme heat, just very noticeable when you look at these burned up cars right out front. And then we're going to cross the PCH right now. And typically, these are really nice waterfront, beachfront homes near Malibu, Pacific Palisades. And now they're gone, and you can just see the ocean. You hear the waves on the beach. And just not your typical view. And then all of these homes essentially are gone. Up and down here, we have seen firefighters trying to salvage homes like this that might be up in flames right now, still actively fighting those fires. But it's a tough situation out here. Emergency vehicles still up and down PCH, and people that live in the area possibly evacuating or going to look at what they can. But yeah, it's hard to describe exactly the devastation that we're seeing because it is everywhere. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew, I want to get your perspective on this because you covered a lot of natural disasters in Houston, hurricanes, tropical storms. And I don't know how many wildfires you've covered so far, but we've gotten perspectives from Gigi, who's covered many, and obviously Bob DeCastro as well. But this is really
Palisades Air Attack, LAV1.
that you were in the thick of it here in Southern California. Could you give us your perspective on covering something like this compared to what you've seen in the past?
I think the impacts are, when you cover hurricanes, it's more spotty depending, definitely tornado, spotty damage. The fire, this fire in particular, seems like it just damaged or destroyed everything.
Palisades Air Attack, LAV1.
And like I was saying earlier, if the ocean wasn't here, it probably would have destroyed more. But thinking back to last night when we were out here, just the winds, it was
Palisades Operations, LAV1.
A hurricane. You could see the smoke and the
Go for
flames,
Palisade
the
Operations.
blowing and the lights. It looked
Situational awareness only. Ventura Copter 4 is getting diverted to the start 99, so Freddy incident. You will be losing them shortly.
It is comparable but different at the same time, obviously.
Yep, copy, divert, help keep that small. I agree with that. Do you have a size up for that fire?
It's not good.
A hurricane, but on top of that, you have the flames, which makes it doubly as dangerous. So definitely just a
LA City, Palisades Air Attack on command.
Thank you
so much. It's such a classic image when you see that just all that's standing is the chimney, right? And there's just devastation all around, but you have that classic image of just a chimney standing there.
Palisades Air Attack, go for LA on V1.
So onto this.
LA Palisades Air Attack, check-in update on order for the 2 Type 3 multi-engineer tankers and the additional Type 1 copters that were ordered earlier this morning.
Your copter was diverted to the Freddy incident 99. Still no answer back for your Type 3 multi-engines at this time.
To steal from our residents.
Okay, can we check availability on one restricted copters or one of the state?
Emergency workers and people who live there.
Palisades Air Attack, LA copies your request. Also be advised, multiple incidences have rotor wing requests on hold at the net.
Or see what's left, because that is not what officials want you to do. They still need to have access to these areas that are still being impacted by these fires, and we don't need looky-loos there as well, because that is something that will certainly get in the way of these efforts.
It's really upsetting, though. Not
Palisades Operations, LAV1 when able.
It's surprising, of course, that you have looters taking advantage of the situation. That's terrible, though, to hear something like that. Okay, so talking about school closures and how so many people are impacted by all of this.
Traffic for operations for Beach
USD schools are closed today, which
Palisades Operations, LA on V1. Last size-up update was 2 acres running uphill at the LA County Ventura line.
Getting help they need today.
Units on scene.
So closing schools is a really tough call and a high bar, especially given the disruption to kids' education.
Copy, thank you.
We early this morning, based on our metrics for both the evacuation zone but also air quality, closed a number of schools. Once the school bell rang at 8, it's almost more disruptive to most of those school communities to then close and evacuate, especially given the roads. And so what we've told families is that there's a list of schools that's about a little over 100 that are closed. Others use your best judgment. Attendance will not count today. And then those others, and we know we have hundreds of thousands of kids who are at school for those reasons, childcare, meals. They'll be at school. After school programs will continue. We'll be indoors. We have air quality monitors, and we also want to extend the same grace to our employees as well. So it's a day where we're asking for patience, but we know that despite the conditions outside, many families rely on the schools. Drop your kids off. Do what you need to do. Pick them up when you need to. We'll continue to monitor and make a decision for tomorrow soon as well.
It's such a difficult decision for families who parents have to work. Maybe their kids' schools shut down because of all of this, and then you have to figure out what to do with your child. Star, I know it's an issue that your family's dealing with. A lot of people impacted by this on so many levels. There's just a domino effect. When one thing changes in your routine, as you know, as a mom, then everything kind of comes crashing down.
It does, and so with myself, this
Air
morning,
Attack,
I live in the
operations on
Valley,
V1.
So I do have a sister that did have to evacuate in Sylmar. I have a mom who was really close to the Sepulveda Basin when that fire started earlier, and so she's calling, wanting wondering what's going on. And then I have a 12-year-old, you know, who has to get to school. And so, you know, fortunately, you know, my cousin is the dean at his school. And so, you know, just making sure to make sure that, you know, first of all, attendance is still in place. And, you know, what are they doing to make sure our kids are safe, you know? And for the most part, the schools are planning to keep them indoors and making sure they're not out in the air. And, you know, with our air quality in that area, it was okay. Across some of the area, we do have that poor air quality. It's in the red zone. And in fact, our air quality index coming in over 170 for the Los Angeles area. And so I went ahead and checked in on that, but also a lot of the surrounding area, we are getting the reds, the oranges, as well as the yellows, which just
VNT Battalion 26, Palisade Operations, are you up on V1?
You want to make sure to stay indoors, but even beyond that, if you know you are someone who does have those sensitivities, we want to make sure that you're indoors. Whether or not you do not have to be outside, go ahead and play it safe for today and bring yourself inside. We are continuing with our fire danger. We have not just our strong winds pushing across the area.
If you haven't already done so, you could
40 miles per hour, but also our wind gust with the potential to get as high as 80 miles per hour or higher.
You broke on
shoot me. Humidity levels mixed with those winds, which, you know, are the ingredients to make for this fire danger. And those humidity values are sitting in the single digits, up to the teens for a lot of the area. And so fire danger widespread, power outages widespread. I've seen, you know, just coming into the station, but also taking my son to school this morning in the San Fernando Valley. We had down trees, we had down power lines, we had power outages. My parents, you know, their power was out. We had family members who work at local hospitals, and they were told to go home because there's no power across the areas that they work. And then obviously the travel there, we do have some areas that are not just experiencing the closures across Pacific Coast Highway,
it was to you.
but
Let me
also
double check
into
it.
portions of the 210 West, the 10. We did have multiple, you know, big rigs that were overturned in the area. So lots of issues with the impacts as far as the weather for today.
And you were speaking about the San Fernando Valley and that fire that impacted your family. It's the fire. We do have an update on that. That was burning in the
Hey, contact number I didn't get this morning.
So Bob DeCastro has been there this morning. And
Palisades Air Attack LA on V11 Able.
We actually moved our location. We're now in the Altadena area. We're at the
Planning
Eden
ops, branch
Fire
5.
and checking things out there. Off
Go ahead,
the
sir.
major part of the Eden Fire. Altadena,
It shows you viewed it on WhatsApp, the last
Altadena
message.
Drive. I have this family here who
Copy that,
tells
thank
me
you.
that
Branch
we
10,
have,
got
2
it.
o'clock in the
Negative. Branch 10.
If I could have your 215 information.
Get a number. Can I get a contact?
951 537 4043.
Palisades Air Attack LA on V1.
Air Attack on V1.
Palisades
What
Air
was
Attack
the area code again?
LA on
51
V1.
broke off. LA Palisades Air Attack. I'd like to put a request in for a relief ASM or lead for 1530 and wanted to check on availability for any additional Type 1 tankers out of Fox. Heard there might be 2 available.
Palisades Air Attack, we copy 1530 for relief. Is that for Air Attack or lead?
That was for ASM or lead at 1530, 1530.
LA copies. Also be advised you have tanker 605, tanker 613 from Porterville ETE to follow, tanker 602 from BEU, liftoff 1258, ETA 1500.
Okay, I copied the 2 S2s. What was the third identifier?
Hotel 602 from BEU, lifted off at 1258, ETA 1500.
Copy 602, thank you.
Air Attack, Operations V1.
Operations Air Attack on V1.
Yeah, I hear that report of a new start over called the Freddy Fire. Closer to PCH and Mulholland to the a little bit farther up to the north on PCH. Do you think we need to divert aircraft there? I'd rather help keep that thing small.
Let me come around and take a look, sir, and see if I have eyes on it. Confirming they have resources at scene.
They do have it. They said the last report was 2 acres burning uphill, moderate spread. We did send one VNC helicopter over there. I was notified that happened, but I just want to know this thing is established. It would be nice to maybe help them out with some aircraft if we need to and keep that small.
Okay, I believe I have eyes on the smoke now. Just want to confirm, did they start an additional air resource response over to that? Because if so, it's going to have to be deconflicted.
Yeah, I believe that's just a complete new start. That is not tied to this incident.
Operations Branch 10, Ventura County Crew 14 is requesting to head to the new start on the Ventura LA County line. Your approval.
Yep, that'll be helping out them. If they need that crew, go ahead and release them. We need to keep that one small.
Okay, that'll be VNC Crew 14. I'll get them going that way.
Okay, copy.
Planning Ops Branch 10.
Division Yankee Zulu, Strike Team 9348 Golf. Command.
Planning Ops Branch 10 on command.
Branch 10, Planning Ops, go ahead.
With all the traffic, I missed the area code on the cell number, please.
951-537-4043.
Branch 10, good copy.
LA City, Palisades air attack on command.
Palisades, air attack, go for LA on V1.
LA Palisades air attack, Do you guys have an additional full aircraft response going to the new start north of the Palisades incident?
Affirm, that's going to be the Freddy incident. They should be having AirTac 12 on the way that way.
Copy, AirTac 1-2 inbound to the new start. We will remain over the Palisades incident.
Branch 1, Branch 10 on command. Branch 1, Branch 10 on command.
Palisades AirTac LAV-1 when able.
Operations AirTac on V1.
Okay, go for operations.
Operations AirTac. Regarding the new start, they have a full aircraft dispatch responding to that now.
Yep, copy that. I'm okay if we make a decision to push aircraft if something goes different than is planned and they need more additional resources. We'll just keep that idea in the back pocket.
Yep, copy that. I'll work on doing aircraft sharing with AirTac 1-2.
Perfect, thank you.
Palisades AirTac LA on V1 when able.
Go for Palisades AirTac.
Palisades AirTac. Helicopter 601 and 605 off of Porterville 1315 ETA 1400.
Copy 602, 601, and 605. Thank you.
Down that way right now, you might see the skids of the helicopter in the shot. There it is. It's on the LA County, Ventura County line, Mulholland Highway and PCH. So it's quite a ways from this particular fire. But that is something that fire crews, especially Ventura County Fire, are sending a lot of resources to. There is a report of structures threatened there, but that's only burned 5 acres at this time. That's being called the Freddy Fire at PCH and Mulholland Highway. We're going to keep an eye on that one. But as you can see, that's relatively small compared to the big fire that fire crews are taking a look at now. The Palisades
Unit
Fire.
calling Division Papa on command. Go ahead.
We're kind of doing laps up and down the
Division
north
Papa,
side of this fire.
Charlie.
We're not quite allowed to traverse on the south side, on the beach side, but occasionally we'll be able to poke through the smoke and see PCH, and we see a
60
lot
Charlie,
of
Division
destruction.
Papa. Extremely
burned down than not.
broken. Let me move to a better location. I'll get back to you.
Branch 1, Branch 10 on command. Operations, Branch 10.
Go for operations.
I don't know if you're able to hit Branch 1 for me. We're kind of cut off on Branch 10 for Zulu, but there's resources over on that side of Zulu on Palisades requesting additional resources. That sounds like an apartment building and a church are going up now. The address is 1425 Palisades, and I don't have any additional resources.
1421 Palisades, apartment house, needing resources on the North Palisades area.
Affirmative, 1425 Palisades Drive, apartment complex and a church going up. Additional resources needed over there. I don't have any to send from Branch 10. I was trying to get a hold of Branch 1 and see if you had anything available. We'll probably need a structure group to set up over there.
So we'll talk about... copy that. Break, Branch 1, operations, V1.
Operations for Metro.
But we can go for operations.
Operations, we're getting reports of an individual who needs assistance with evacuation. Let me know when you're ready for the address.
Go.
Operations, the address is going to be 17520 West Camino de Yatasto. That's Camino de Yatasto. Y-A-T-A-S-T-O.
Go ahead. 7520 West Camino de Yatasto. Residents needing help with evacuation.
Operations, you were cut off. Just confirming the numbers 17520.
Correct, 17520. Branch 1, operations on V1. Branch 1, operations V1.
Branch 1, 41, Alpha on V1.
Branch 5, operations V1.
Branch 5.
Yeah, I heard there's some resources. We're looking to need to send some help up Palisades Drive, up to the North Palisades. Even though it's a distance from Branch 10, he can't send any resources. We can send a couple up there. Reported of a church in another building starting to catch fire up there. Stand by for address.
Go and ready.
25 Palisades Drive. If you could send resources up there to investigate, it'd be great.
Repeat the numerics again.
Address of 1425 Palisades Drive.
1425, and point of contact.
None, that was a relay. Resources are there requesting additional. I don't have a contact.
Copy.
Just note, branch 1 or operation came. Contact branch 10 direct.
49 Foxtrot.
Operations from Division Mike with a line emergency.
Go for operations.
Operations with a line emergency from Division Mike. We have 2 separate patients, both minor in nature. One, flu-like symptoms, nausea, vomiting. That would be patient 1. And second is minor burns to an ear. Requesting BLS ambulance. That would be at CHP north of Topanga. Patient 1 would be captain off engine 151. Patient 2 would be firefighter off engine 34. How do you copy?
I got 2 patients, one with flu-like symptoms, captain off of engine 151, and a minor burn to the ear off a firefighter off of engine 34. Can you let me know, actually, what you're saying is on Topanga north of PCH, correct?
Correct. There's a CHP outpost north of Topanga. I'll work on that address and provide that. Point of contact for this would be 1551 Alpha.
Copy, 1551 Alpha, the contact at CHP on Topanga, north of PCH, is that correct?
That would be on PCH, north of Topanga.
Copy that. Safety operations on V1.
Operations with Division Mike.
Is that traffic for operations?
Operations from Division Mike. Correct address for BLS ambulance location 18850 Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah, copy, and we can do 1 transport, correct?
That's affirmative.
Yeah, copy. Break, Palisade safety from operations on V1.
Operations Palisade safety.
Did you copy the traffic about the line injuries on Division Mike?
Affirmative. Repeat the needs.
Just to repeat really quick, we have 2 patients. 1 flu-like symptoms, captain from engine 151. Second patient, minor burn to ear, a firefighter off of engine 34. They're requesting just a single RA, single ambulance for transport to 18850 PCH. Go for ops.
Operations, deputy operations.
Go ahead.
operations, deputy operations. Go for operations. ETE to ICP. Less than 15. A detailed ops brief for an elected. Hey, the last transmission was unreadable due to wind. Repeat, please. ICs are requesting a detailed ops brief for elected. Yeah, copy that. We'll be there in 15 minutes to give a detailed briefing to you. Copy. Division Juliet, Branch 5, command. Hey, Palisade Safety Operations V1. Safety. Just confirming you have that transport on its way for those two patients. I'm working on that right now, and I'll close the loop with you. Thank you. Also, contact is 1551 Alpha, 1551 Alpha. 1551 Alpha, I copy. LA Palisades air attack on D1. LA City Palisades air attack on D1.
Palisades air attack, go for LA County.
LA Palisades air attack. Just looking on if you were able to get availability for any additional laps.
49 Foxtrot, Branch 5, command.
Negative at this time. Most aircraft requests are currently sitting at the NAT.
Okay, copy that. Charlie 5 air attack on the brief.
49 Foxtrot, Branch 5, command.
Branch 5, operations on V1.
Branch 5.
Hey, I know you have some of the resources up there on that north side of Palisades Drive. I got an address that we need to check on. We have a couple civilians requesting evacuation help. Stand by for address.
Ready, copy.
17520 West Camino de Yatasto. Y-A-T-A-S-T-O.
Repeat the spelling on the last word.
Y-A-T-A-S-T-O. Yankee Alpha Tango Alpha Sierra Tango Oscar.
Branch 5, good copy. Branch 1. Unit with traffic for Branch 1, repeat.
Operations, Palisade Safety.
Go for operations.
One rescue ambulance has been requested to 18850 PCH through dispatch. No ETA, and I passed on all the information.
Copy that. Thank you. Break, Division Mike, operations V1.
Operations from LA City, engine 37.
Go ahead for ops.
Yeah, we're back on the incident. Would you like us to report back to 1041 or to the command post?
Nope, go back to your assignment at 1041.
Roger.
Division Mike, operations V1. Uh, 1551 Alpha, operations on V1 command.
Go for 1551 Alpha.
Did you copy that traffic from safety? Rescue ambulance has been requested from LA, and they are responding to that 18850 PCH to you for that 2 patients. It's just unknown ETA.
1551 Alpha copies traffic, unknown ETA. We'll continue to stand by and wait for their arrival.
Copy, thank you.
Operations for Metro.
Go for operations.
Operations, we have a citizen who needs assistance with evacuating. Let me know when you're ready for the address.
Go ahead.
operations. The address is 465 North Mesa Road. That's 465 North Mesa Road.
Copy, 465 North Mesa Road. Assistance with evacuation.
Division Papa, Branch 7 on command.
Branch 7, Division Papa,
Branch
go ahead.
7 on command. Hey, can you place a call? I'm going to need you to escort some water agency folks. Hey, can you place a call? I'm going to need you to escort some water agency folks. Can you place a call? I'm going to need you to escort.
Ops from Division Alpha.
Unit calling, ops identifier and traffic.
Yeah, Division Alpha. I just wanted to give you a report. I got an address a distance away from me that they say is on fire.
Yeah, copy that. Is it within our footprint?
It looks like it's within our footprint. Possibly in Division J. 641 North Las Casas Avenue.
LA County, Palisades air attack on command.
Palisades air attack, go ahead.
LA County, Palisades air attack. Air attack 310 is just transitioned with air attack 52. Air attack 52 will be assuming the Palisades. Air attack 310 is returning to Hemet ETA of 1415.
1415 ET for Air Attack 310. Air Attack 52, now Palisades, ICLA, copies all.
Alpha Operation D1.
Go ahead for Alpha.
Alpha Operation D1.
Alpha did not copy the traffic.
Nationwide news. People in New York tonight are looking at this. They're not showing the chase that went on.
Ops from Brush Patrol 19.
Go for op.
Yeah, we have a sprinkler head going off here at Bonds at the corner of PCH and Sunset Boulevard. Mike, and he said to go through our request for a truck company. We're thinking that Bonds might be getting flooded out, and we didn't want to shut down the TIV because of the fire. But I was hoping we could get a truck company over here to replace the sprinkler head.
Flooding the store.
Maybe keep Bonds from getting flooded out.
To get over there and shut that sprinkler head off so it doesn't
Just
flood all
confirming
the
where that is.
lawns.
The crossroads.
Roger, Pacific Coast Highway and Sunset Boulevard.
Copy, Pacific Coast Highway, Sunset Boulevard. Bond has a sprinkler that is going out requesting truck company.
Roger, it's on the Bravo side. It's exterior. It's by their loading dock. There's about 5 feet of water.
Yeah, copy that. Break Metro Palisades Ops on D1.
Palisade Ops go for Metro.
Did you copy that last traffic? We have a Bond Supermarket on PCH and Sunset requesting if we could send one truck company from LA City just to go over there to handle the sprinkler. We don't want to shut down the water, so they need to make sure Bonds doesn't let it out.
I copy. We'll get one truck company to go over to the Vons over at PCH.
We copy that, and if they just relay back to you when it's been mitigated, they're free to go back to jurisdiction, not tied to the incident.
Roger.
Division Juliet, Branch 5, command. Division Juliet, Branch 5, command.
Go ahead, Branch 5.
Advise when you're able to copy an address.
Go ahead with it.
A report of a structure about ready to be involved at 641 North
Los Casas Avenue. I copy 641 North Los Casas. Affirmative.
Branch 7, Division Papa on command.
Division Papa, Branch 7.
Yeah, where are you at so I can face the tape?
I'm way up top in Calabasas, headed down to Topanga Canyon. What I need from you is to rendezvous with the water agencies at Station 70 at 14:30 hours and escort them into 2 locations along the PCH.
All right, copy. Water District at 14:30 hours at Station 70. Copy that.
Affirmative.
Palisades air ops, air attack, V1.
Good.
Go ahead for LA on V1.
Palisades air ops, Palisades air attack on V1.
Palisades air attack. Go for LA County on V1.
Just passing along information. There's a drone that's been spotted in the Mountain Gate area, the northwest area of the fire. Had a close call with the Helco.
Palisades Operations LA V1. You copy all traffic?
Correction, that was the northeast section of the fire, not northwest.
LA copies northeast. Palisades Operations LA V1.
Yeah, operations from LA City Battalion 9 on command. Where's your staging location? Is that at Zuma?
Yeah, affirmative. If you have resources that need to check in, they're pretty much getting assigned right now. As they come in and find planning ops and check in, go through that process, and then everything's getting pretty much farmed out to divisions in need.
Yeah, copy that. So staging in Will Rogers is shut down.
It's still being utilized by, I think, the branches and divisions, but we don't have a active
Palisades Communications for Metro.
Metro, go ahead for LA County.
Operation. We have reports of 2 people that are trapped and the house is on fire. Let me know when you're ready for the address.
I was concerned about the house, our neighbor's house across the street, lighting one of these trees on fire, and it said that we
over there. But
He's still got go ahead.
He said
operations. The address is 17523 West Camino de Yatasto. That's 17523 West Camino de Yatasto.
We're still going to douse the ones that are on our neighborhood.
Okay. Did you pack a bag? Ready to go, I'm sure?
Alice.
I copy 2, trap, house on fire, 17523, West Camino, de Yatasto.
I'm sure a lot of people, had this thought last night where you're looking around your house and you're like, how do I even know?
Operations, that's correct.
Obviously, you grabbed the essentials, but yeah, what to take?
It's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy what to take.
Operations from 80.
At the end of the day, it's
1880, Charlie.
As long as my kid's okay, as long as my husband is all right, and I'm not burnt, that's what's important. But these trees are important to us, too.
Operations from 80,
Firefighters
Charlie.
come out. If you can, if you think they're going to start burning, save
1880,
Christmas
Charlie,
tree
go ahead.
It's 110 years old. It's the oldest
That address they
tree
just
lighting
gave
ceremony in the United States.
is in
And Henry
Division
Ford's house
Zulu.
down the road. Henry Ford.
And right now it's a wall of fire wrapping all the way through that community. We're going to do fire front following. We're going to get it back in there as soon as we can.
Thank you very much, Julie. We'll bring you more as soon as we get it. Yeah, I really hope that safe Christmas tree lane. She says. Thank you, Julie and Patrick. And we'll leave you with this shot here of their neighbor's house smoldering. Thank you. You stay safe, too.
Copy. Can you give me the physical numbers again?
Haley, thank you. So our viewers have been listening to Haley Winslow reporting there in Altadena, and this is another area of Altadena. This is the Aldi food market that is engulfed right now, as you can see.
Box copy 11423. We'll go back in and evaluate. Engine 7593 to hit that vegetation.
Fire crews anywhere?
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry, Marla, I'm having trouble hearing. So there are fire crews here, but we were told that one crew that we were actually witnessing trying to hook up to that hydrant had to leave because they couldn't get water. And instead it was a combination of pressure and also hose size. So they've gone somewhere else to try to get water. But you can see that they're clearing out even as this is burning. And well, here comes one engine. It appears another one is arriving as the others are leaving. And this has been kicking up quite a bit of smoke and also embers. And I did just speak to someone who came back to the strip mall where I'm standing to lock up a veterinary hospital. They told me that they were out here at 4 in the morning clearing out animals, evacuating the animals that were at the hospital, and it got so hairy that
Zulu 1075 Alpha on command.
So much smoke. They said they got all of the animals out, then they got themselves out, but they forgot to lock the door. So they just came back to do that. They were all masked up, and we're seeing firefighters now hooking up to this hydrant, and appears there is water. Yes, because we're seeing some spraying out of the top there. So one left, as I said, they indicated it was a combination of hose size and water pressure. It looks like this fire engine has the right
Yankee Zulu 1075 Alpha on command.
Attending to this fire and to these flames. But with so much demand right now for water, it has been an issue, as we've seen time and time again during the fight here and also in the Palisades last night. And I want you to walk with me, because if we walk over here, you can just see how much devastation, and the people from the veterinary hospital, which is right there, when they had to leave this morning, this over here was what was on fire. And you can see just how much has been destroyed here. Building after building, cars also leveled, but there are no buildings blocking our view right now. So that is how many businesses, possibly homes as well here, that have been destroyed. It's just unbelievable to look at this. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. It's hard to really process, given that this is a scene that we've seen play out in the Palisades. First, that was, of course, what started all of our coverage, and then last night, the Eaton fire broke out as just a 10-acre brush fire, and here we are, almost 11,000 acres. Well, it's good to see and hear the fire crews there. Hopefully, they get their water situation worked out. Christy, did you want to say something else?
Well, was just looking, and it looked like there was a realty business and some others, and you see, and I saw this last night in the Pacific Palisades, but again today, that people have lost livelihoods. They've lost their businesses. People have lost their homes, and sadly, as we know here in the Eaton Fire, 2 people also lost their lives. And I was talking about this earlier, just how large the debris is that is coming off of the Aldi food market there. And it's very large debris. You can see all the floor is littered with it.
Fire, branch 7 or branch 10, Palisades air attack on command.
On the other side of this parking lot. So those very large pieces of burning.
Good afternoon, Air Attack 5-2 coming in as relief air attack. Is air to ground working for you guys today?
And right now it isn't that windy, so you can imagine what it would be like.
I haven't been hearing much.
And Gino, can you pan towards the grocery outlet? Look at that. Look at all of that ash and falling debris.
Copy. Can we switch over to
that parking lot over there?
Yes.
Wow.
Air to
It is
ground.
now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You are watching Fox 11 Los Angeles and are continuing live coverage of the firestorms hitting Southern California. I'm Alex Michelson with Marla Tellez, Christy Fajardo on the ground right now in Altadena. We are looking at the Aldi market, this food market, which is up in flames. That fire, the Eaton fire, more than 10,000 acres burned. And we are seeing now in the middle of the day some firefighters arriving to try to do the best they can.
1075 Alpha, Yankee Zulu on command.
Serious damage to this market, if not a total loss coming.
Go for 75 Alpha.
Christy, it's interesting to see the streets open.
I can copy that phone number and try to find service.
While all this is underway.
It is. It's stunning. I've seen so many people walking.
You can disregard. I'll reach out to you a little later.
Skateboards with their cell phones.
Yeah, copy.
Milling about. Obviously, most likely, posting to social media about what they're seeing. I did not see that. I should say last night in the Pacific Palisades, early on there were people who were coming out and taking pictures, but when things got very scary, which they did, just about every neighborhood that we went to had completely cleared out.
Well, I mean, that is good news because we've seen that time and time again where people haven't listened to the evacuation order, and then next thing you know, their lives are in danger. So glad that the neighborhoods have cleared out, but it's so devastating. It's an understatement, I know, but you know, when you see these businesses, big or small, being just destroyed by Mother Nature and the flames that have erupted. And then just to hear from LA County Fire Chief Maroney today, basically said even if all hands on deck of all of Southern California crews were fighting these fires, it wouldn't be enough, which is why we're seeing fire crews from out of state, from Northern California, coming to our aid, thank goodness. And one of the highlights that I've seen today in our coverage is finally being able to see the helicopters and the water drops, because of course we didn't see a lot of that yesterday. The super scoopers were out in all of their glory and capability to drop 1,600 gallons of water yesterday on the Palisades fire, but that obviously didn't do a whole lot, and they weren't out for long, and they were grounded overnight. So to see air tankers out today, that's been great news. But as I'm saying this, obviously the firefight is a very serious one here in Altadena. The Eaton fire, this started just sort of on one corner of it when we came to Christie, and now it looks like it's completely engulfed. And obviously, you know, big concerns, because Christie reporting that when they pulled up, the hose size wasn't right for the fire extinguisher in one of the instances, and then another instance the water pressure wasn't there, so they had to sort of get it. I believe it was they got a new engine to get there with a bigger hose size, and now we're seeing that the water should be dousing this fight soon. Let's hope.
And the real good news.
Yeah, you know, Marla, I don't know what happened with that fire engine. We did see them trying to hook up the hydrant, but by the time we came back, when I was showing you those businesses across the street that had burned, the engine was gone. So I don't know if they were able to get water or wasn't able to follow up with them. We are seeing another engine here, but right now no one is battling these flames. And also, you know, I want to mention, because I keep hearing from people that are asking me to check on their homes, and we see this in every wildfire. neighbors who can't go home, and they don't know if it's still standing. I know many have used Ring Video, but when you have power outages, that often no longer works unless it's battery powered. So we are hoping to drive around. We do have a dash cam
Division Mike, 1551 Alpha on command.
So we're hoping to drive around so we can show people the streets and what it looks like, and hopefully get some answers for some of those neighbors that are now, those homeowners that are so worried.
Yeah, and that's a public service. Hopefully we can do a little bit later on. And part of
Branch
the good
5
news today, this afternoon, is that the winds are expected to get a little better than they were yesterday. And so hopefully we can start to move from the worst of this thing to try and just get a hold on this a little bit, get some containment on these fires. Haley Winslow joining us now from Altadena. And,
is that 641 North Los Casas?
Haley.
That is
He's
it.
a desperate
Thank you.
resident. Yeah, he just ran up to me right after we
Yeah, I already
were on
have the
the
resource en route to check it.
Please help me. Chris, tell us
Got
what's
it.
going on.
Thanks.
Hi, I was told that my house burned down. I drove up, I needed to see it, I wanted to get some clothes for my son. The entire neighborhood is burnt down, but somehow my house does not even have a scratch. There's no fire damage, I went in, but the house next to mine is still on fire. So I'm going around begging anybody to come put out that fire to protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn on the water myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I have no water pressure, so I have no way of putting it out.
So you and your wife are just trying to go get bottled water?
Yeah, so my wife went to get bottled water. I'm going to meet her down the hill, and we're just going to try and throw bottled water on it, but I don't know if that's going to work.
You need a lot more than that. And so the firefighters said that you're basically not on the list right now?
They said they had a list of places to go. They're spread thin. I understand. I really understand.
Yeah, I know. But, so you're just begging somebody, if anybody's got water and can help, you're about a mile down the road from here. Tell us your address.
I'm at 615 East Los Flores Drive, Altadena, California, 91001. I'm begging anyone to help put out this fire.
So he's got fire basically all around his house, and somehow there's no damage to his house yet, but it's only a matter of time, and there's literally no water to be able to fight it himself.
Correct.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Help. Please, help. I mean, from based on the size of the fire to the east of my house, it probably will take 5 to 10 minutes for a hose to put it out. That's it. 5 to 10 minutes, then you can go to the next place.
And Chris Anderson, just so you guys understand, his uncle's house burned down, his mother's house burned down today. He used to live in Pasadena. He moved to Altadena to be closer to them, and now this is what he's dealing with. This is what all of the residents are dealing with. Tell me about your family, what they're going through, too, to wake up to their house gone.
I couldn't even tell my youngest son that the house was burned down when they told me it burned down because he was already worried. He was already crying. When I told my oldest son that it was burned down, he
Operation Division Juliet on command.
To find out that my house is still standing, I immediately told them. They are so overjoyed. I would hate to have told them that only to come back tomorrow and now it's burned down because I couldn't get a little help.
What's this like for you and your neighbors? I can't imagine the stress level that you're...
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's terrifying.
Operation Juliet on command.
They put out the evacuation notice for my neighborhood. My mom's had 3 strokes. I called my brother and his sister and my sister-in-law and told them to get my mom out of there. And I started packing even before they gave the official evacuation notice for my house. I've been through this. I've lived in Altadena before. I know with the wind and the fire, it was coming. It was just a matter of time.
Chris, what was that moment like when you had to pack and figure out what to bring, and you're looking around and you're, knowing that your uncle and your mom's house already burned down? Take me to that moment when you're looking around.
You're terrified. You just assume...
Julia, Branch 5, can I help with something?
I mean, that's all you can think about is the house that your kids grew up in.
Just got another minor contact medical. They're going to require a ground ambulance.
For your family. And that's what I was trying to do. And that's what I'm still trying to do.
I copy. I'll see if I can raise them and get you in contact. Break. Operation. Branch 5, command.
To make sure it stays that way.
And again, the address is 615.
615 East Los Flores Drive.
Just about a mile away from here on Christmas Tree Lane on Alameda and Santa Rosa. And you're obviously familiar with this area. What does this neighborhood mean to you?
This neighborhood means a lot. My uncle used to own a house right at the end of Christmas Tree Lane on the west side before he moved up to the house that burned down, unfortunately, on Loma Alta Drive.
Operation.
It's historical land.
Branch 5, on command.
Unbelievable. mean, my stomach's in knots. I can't imagine how you're feeling.
It's horrible. I hope I can get some help. To know that my house is standing and then I might lose it because I just couldn't get help, that will even be more painful than it being gone last night.
So again, I mean, I know that, LAFD was asking only firefighters yesterday that are, with the force, but maybe off duty to help. But
Operations,
maybe if there's
Branch
somebody
5
out there who's got
on command
firefighter experience and they're trying
with
to
a line emergency.
Anything you can do to help guys like Chris Anderson who are just begging. They're out of water and there's nothing else that they can do. I know he could really use the help. We're reporting live here in Altadena. I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you.
Branch 5, Safety McNamara on command. Anything I can help you with?
Behind him.
Yeah, Division Juliet's trying to report a
different areas has been
line emergency.
The lack of water for firefighters in certain
Copy,
areas.
stand by, let me try the raise. Operations back. Safety McNamara.
How did that happen? What's going on with that? This morning, the head of LADWP was pressed for answers. Here's what was said.
Starting Monday, we started activating an emergency operating plan, and our emergency operating plan calls for us to fill all our tanks and reservoirs to the
Team 2 Safety McNamara on command.
Max out and water. We also fill our diesel tanks for our generators because we need energy in the pumps to move water, and so all of that was taken.
Trap 5, Palisades Safe. Over, getting the information from you, I'll forward it.
We were ready for the emergency. What we were not ready for is fighting an urban fire with no air assets combating that. Fire department was fighting this fire from the ground.
Safety McNamara, Palisades Safety, command.
Was just more than we can supply.
Go ahead.
Does that answer the question
for IWI.
We were over the
Operations on B1.
Palisades last night late in the village then, and Rick Caruso saying that there's no water left.
Operations Safety McNamara is coming from Branch 5.
That's what she's talking about there, yeah.
Specifically.
Basically, that the tank was as full as it could get,
Hey,
and then
Juliet,
we
Branch
ran
5.
out of water, and then there was nothing else.
Go ahead.
The system was overwhelmed.
Hey, operations is up. Go direct to operations
with
now.
a different water source, which would have come from the ocean. But still,
Operations, Juliet, ready to copy
for the people that
line information
last night, or for the fire crews who really could do nothing as
traffic
homes
broken
and schools and other businesses burned as we watched live on the air, and some continue to burn right now.
I have a line emergency, minor, this is a green, medical.
Market. This is in Altadena.
How do you copy?
Fire, and what's the latest there in that firefight?
Well, Marla, we've heard so much about the lack of water and hydrants not working, and what we're seeing here, you can see one engine driving off,
unit
and
with
it's become
line
sort of an
emergency,
assembly line, and we're told that the reason is that this fire hydrant, one across the street and one just down
Operations, Division Juliet, how do you copy?
Are three of the fire hydrants in the general area that are actually working. So firefighters are coming, they're filling up the engines, and then they're
I got a
leaving
green
to try to
medical
somewhere else.
for some eye irritation and a minor burn to the left leg. Location of the patient will be Will Rogers, State Beach, the south lot, south parking lot. Break.
Filled with water, and then it took off before we got back to it, and now we know why.
Patient is 46-year-old male, is a fire captain with Los Angeles City Fire Department. Point of contact will be Task Force 1041. I just need an ALS ground ambulance to Will Rogers, State Beach, the south end.
And now they're gathering actually here in this parking lot. See, two more engines have just arrived.
Operations, I copy.
And another one,
green,
right over there,
line emergency, eye irritation and minor burn to leg. Will Rogers, south slot, 46-year-old male, captain of LA Fire Department, Task Force 1041.
All right, Christy Fajardo, thank you. And we continue to follow what's happening there. We want to give you an update to what we saw happen a few hours ago. We wanted to show you this. This was some video that I shot on my phone of Marine One landing in Santa Monica.
Operations Palisades Safety copies all your traffic. I will be placing the order now.
He was in town. Was to
Copy,
see
thank you.
the birth of his
Confirmed you put that on the
great-grandchild at Cedar Sinai. They scheduled scheduled a national monument trip to sort of justify that.
Palisade Safety, Safety McNamara.
And so
Command.
because he was here, they did a photo
Palisade
op today
Safety.
with Governor Newsom. Pretty brief. You
I'm
see
on
him
scene with
there,
that engine company. Rescue and Rescue Medic 68 from LA City is on scene with him as well.
Questions from the media. He read some notes that were prepared.
Okay, and confirming still a need for an additional resource as requested.
Him federal funding, and then
yeah, let me try to sort this out and I'll get back to you.
Here's part of the briefing, though, that the president got from Kristen Crowley, who, of course, leads the LA Fire Department.
Fire engines. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career, so we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that,
Division Charlie, 2801 Alpha, command.
Fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak.
That was from the earlier briefing with President Biden and other top local officials there in LA County. You have been watching the coverage on Fox 11 Los Angeles right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more coverage from Fox 11.
Telco OES Strike Team 2801 Alpha.
Ops for Metro Fire Communications.
Go for operation.
Ops for Metro. Information only, truck 37 mitigated the water flow issue at PCH and Sunset at the Bonds. It was outside sprinklers going off.
Copy, thank you.
Are dealing with. And tell me about your family, what they're going through too, to wake up to their house gone.
I couldn't even tell my youngest son that the house was burnt down when they told me it burnt down because he was already worried, he was already crying. When I told my oldest son that it was burnt down, he's 20 years old, he started crying. So to find out that my house is still standing, I immediately told them. They are so overjoyed. I would hate to have told them that only to come back tomorrow and now it's burnt down because I couldn't get a little help.
What's this like for you and your neighbors? I can't imagine the stress level that you're...
Oh my God.
Who comes first? Me, your mom, or our future daughter?
It's terrifying. It is really terrifying. Even before they put out the evacuation notice for my neighborhood, my mom's had 3 strokes. I called my brother and his sister and my sister-in-law and told them to get my mom out of there. And I started packing even before they gave the official evacuation notice for my house. Because I've been through this. I've lived in Altadena before. I know with the wind and the fire, it was coming. It was just a matter of time.
Chris, what was that moment like when you had to pack and figure out what to bring, and you're looking around and you're, knowing that your uncle and your mom's house already burned down? Take me to that moment when you're looking around.
You're terrified. You just assume you're about to lose everything. I mean, that's all you can think about is the house that your kids grew up in is about to burn down, and your kids are scared, and you just want to protect it for your kids, for your family. And that's what I was trying to do. And that's what I'm still trying to do, because the house has no fire damage. I need someone just to put out that small fire next to it to make sure it stays that way.
And again, the address is 615?
615 East Las Flores Drive.
Just about a mile away from here on Christmas Tree Lane on Alameda and Santa Rosa. And you're obviously familiar with this area. What does this neighborhood mean to you?
Oh, this neighborhood means a lot. My uncle used to own a house right at the end of Christmas Tree Lane on the west side before he moved up to the house that burned down, unfortunately, on Loma Alta Drive last night.
It's a historical landmark. It's unbelievable. I mean, my stomach's in knots. I can't imagine.
6840 Alpha from.
I mean, it's horrible. I hope I can get some help. To know that my house is standing and then I might lose it because I just couldn't get help, that will even be more painful than it being gone last night.
So again, I mean, I know that, LAFD was asking only firefighters yesterday that are, with the force but maybe off duty to help. But maybe if there's somebody out there who's got firefighter experience and they're trying to see what they can do, anything you can do to help guys like Chris Anderson,
Operations Palisades
out of water, and there's nothing else that they can do. I know he could really use the help. We're reporting live here in Altadena. I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Haley, we feel for him, wish Chris the best, and hopefully the community can come together to rally behind him. One of the big storylines...
Division Juliet, Palisades Safety. Go ahead, Safety. I placed the order via landline with LA City. They advised me that they do have a RA unit en route with a short ETA. They are confirming that, and they will get back to me. We'll be sure to close the loop, but you should have a resource there shortly. All right, copy, Safety. Thank you. Branch 1, Heavy Equipment 1. Heavy Equipment 1, Branch 1, go ahead. Yes, sir. Currently, Giuseppe Camp is being impacted by a large fireball. The dozer line is currently holding. We do have a couple spots that are starting to back over the Sullivan Fire Road. So I'm working with Helco right now to try to keep that thing buttoned up, but I'll keep you posted. Branch 1 copies all. Zulu, Branch 10 on command.
And people who live there.
So 2 looters were arrested in a wildfire evacuation zone. That was in relation to the Eaton fire. And this is a shot from, which camera is this? This is from our roof cam in West Los Angeles.
Wow.
So Fox 11 is here on the west side of Los Angeles, adjacent to Santa Monica. And this is our camera looking out toward, it looks like this would be the Palisades fire. And just that massive plume of black smoke, which Alex and I witnessed all day yesterday. And, you know, what's interesting here, though, is don't see a lot of the active flames, which yesterday we did see, but obviously they are there. Don't be fooled by that. It looks like Star Harvey is here now to talk about the forecast. We just mentioned that red flag warning that was supposed to expire at 6, but no, it's been extended.
It's extended into portions of tomorrow, and so you know we have a lot more to get through in terms of this fire weather. You know, taking a look at that, you know, just plume of smoke. You know, I live in what I would consider the center of the San Fernando Valley, and aside from the Silmar fire and yes, the Woodley fire there, we just are surrounded by fire.
Operation is Branch 1, go ahead.
No matter which way you look around, and so bringing you right into our headlines here, we are continuing to see that widespread potential for our windstorm, where we are seeing those wind gusts again get upwards of, I'd say, 60 to 80 plus miles.
Branch 1 copies 539 Rustic Road. I'll be investigating.
We are not in the clear because we do have those advisories that have been extended. Our sustained winds anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour. You take that and you also add in our dry vegetation out there. We're talking humidity values from single digits into the teens, and that's what allows for, you know, these are the ingredients that allows for all of this dangerous weather.
Close the loop with dispatch. You currently have Rescue 68 treating the patient, and Rescue 43 will be arriving any minute.
And starting those new fires in some of those homes, then we're going to continue to probably see that until these winds actually do die down. And not just the fire, we are talking the likelihood of more down trees as well as those power lines. And I myself have seen that as well, moving through the San Fernando Valley and coming down the 405 here to our station. Plenty of those intersections, the lights are out. And so we got to do our best to play safe out there if we are not in those immediate fire zones. But again, here's a look at our red flag warning. It includes all of this highlighted pink area. It is in effect for the rest of today. It has been extended by the National Weather Service through portions of tomorrow. And again, this is not just going to be subject to portions of the Pacific Palisade region or into portions of Silmar or Eaton, Altadena area. We're talking all of this highlighted pink area here. Get a look at it because the ingredients are there for this fire to spread across any of this region or to ignite across that area. And so we have the dry conditions, but also the windy weather out there. And with the winds in place, this is the alert that we are looking at, also extended through portions of today as well, where we are looking at our winds stretching across portions of the Inland Empire, our high desert, our low desert, the Los Angeles Basin, our mountains, as well as portions of Orange County. And this is going to be with those winds kicking up, not just sustained, but also with their gusts. We do show some of the area getting a little bit of that lull there, but still a lot of the region still moving in those double digits. This is our sustained winds. Here's a look at our gusts. Even though those numbers not showing up here through that 5 corridor, we do still show them gusting with that contour active there, moving anywhere from about, I'd say, 30 to 45 miles per hour across the region. This is a look into this afternoon where we do still show our map fully contoured here, stretching into this evening as well, where we do show things slightly going down, but then bumping right back up, moving into portions of tomorrow morning, which is the likelihood as to why those alerts, watches, and warnings were extended. Our humidity values, just as we've been talking about on the dry side, single digits, and this is across a lot of the Los Angeles
Division Yankee Zulu, Branch 10 on tax.
We usually
on command.
in our desert communities. So we got a lot to get through, not just for your Wednesday, but pushing into when these weather alerts are going to be expiring. I'll have more details on what's happening here in the weather department, but for now, back to you guys.
And you have some neighbors who are actually helping the firefighters there?
Yeah, so we're, Marla, on our way to Henry Ford's house that's on fire down the street, but on the way, we see obviously this house on fire, and then we saw something really incredible. See this hose, this garden hose? This is connected to the fire truck, and this homeowner is filling up the fire truck tank with their hose so that they can fight these fires. They are out of water everywhere north of Woodbury, so none of the fire hydrants have any water in them, which is why these homeowners, you see them spraying the flames themselves with the garden hose. So this homeowner is letting this truck here at 20 fill up the tank and let them go on their way so that they can fight not only this fire, but the houses on fire all down this road. You're talking to me in the control room. I can't hear you, so you can say that again. But we're going to walk back here to, the firefighters are a little bit shy, but this guy is the one who owns the home and is kindly donating his water. Sir, sorry to bother you. We're with Fox 11, and we were just talking about how you were kind enough to let them fill up their tank with the water, the fire department.
I have no comments. That's fine. Hey, we got to help the community.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, no problem.
What is this like for you to go through? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, we're doing good. Thank God we were able to save our house, and it's very unfortunate for everybody else.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'm praying for you. Thank you. Thank you guys for all that you do. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Branch 10, 9440 Charlie on command. Do you have traffic?
This house next door, Marla, obviously a total loss. And Christmas Tree Lane, which is, right next door where we just were live a minute ago, Rand McNally used to live on that road. He was the guy who invented the maps. Tons and tons and tons of famous people. A graphic designer that is very well known. So if you remember the 3 blue lines on the AT&T logo, Sal Bass. Sal Bass used to live on that street too. He also did the logo for the Girl Scouts, for tons of movies. So just a lot of famous people. Some people that didn't want me to tell them that tell people that they live on that road, but just some really nice houses that are completely engulfed. And Henry Ford's obviously his home from Victoria times. It's down the street here.
No water north of Woodbury. They're literally filling the fire truck with the garden hose.
This is Ryan. He's a freelance photographer who told us about this. Andrew, sorry. Andrew, we're on Fox 11.
Branch 10, 9440 Charlie on command.
So there's no water north of Woodbury. For whatever reason...
And relay to you and the other Charlie that there's a Type 1 water tender stage down at County Fire Station 69 on Topanga.
They are literally using the garden hose to fill up their
truck. I copy, thanks. We got some pretty decent water sources in most of the structures with the pools for now, but I'll pass it on. Appreciate it.
I saw you on the fire truck. What's this?
Yeah, for you at 9240, thanks.
I haven't covered much news in 20 years. Actually, I'm a full-time teacher at John Muir High School. I teach media arts, and
Branch 7 operations.
Last night I was up till about 3. It's absolutely scary. It's
Branch 7.
my neighborhood. I live like half a mile or a mile down the street.
I got a...
So as Andrew was telling me too, anytime you see a fire hydrant, you guys, with the blue cap, that means that it's out of water.
The ability to
so yeah, there's no water if there's a blue cap. Some of the other ones have...
Negative, I'm down in Topanga. Let me gain some elevation. I'll hit you back.
As you go south, the pressure gets worse, but they're doing the absolute best thing they can. And I would say the best thing that I saw from the fires last night, make sure you don't have any
Palisades operations, LA on V1 when able.
That was catching on fire. I put out a few of those last night with just people's garden hoses. If you have time, stretch out the garden hose, make it easy for someone walking by, and turn it on, like have a cap on there so it's not wasting the water. But the houses that did that, it was really easy to save and put out fires. The other ones,
yeah, that's a good point. There's, we always say the defensible space should be 20 feet, 100 feet if you can, but waking up today all over Southern
I'm only catching every third word. Genesis and an evacuation zone. Can you give me an area?
Because that's only going to create more fuel. Did you want to say something?
You have cell coverage.
What really happened? They emptied
Negative.
most of that tank on our house. And they
Palisades operations, LA on V1.
Emergency, and they were sitting there, and they were nice enough to wait in case something happens. And then while they were waiting, they were using our holes to fill it up.
Palisades operations, got situational awareness. Brush fire reported 68th district near 4210 Prado de los Pajeros. They're going to be running the incident on B4. On B4.
That's what I want to add. Pasadena has water. I don't think we have any issues.
The fire hydrants. The fire hydrants they were saying don't have any water.
That's probably something. I'm just saying this scenario. Yeah, they were waiting. They left a little bit because the fire kept coming this way and they couldn't use all. And while they were waiting, they just went to use the hose.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it. All right, we'll get clarity on the fire hydrants too. But I know that I was told earlier there wasn't any water north of Woodbury, which is what Andrew said too. So we'll get some clarity. We're going to keep going down the street.
Disregard for now.
Find Henry Ford's house and we'll do that too. Reporting live here in Altadena. I'm Haley Winslow.
Copy, 10 minutes.
Back to you.
Haley Winslow, thank you. You can see, Marla, really how the communities all over the place are stepping up. So many people want to do whatever they can to help. A lot of people asking.
We've been watching some of the coverage there from Fox 11. We will continue to do so this evening. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage in just moments.
Operations Branch 1 on command.
Branch 1, go ahead for operations. Standing with them.
A resources search 539 Rustic, unable to locate anyone in that structure.
Confirming that was the one off of Rustic.
That's affirmative.
I copy. And was anybody able to check with the 17523 West Camino?
Unsure, that's over in, I believe, Juliet.
Copy.
Division Papa, Branch 7.
LA, Palisades air attack on V1.
Palisades air attack go on V1.
I would like to place an order for relief air attack at 1630 over the fire.
Copy, 1630 over the fire.
Operations from Division Mike, on command.
So those two fires look to be in a lot better shape. The big fires right now are the Palisades fire and
go for operations.
I have a request for Edison with a traffic hazard. Do you want me to go through branch, or can I do that with you?
What's the who's calling?
This is Division Mike.
Yeah, copy that. I can take that request. Go ahead.
Okay, we have low-hanging wires affecting traffic and becoming a hazard on PCH. We need an Edison response for the power and securing those wires, and also if we can get a law enforcement response for traffic control.
Copy that. I'll reinforce we should have a hard closure on PCH, so you shouldn't have traffic control. We'll double check on that, and we'll get Edison and see what they feel comfortable with to start working on PCH.
Yeah. I was trying to send
Great, thank you. The crosses on PCH would be Puerto Marino and Coastline Drive. Appreciate the help.
as close as we can get because we are...
Copy that.
Evacuating the next home. My buddy's over there. Why is that? When? Good point. Makes it hard for them to fly. It makes it hard for them to fly.
Planning ops from contingency, LA City Heavy Equipment 1 on command. Planning ops from contingency, LA City Heavy Equipment 1 on command.
Branch 1 from Heavy Equipment 1, contingency. Branch 1 from Heavy Equipment 1, contingency.
Branch 5, operation on D1.
And I noticed that there are a lot of food trucks that came out here. Tell us about the food trucks
Branch
that
5.
came out here. I imagine, as we were
Hey, do me a favor, find a place where you guys get stuff covered for your phone call, please.
on our services here.
Yeah, of course. So the food trucks, I believe they're volunteers.
Copy.
They've offered their services.
Today. We're looking to get...
Basis.
Hey, do me a favor, find a place where you guys get stuff covered.
But in terms of volunteering with the shelter,
Yeah, see the engine down the road about a quarter, half mile?
Copy. To be a volunteer.
Today. We're looking to get...
And then you'll get some notifications on how to proceed with that involvement.
Yeah, see the engine down the road about a quarter, half mile?
To the shelter because it is a quite active scene.
And then what are you telling people who are evacuating? What do they need to do? Is it easy enough just to come down here, find a parking space? I know there's a big parking area at the mall here at Green Street. Is that open and it's okay for people to come here and do that if they need to come here for a couple of hours or overnight? It's something that they can do.
Of course, parking structure is available for residents coming in, so they don't need to pay, so they are able to park right across the street.
Go for Branch 1.
We appreciate it. Being with the American Red Cross. It definitely is, I will say, and we'll take you inside just a little bit later, but it's quite a scene inside as I walked up, and you see all of the different
Go for Branch 1.
utilized for different conventions, different rooms, and they are filled with people who are laying on cots, and again, they kind of triage them according to all of their different needs, but lots of volunteers I saw coming in here, or people who are in the community that are trying to help and volunteer their services and bring food, all of those goods. But the Red Cross said the best thing to do is just to go to the Red Cross and their website and their organization so that they can sort of process it out instead of creating.
We go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up. It's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir. Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton Fire, which is east. The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to...
Really extraordinary. I mean, obviously we feel for the two people that were killed in the Eaton fire. But the fact that we've had over 1,000 structures burned, the amount that those fires were just out of control and everywhere, that means that the evacuations largely worked. People did take this seriously. They did get out. There's a reason why Bob has that many people there. Is a good news. Haley Winslow, what are we looking at here?
These firefighters are trying to get in the garage where the fire is so they can put it out because it's obviously still a big threat. This is Glendale Fire. Sorry, it's a lot of crap in the air. They've been using an electric saw. Good job, guys. Wow. They've been at it for a little while. So this is a very famous house. It's not Henry Ford's house. That's a few doors down. But this is the place where everything big is basically filmed. Beyonce.
Division Zulu, LA County Battalion 45.
Frank, you're just standing on the cable. Sorry. We're at a little bit of a hectic thing. This is Ray and John. They own the home. And obviously you can see their car was burned, but thank God their house was
Division
not. We just
Zulu,
talked to your
LA
neighbor,
County
and he
Battalion
gave us a little bit more
45.
information. First about how well it's built, even during the Northridge fire. Never, no crack.
Yeah, dude, the earthquake.
I mean, the earthquake, I'm sorry. It's been
There's no damage at all. It's an incredible house built in 1928. It's called the Breitenstein Estate. We do a lot of filming here.
Yeah, and this is just absolutely devastating to see our guest house and garages go and the Mercedes go. It's really disappointing.
You said Beyonce.
Got a video here.
And what else? The Jobs movie?
Jobs movie, Synthesizer, the TV series. We've had a lot of filming done here, which we've enjoyed, and we'll continue to do so. The guest house is rarely used for that purpose.
What was it like when you guys came home and saw this?
Devastating, absolutely devastating. Just horrific.
We were so excited when we first entered and saw that there was no damage to the house itself. But then as we came down the driveway and saw the smoldering ruins of what was a home office, four-car garage, and a guest house. And this is, well.
At least they got it. They got in, so the threat will be gone. This is obviously a very well-known neighborhood with Christmas Tree Lane down the road and Henry Ford's house and a lot of other famous people that live on these streets. What's it like to live here, and what's it like for you to go through this?
It's wonderful to live here in this neighborhood. It's just disappointing that we're all having to share this bad experience at this time.
Yeah, it feels like all of LA is on fire right now. Is there any...
It does absolutely feel like all of LA is on fire.
And we want to make sure that everyone understands we have the deepest sympathy for their loss as well. You know, this is a guest house and a garage, and there's been other things that have been more tragic. Disappointing, but, you know, our hearts are with everyone who suffered any kind of loss during this situation.
What's this been like for you guys? Just, I mean, waking up today and seeing all the devastation. I'm sure you didn't sleep much anyway, but just...
We didn't. We got up at 6 o'clock and we just suddenly saw fires popping up.
Yeah, we saw fires across the street. Our neighbor's garage burnt down also, and his fences and a pool, and so it's just been crazy.
On a normal day, with when you have these
and you're watching a movie and you see your house that's in the movie, and, you know, that's kind of fun. You get to meet some very interesting people, and
those events are now gone. I mean, the fire went through Palisades Park, went through a lot of the staging grounds, up and down Sunset Boulevard with the parade. It's just, I heard some of our reporters earlier describe the Palisades, and I heard them in my ear, and I was kind of thinking that can't be the case. I can't, places that I never thought could burn, places that I just didn't think that a wildfire could reach, it just represents a wind event that is still hitting us right now, and it's windy in our live shot right now, and that is what is...
Brush 19, Branch 5. Can I help you with something?
Haley, we have this bad news coming into the newsroom about the Eaton fire. This is from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. He says that the
Ops from Brush Patrol 19 on V1.
5 people now have died in the Eaton fire. Earlier, it was 2 people, and now the death toll has risen to 5 people have died.
Ops, we're on Palisades Drive, 750 Palisades Drive, and there's a house well involved, and there's exposures. If you can send some, maybe an engine or 2 up here, we could possibly save the exposures.
We also know that from the Palisades fire,
you were broken. Designator and location, please.
Firefighter, a female who sustained a serious head injury.
Brush Patrol 19, we're at 750 Palisades Drive with exposed.
And then also LAFD reported that multiple burn
Not sure what division this is.
along PCH in the Palisades.
Yeah, go ahead and go direct with Branch 5 to get some resources up there.
So we're working to get information on their conditions in terms of those burn victims.
And speaking of...
Brush Patrol operations, you copy that. Go direct with Branch 5 on V1.
Copy, Branch 5, direct.
Yep, he's a branch that can send you resources.
Copy. Could you tell me what channel that is?
Brush 19, Branch 5 on V1.
Branch 5, we can send an engine company up to 750 Palisades Drive. There is a house well involved, exposing another row of...
Hey, Brush 19, try me on TAC. TAC 25, V-Fire 25.
Copy, V25.
Hey everybody, I'm Rick Beato. In today's episode, I sit down with keyboard icon Rick Wakeman.
He's a musician whose contributions to rock and progressive music have left an indelible mark. Best known for his work with Yes, Rick's incredible career also includes collaborations with artists like David Bowie, Elton John, and Cat Stevens. From his powerful performances on Yes classics to his unforgettable contributions on Bowie's Space Oddity and Stevens' Morning is Broken, Rick's versatility and passion have defined him as a true legend. Here's my interview.
Rick, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you in person.
I've reciprocated, thank you.
I wanted to start with talking about the session.
And branch 5, branch 1 on. Branch 5. Could you meet me? DC2, branch 1, go ahead. Yeah. Make your Will Rock area. Branch 1, branch 5, you are covered. I repeat. In 20 minutes. Hey. Branch 1, branch 5, you are covered in your last transmission to me. Yeah, could you meet you? Station. Yeah, you broke again. Didn't copy. Could you meet me? Staging area. Can you repeat the staging area? It's the Baywatch. You're breaking. Just confirming, is it the ICP from yesterday? Affirm. Copy en route. DC2 branch.
Is there traffic for operations on V1?
It'd probably be faster if you just come down here. Palisades operations, air attack on command. Palisades operations, air attack on command.
Metro Fire Communications. From Metro Fire Communications, information on emergency trigger activation from engine 8140 hydrant member with no response.
Yeah, engine 881.
Branch 10, branch 7. Branch 10. Confirming you're hearing air attack on air to ground 6. I was unable. I copy. Can you pass along to Yankee Zulu? He's bringing in a air to ground 6 for.
Operations 1880 Charlie.
Go for operations.
Operations 80 Charlie. If you are made aware of it, 8140 had an emergency trigger activation. It's a pulse.
Yeah, copy. Active and activation. Thank you, brother.
Forest, yeah, it's one room in the back. If we could get a water in the vent, we could probably stop it.
Operation. Metro Palisades operations on you.
9240 Charlie trainee, Division 2605.
Palisades operations, air attack. On command.
And 9240 Charlie trainee, Division 26.
2605, 40 Charlie trainee, go ahead.
Can you place a call to myself?
Affirmative. Division Alpha, air attack on underground, or correction, command.
Was somebody trying to reach Division Alpha?
Yeah, Alpha, this is air attack. Do you have the air-to-ground frequency?
Yes, we have it up.
You want to switch to air-to-ground? Division Alpha, air attack on repeat.
Go ahead for Division Alpha.
Got a report of multiple bicyclists just north of the fire in your division. Looks like they're coming down from Gizmo Peak using a trail system. They're getting in pretty close proximity of where the fire is burning off that dozer line, so we might want to get an LEO en route.
Yeah, air attack from Division Alpha. We're making our way up the hill. Half of your transmission was cut off. Where do you need a resource, and what's the issue?
Report of multiple bicyclists at the north end of that hill area of the fire. They've accessed the dozer line from Gizmo Peak trail system, so looking to possibly get an LEO in there to get them out.
Gone. The Starbucks on the corner, the Italian restaurant. I cannot explain. I never thought that I'd
Copy that. We'll see if we can get an LEO there to clear them out.
Additionally, Division Alpha, I'm not able to get a hold of operations, so you might want to pass that on to them if you can.
The library gone. Corpus Christi Church gone.
Yeah, I got that air attack. Can you just confirm for me which trail it is where that dozer line is?
It looks like it goes to Gizmo Peak.
Copy. Gizmo Peak.
Good copy.
Ops from Division Alpha on command.
Alpha operations, copy. Broken. Sounds like you have civilian. Is that around Rustic Canyon over there?
We're trying to find it on the map just to confirm it's over by Rustic Canyon. We're down heading up the hill, so your communications are broken, but the dozer trail or dozer line up there is where we have multiple sites that we need an LEO to remove.
Yeah, copy that. Are they on foot? Is it foot traffic or vehicle traffic?
It sounds like they're bicyclists.
Yeah, copy that. Go ahead and see if you can find me a better location. Other than that, the LEOs are not going to be able to find them, but We have law enforcement in the area, and I'll reinforce that we need to keep them off.
Copy. We'll look and see if we can figure out the exact location.
Copy. Thank you. Hey, Alpha operations on V1.
Go ahead, operations.
Hey, so all this area is a hard closure, so don't spend too much time on it though. But get up there and see the thing. Most likely they're going to be gone before you get up there. So keep doing what you're doing. Structured defense is a priority in the life of the people and the public.
Copy that. I'll just keep checking in with Air Attack to see if they have moved, if there's any issue with them.
Yeah, copy that. Thank you.
LA, Palisades Air Attack on V1.
Palisades Air Attack V1, go ahead, sir.
Can you read to me the tail numbers of the air tankers that are still committed to this fire?
Palisades Air Attack, last updated tankers were Hotel 601, Hotel 605, Hotel 613, all three coming from Porterville, Hotel 602 coming from BEU.
Copy, thanks for that. I'm looking for the fixed-wing large air tanker tail numbers if you got those as well.
Tanker 79, Tanker 83, Tanker 914.
Copy, thank you for that.
Division Charlie, 5210 Charlie, on command.
LA, Palisades Air Attack on V1.
Palisades Air Attack V1, go ahead.
Do you have an ETA for Tanker 914?
Palisades Air Attack just updated on the ST-106, advising mob 1510, ETA 1524.
Copy, thank you.
Want me to feed this back?
And tell them you want to toss to them.
Okay. Internet's so bad.
Run over to the truck and see if it's better. Hey Laura, I can hear you. Yeah. I was trying to send you a video I walked down there and took, so hopefully it comes through to playback. This is as close as we can get because we are attached to the truck.
Operations, Division Juliet, with a line emergency.
People are evacuating to the next home. Our buddies over there.
We can talk about how we haven't seen any air support too.
Operate.
Why is that?
With an emergency traffic.
Good point. Good point.
Because of the wind?
Makes it hard for them to fly.
Operations, Heavy Equipment 1, you got an emergency traffic. They're trying to get you. Branch 5, Division Juliet, with emergency traffic. Command.
Palisade Ops, LA on V1, you've got Branch 5 with emergency traffic.
Division Juliet, command.
Branch 5, Operations V1.
Operation, Division Juliet on command.
Go for operation.
I'd like to 7-5 for an intoxicated individual. Traffic collision.
He's being restrained.
I was getting every other word on that. I heard traffic collision and intoxicated. What do we need?
And 275 via De La